The warrior effortlessly slices through monsters, piercing their bodies with a sharp blade that moves so swiftly it leaves a glowing arc, highlighting the power of the strike and the precision of a technique perfected in countless battles. A group of children approaches a majestic temple, where massive statues with hoods and staffs stand at the entrance, inspiring awe and fear. Among them is a girl with short, dark hair, calmly walking ahead of the others. Someone calls her name, causing her to turn around with slight surprise. She notices one of the statues suddenly moving, slowly turning its head toward her. In this world, when a child turns 12, they are sent to a temple where the high priest, who can hear the voice of God, grants each one a unique talent that determines their future. This gift is considered a divine blessing, and everyone sees it as a crucial step toward their destiny. It was once believed that humans were too weak, so God often gave them combat skills needed to fight demons threatening humanity. Over time, the situation changed, and now many people receive abilities related to the development of civilization, as the threat from monsters is no longer as great. Those around listen with interest to the girl's explanations, calling her knowledgeable and admiring her insights. One of the children joyfully exclaims that it's really cool. A girl with short blonde hair shyly looks away, saying she doesn't think she's smart and is just sharing what she learned earlier. Her friend hugs her with admiration, insisting that it's still amazing and deserves respect. Behind them, the ceremony continues, and the priests in the temple call the next child to receive a gift. One of the participants watches the scene with a slight smile, holding back laughter. A girl named Anna steps forward enthusiastically, loudly introducing herself, even though the priest calmly says that stating her name isn't necessary. The ceremony continues, and soon her gift is revealed, astonishing everyone present. When people hear the name of the talent, they react in amazement, realizing that the Dragon Knight is considered one of the most powerful gifts. The girl, surprised, repeats the priest's instruction and, a bit confused, agrees to follow the temple guard. The children start discussing, and one of the students notes that despite her sweet appearance, Anna is now the strongest among them. Meanwhile, a short-haired girl watches the events unfold, preparing for the next stage of the ceremony. The priest, surprised, names a new gift that has never appeared among children before, the talent of effort. The boy standing before him repeats what he heard, puzzled and not fully grasping its meaning. The other children exchange glances, unable to hide their surprise at such an unusual choice. The priest confirms that this is indeed the first time someone has received such an ability. After the gift is announced, the boy hears the phrase, "Do your best," which leaves him puzzled and embarrassed. One of the adults wonders if this means the child doesn't have a clear talent. A group of children keeps laughing, shouting hurtful words and mocking a boy named Revele, calling him a loser because of his unusual gift. One student, named Carlo, runs up and starts taunting him with exaggerated cruelty, loudly ridiculing his useless talent. Carlo, with a smug smile, boasts about his gift, showing off his talent as a swordmaster and loudly calling it amazing. He happily points out that although this talent is not as great as a Dragon Knight's, it is still one of the best. Carlo exclaims that he and Rivella used to be equal in strength, but now, after gaining the talent of a swordmaster, everything is changed. Arrogantly, he claims that God chose him for the path of a fencer, not the son of a simple craftsman. Shouting, he demands Revelle to confirm his words, reminding him of his superiority. In response, Revelle silently strikes Carlo, knocking him down with a single powerful blow. Revelle approaches Anna and curiously asks what she talked about with the priest after the ceremony. The girl, with a slight smile, mentions his name without giving a clear answer, as if avoiding details. At that moment, a voice calls out from afar, breaking the silence and drawing their attention. One of those present irritably notes that someone is shouting too loudly, disturbing the peace. A child's voice demanding sweets echoes over the peaceful village nestled at the foot of the mountains, surrounded by greenery and fields, where everything breathes peace and tranquility. One of the boys enters the house and asks his mother for permission to use the kitchen, intending to cook something. The woman, busy with her tasks, smiles and asks him to make a treat for her as well. The child nods, ready to get to work. Revelle serves the prepared dish, and Anna eagerly takes the plate, delighted by the appetizing appearance. She immediately starts eating, openly enjoying the taste and calling the food delicious, expressing her excitement. Revelle watches her reaction with a smile, asking her to eat more slowly and noting that he might have to say goodbye to this flavor. The atmosphere at the table remains warm and relaxed. Ravel and Anna sit at a wooden table inside a cozy, light-filled home, surrounded by jars of preserves and fresh fruit. The atmosphere seems calm, but Anna's words carry determination and seriousness as she speaks about her intention to leave this place. She looks straight ahead, emphasizing the importance of her words. Ravel remains silent, listening to her confession and understanding the weight of what she says. Ravel reflects on the Hero Academy, considered the best educational institution in the Kingdom of Theory, where they currently reside. This place gathers people with exceptional talents to train heroes capable of defending the country. The temple ritual is held here, in the main sanctuary, in the presence of the high priest. The temple guards are stationed at the academy for a reason. Their presence underscores the importance and prestige of the institution. The young man, with a serious expression, asks if she really hates battles. He addresses her by name, Anna, indicating the importance of the situation to him. The girl doesn't answer immediately but visibly hesitates. Meanwhile, the narrator explains that measures were taken to prevent children with exceptional talents, like Anna, from escaping. The girl smiles and says she has no other choice. She believes this talent was given to her. The guy suddenly jumps up, apologizes for what he said earlier. He thanks her for the meal, quickly leaves, and keeps apologizing as he goes. The guy notices something strange happening with Anna and calls out her name. She suddenly drops to her knees right there on the street, pressing against the ground. The man, seeing her condition, asks in surprise what happened to Anna. He looks at her with a worried expression, but doesn't immediately understand what's going on. The man continues to ponder the situation, concluding that Anna has the talent of a dragon knight. He recalls initially thinking she was upset about having a weak talent. However, he now realizes she is a hero of the kingdom. The woman recalls being surprised by her son's talent, as she initially thought he was foolish. She compares his ability to Ravel's talent, emphasizing that effort alone is something remarkable. The boy responds with confusion, asking for clarification. Smiling, the woman adds that even pancakes turn out the same, hinting at simplicity and sincerity. The young man shyly asks if it's really true, and hears that the dish turned out delicious because he worked hard, wanting to see Anna smile. He remembers how, after gaining the talent of a baker, he immediately thought about its benefits. The guy is happy because he can not only feed himself, but also bring joy to others. The man says he'll be back late today because he needs to prepare for a battle before God. He emphasizes the importance of showcasing fights between children with combat talents. The young man listens carefully, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The man adds that the high priest will be watching the duel, so the leader has instructed him to act with particular care. The young man suddenly stands up, catching the attention of those around him, and one of the girls calls his name in surprise. The other two watch him, wondering what he might be thinking. A young man with a determined look concludes that he needs to prove something. He is convinced that he must show everyone the strength of his talent. Internally, he insists that the ability to strive deserves recognition. He firmly believes that this talent is worthy of admission to the Hero Academy. A young man stands in the room, contemplating his next move, as the battle before God is fast approaching. He recalls the woman's words about the mysterious nature of talents. Despite his reluctance to use his ability, he decides he needs to learn more about it. With determination in his eyes, he temporarily sets aside his doubts and focuses on understanding the talent of effort. The young man taps into his inner strength by contemplating the concepts of skill and wisdom that surpass human intelligence. It is explained that there are two ways to gain such strength, through innate abilities or through numerous real battles. Wisdom is linked to the latter, which cannot be acquired at birth. Many people spend years seeking strength, but often do so unsuccessfully. It describes the power of wisdom, which gives the user knowledge about everything except hidden information. This ability allows finding any data if it is open and accessible for understanding. The young man recalls how he suffered in the past because of this ability, as others mocked him. He admits he never wanted this power, as it's just knowledge, not a reason for pride. A young man decides that he first needs to better understand his talent called effort. He learns that all efforts yield results, but unlike other abilities, there is no growth mechanism here. If a person stops trying, progress completely halts. Thus, rewards come only with constant and continuous effort. A young man sits on the floor, contemplating his talent and realizing that the lack of a growth system makes his journey difficult. He wonders how people with similar talents managed before, and concludes that it's a problem. Through his wisdom, he learns that magic can be mastered by understanding its structure. However, his current mana level is insufficient to learn even a simple spell. The young man realizes he can't use magic due to a lack of mana and decides to find a way to increase his magical power without using spells. He learns about a method of enhancement suitable for those whose talents aren't directly linked to magic. The boy focuses and envisions the power within his body. Then he tries to direct it outward, following the instructions he received. The young man tries to release all the magical power from his body to increase its maximum level. However, he experiences intense pain that brings him to tears and makes him scream. It's explained that such magic depletion comes with torment that could break even an adult. This procedure needs to be repeated several times because, without innate magical talents, using magic is nearly impossible. The young man decides to unleash all the magical power from his body to increase its maximum capacity. He recalls the instruction that this process will help develop inner strength. However, almost immediately, he is overwhelmed by intense pain that he can barely endure. He writhes and screams in agony, realizing how brutal and taxing this method is on the body. It is said that using magic is nearly impossible without innate magical talents. To increase magical power, a method involving intense pain is required. This magic depletion must be repeated many times, despite the suffering. It is noted that such pain can bring even an adult to tears, highlighting the severity of the ordeal. The young man trembles with pain, clenching his teeth and fist, his face covered in sweat and tears. Despite his suffering, he doesn't back down and gathers his strength. Internally, he acknowledges it's tough, but he's still determined to keep going. He firmly declares that he will see it through to the end, no matter what. The young man lies on the floor, completely exhausted after numerous attempts to deplete and restore his magic. He doesn't know exactly how many times he's gone through this, recalling it was 9 or 10 attempts. Each one was so painful that he thought he might die. Despite all his efforts, he still hasn't managed to use a single magic spell. The young man suddenly feels a new ability activate within him and is surprised to realize he has just gained a skill. The system informs him that he has acquired the skill of super magic regeneration, which significantly speeds up its recovery. The condition for obtaining this ability is naturally restoring magical energy 10 times in a row from a state of complete depletion. He is shocked by what is happening and realizes that his efforts have finally paid off. A young man sits on the floor, surprised and tense, processing the information about a new skill. He recalls having learned many abilities before using the power of wisdom. However, the current condition for acquiring this skill is unfamiliar and something he hasn't encountered before. He is astonished to see such a requirement related to the repeated restoration of magic for the first time. The young man examines the notes and concludes that this might be a skill that can be acquired. He suspects there are many other skills with different conditions for obtaining them. One note states that to activate the muscle strength enhancement skill, one must deplete their magic and perform 100 push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. He realizes that these conditions may vary for each person. The young man begins to understand the true nature of his talent called effort, and is surprised at how different it is from other abilities. He reflects that people with combat talents achieve results in just 10 repetitions, whereas he had to go through much more. Despite this, he is glad to have gained the skill of magic super recovery. With confidence in his eyes, he decides to keep going, and declares that with this, he can win. The young man keeps training and activates several skills in the process, including muscle enhancement, magic control, and body improvement. His exhausted body lies on the floor, surrounded by bubbles, a sign of complete depletion. He has reached his limit, but achieved results through continuous effort. In the end, he loses consciousness from the overload, noting that much happened that day. The young man studies his notes and remembers that along with increased muscle strength, he gained 2 more skills. He notes that he acquired abilities in magic control and body enhancement. As he reflects on this, he eats a fruit to recover his strength after a tough workout. The young man thinks that mastering magic seems quite universal and might be linked to other skills. He decides to use his wisdom to learn the conditions for acquiring certain abilities. The young man, startled by the unexpected offer to talk, spills his water in surprise. Meanwhile, he discovers information about a skill that could catch the high priest's attention. The young man clenches his fists and, with determination in his voice, calls out to Anna, promising to catch up with her. He delivers a blow that surprises his adult opponent. In the arena, a warrior woman shouts as she demonstrates her strength, calling it the power of a sword master. She is breathing heavily but confident in her endurance and ready to continue the fight. From the stands, the transition to the next participant is announced, signaling readiness to proceed with the trials. The crowd watches the events unfold, while a priestess on a platform oversees the duels. A warrior with a tense face and a sword in hand loudly declares that she has shown the strength of a true sword master. Despite her fatigue and heavy breathing, she insists she can keep fighting and has no intention of giving up. An announcement about the next participant echoes in the arena, and the audience's attention shifts. Ravelli steps into the arena with a sword in hand, capturing everyone's attention with his confident demeanor. The swordmaster, furious and mocking, asks if he has lost his mind by challenging him. He laughs disdainfully, claiming it's impossible to defeat someone like him, especially with mere effort. He calls the young man someone even the gods have rejected, emphasizing his superiority and contempt. The high priest appears on the balcony and loudly reprimands the participants, stating that they are making too much noise. One of the warriors tries to argue, reminding him that the fight before the god is meant only for those with combat skills. However, the priest is annoyed and refuses to listen to any explanations. He raises his voice to stop the chaos and restore order in the arena. The swordmaster, with a wild grin, declares that he will gladly fulfill his opponent's wish, as he has long wanted to beat him to a pulp. Ravel responds indifferently, with mild surprise, asking if that's really true. One of the onlookers, shocked, questions if he's being foolish, amazed by what's happening. At this moment, the judge, in a panic, shouts that he hasn't given the signal to start the fight, accusing the opponent of acting on his own and being arrogant. The warrior charges with a shout, fiercely swinging his sword and challenging his opponent to fight. His face is twisted with anger, and his eyes are filled with fury and determination. In response, Ravel remains calm and focused, watching the blades' movements intently. Their swords clash in the air, marking the start of a fierce duel. The swordmaster strikes with force, confident in his victory, and demands that Ravel admit defeat. However, the young man blocks the attack and wonders what would have happened if someone else were in his place. His gaze becomes determined, focused on winning at any cost. Ravel barely holds off the opponent's attacks, feeling the weight and speed of each strike. He acknowledges the vast difference in their talents, and even strengthening his body doesn't help withstand the onslaught. Carlo keeps pressing, fiercely shouting for him not to stop and to keep fighting. Carlo angrily shouts for his opponent not to stand still, even if he's untalented, because it makes the fight pointless. He keeps landing blows, stating that taking them without resistance isn't a fight. The spectators in the stands loudly support Carlo, shouting demands to finish off the opponent. The man is puzzled as to why Ravel suddenly wants to see his fencing technique, and asks about the purpose. The young man explains that it's necessary, despite his father's busy preparations for the fight, and asks him to slow down his movements to better understand them. The story reveals information about a skill called imitation, which allows the user to replicate anyone's movements. To activate it, one must understand the target's movements through enhanced vision and be aware of the ability to use this skill. It is noted that the replicated actions require the expenditure of magical energy. The skill offers vast possibilities, but demands careful observation and high concentration. Ravel forcefully repeats a powerful move, precisely mimicking the swordsman's actions he observed earlier. His attack appears confident and precise, astonishing the spectators and those watching from the arena. The high priest watches with intense interest. The young man's eyes are filled with determination as he focuses entirely on executing the technique and continuing the fight. The arena announces Ravel's victory, shocking the spectators who can't believe what just happened. One of the attendees exclaims in amazement that the young boy actually managed to perform such a technique. The high priest silently watches the arena, impressed by the swordsman's skill. The audience is bewildered by the level of swordsmanship displayed by someone previously thought to lack talent. Ravel stands in the arena with a determined look, asking for permission to join the Hero Academy. He claims he defeated a swordmaster without getting a single scratch. The young man highlights his achievement and questions if that isn't enough for admission. His words are confident, and a tense silence fills the room. From the high platform, the high priest delivers a stern verdict, declaring that admission is impossible. He explains that the Academy of Heroes is not just an educational institution, but a sacred place tied to divine dignity. Revel calmly accepts the priest's decision and says he understands. He apologizes for his behavior, admitting he crossed the line. The high priest, observing Revel, admits that, from his perspective, the established rules seem incorrect. He notes that even from the standpoint of divine order, the young man remains a mystery. A young man addresses a woman named Alunite and asks where Anna is. She replies that the girl has locked herself in her room because she's leaving for the academy tomorrow. The woman suggests calling her, hoping she will respond. Anna sits alone, hugging her knees to her chest and reflects on her feelings. She admits to herself that she is afraid of fighting, despite having a talent for it. She is scared of hurting others and getting hurt herself. At the same time, she admires Revel, considering him truly cool, especially after his victory over Carlo. Anna remembers how she used to dream of a peaceful life in the village with Revel. She hoped to find freedom and not be forced to fight. Revel recalls that Anna always spoke of him as a really great person, and he confidently agrees with this himself. He reflects on the Academy's system, where those with exceptional talents enter the second class. Revel, with a fiery gaze, vows to become strong enough in 3 years to protect the Dragon Knight and to enroll in the Hero Academy despite all the challenges. Anna warns that he won't be able to live in peace and tranquility then, as he will have almost no free time. Anna fondly recalls how she often cried as a child, admitting she was always quite the crybaby. Whenever things got tough, Revel was the first to come and help her through, never leaving her alone. She warmly notes that he always knew how to comfort her, especially when he brought sweets that instantly made her feel better. Anna, with a smile and a blush on her face, admits that she likes Revel more than anyone else in the world. Her hair flows in the wind, and her voice sounds sincere and determined. The young man looks at her in surprise, not expecting to hear such words. Anna, with shining eyes, promises to become the perfect girl who will win Revel's heart and hear his response in 3 years at the academy. At that moment, Revel recalls how he was once surrounded by mockery, judgment, and distrust. Anna, with a gentle smile, admits she fell in love with that very smile she saw in the past. She recalls a childhood moment when she invited Revel to play together and he happily agreed. Now, looking at him, she suggests making a promise filled with sincerity and hope for a shared future. Revel makes a heartfelt promise. Even if Anna isn't strong or perfect, he only wants to see her smile. For that, he's willing to become so strong that even the Dragon Knight won't have to fight anymore. All his efforts, ambitions, and dreams are focused solely on seeing her happy one day, because it's for that smile that he lives and grows stronger. Father Revel, Aiden, is a teacher at the dojo, but in reality, he rarely takes the initiative. He shows up briefly, says just a few words, and then leaves to relax somewhere quietly. The teachers who filled in for the father never complained about his careless attitude toward his duties. They all understood the reason behind his behavior. The elders and students gathered around the young warrior watched him with concern and respect. A figure in a cloak struck the massive creature forcefully, gripping a sword in the right hand. A whirlwind of energy and debris from the destruction surrounded them at the clash. The creature with dark fur and claws tried to counterattack, but its paw was knocked aside. A girl with long hair walked along the rainy road, shielding herself from the downpour with a large umbrella. The village she left behind was surrounded by rice fields and mountain landscapes. As she departed, the villagers shouted words of encouragement, seeing her off with hope. They all believed she was the greatest talent ever born in their village. The villagers gathered by the road to see the girl off, waving to her in the rain. Among them was a girl in a poncho and several adults watching her departure with smiles. A young man with wet hair turned around when he heard a question directed at him. He was asked if he planned to see off the one leaving and if he regretted staying behind. The young man with a determined look declared he wasn't going to waste a second. A long-haired man watching him noted his ambition to enter the Hero Academy. The conversation continued as the other person expressed surprise that the young man wanted to study at the same place as the girl he liked. He admitted he hadn't received the results yet but was glad he chose this path. Meanwhile, a warning was issued at the slope about the potential consequences of entering the academy. A mysterious speaker noted that even if one manages to get inside by imitating a priest, it offers no guarantees. He added that the power at the highest level is too great for an ordinary student. It was also mentioned that in case of failure, the young man would be quickly expelled. The man pointed out that the young man was trying to imitate someone else because he realized he couldn't get into the Hero Academy the usual way. He noted that such tricks wouldn't lead to success and urged him to experience everything firsthand so the result would be permanently etched in his memory. In the darkness, a question was asked about what a man plans to teach his son if he aims to become the strongest. It was noted that even a bamboo sword wasn't brought along, casting doubt on the seriousness of his intentions. In response, there was a remark about the need to do something completely different from dojo training. Eyes watched intently from the shadows, closely observing the scene. A shirtless man conjured a magical flame, glowing brightly and surrounded by swirling energy. He extended his hand forward, as if offering power, expressing his readiness to assist in training. From the flame emerged an ability called skill demonization, which clearly held special significance. His face remained serious, and a rumbling sound accompanied the activation of the power. The young man watched the blazing fire in amazement, not understanding what was in front of him. The mentor explained that it was demon fire and instructed him to focus and meditate while sitting across from it. The room was filled with flickering light as the figures around the fire remained motionless. It was said that this was the way to gain the power of demonization. A horned creature stood among skulls and flames, radiating darkness and power beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was said that one could gain the same power by mastering techniques related to demonization. There was also the idea that such energy could enhance the body's physical endurance. The guy holding the fire asked why information about demonization hasn't become public yet. The response was an admission that the creator of the method simply hates sharing it with others. It was then emphasized that even with all the wisdom in the world, you can't find data on demonization because it's considered secret. The young man with a tense expression reacted sharply to his inner sensations as he approached the demonic flames. Within moments his face turned pale and his body wavered from weakness, causing him to fall to his knees. He couldn't hold back the nausea and vomited right in front of the fire, barely supporting himself on his hands. The flames roared even louder, filling the space with intense heat. The young man, exhausted by its effects, was breathing heavily and barely standing, feeling his body weaken. He was told that this demonic fire feeds on magic from the air and the life energy of nearby people. It was emphasized that such fire inevitably disrupts all physical functions of the body. The young man writhed on the floor, unable to bear the pain caused by contact with the flame and magical exhaustion. Meanwhile, the mentor calmly explained that demonic fire drains hidden magical power from the body. This leads to severe exhaustion and suffering, accompanied by a loss of control over the body. The young man found himself surrounded by terrifying creatures, their faces twisted in rage as he struggled with inner tension. It felt as if demons loomed over him, penetrating his mind through magical pain. Meanwhile, it was explained that the word demon first appeared in the myths of ancient kingdoms. Those who studied monsters in the demon world gave these beings their name. The young man lay on the floor, breathing heavily and barely conscious, trying to cope with the pain and fear. Meanwhile, an explanation was given that, according to ancient mythology, demons dwell in a kind of hell and torment the souls of wrongdoers. The mentor pointed out that to surpass demons in strength, one must overcome that very hell. He added that everything happening was just the beginning of the journey. The young man gasped and writhed in pain next to the magical flame, feeling as if he were underwater without air. His body alternated between exhaustion and brief recovery, creating a vicious cycle of suffering. Even enhanced magical restoration proved useless, as the environment was lacking in magical elements. The person sitting across reminded him that the young man had already defeated a first-rank swordsman named Carlo, and asked if that wasn't enough. However, the young man confidently stated that it wasn't enough for him, as he aspired to even greater strength. He wanted to achieve absolute combat talent that would allow him to protect even a dragon knight. The man closed his eyes with a slight smile, as if satisfied with his companion's determination. The young man's gaze remained focused and confident, reflecting his inner readiness. He heard that he now truly seemed prepared for the next step. The man watched as the young man lay exhausted in front of the flames, unable to continue training. He thought it was unlikely to get through this in one day and decided to leave the room for a while. As he headed for the exit, a weary voice stopped him. The young man, barely lifting his head, asked him not to leave. The young man, struggling to rise, stretched his hand forward despite the trembling in his body and tears in his eyes. He tried to convince himself that he could still move and wouldn't give up just yet. With effort, he focused on finding a way out, believing there had to be a solution. Confidence in his own mind gave him hope that with wisdom, he could find a way to overcome the pain. The young man was deep in thought, trying to find a way to deal with the exhaustion caused by the fire. He realized that magic and the life force of surrounding beings played a key role in what was happening. An idea flashed through his mind that wisdom is not power, but a means to seek the right information. Catching on to this hint, he suddenly stopped, as if something important had just occurred to him. The young man watched his father, engulfed in magical flames, and couldn't understand how he remained so calm. His face was serene, despite the raging energy around him. The son's mind raced, trying to figure out how his father could wield such power so effortlessly. This contrast only strengthened his determination to master the same force. The man stood calmly even though his body was engulfed in demonic flames. He appeared unbothered, as if the fire caused him no harm. Meanwhile, the young man wondered how his father could handle such a destructive force so effortlessly. The idea that someone could do this naturally unsettled him. One of them admitted he wanted to play with a paper airplane right there. However, due to the weather, they decided to move the game indoors to avoid getting wet. The boy showed his airplane, adding that he made it with skill and chose the most advanced design. The girl suddenly snatched the paper airplane from the boy and started taking it apart, despite his alarm. She carefully examined the design, noted the details, and began to reassemble it. After a few hand movements, she confidently announced she was finished, holding the revamped model. Her face showed satisfaction, and the airplane looked neatly and sturdily put together. The girl smiled and encouraged Ravel not to dwell on difficulties, suggesting they simply change their approach if circumstances had shifted. She cheerfully proposed abandoning the paper airplane idea and starting a new game. The boy was initially surprised, but soon laughed at her words. These memories resurfaced in his mind as he gasped for air, mentally repeating that if one thing doesn't work, you should try something else. The young man, in a panic, tried to find a way to catch his breath, feeling the magical pressure squeezing his body. Suddenly, he remembered a magic control skill he had learned while preparing for battle against a deity. Realizing this, he concluded that he could use magical power to start breathing. After one event, the young man unexpectedly gained a skill called magic power circulation. However, he became so focused on mastering the imitation technique that he completely forgot about this ability. Memories from the past surfaced, showing him engaged in training and daily activities. These recollections helped him realize that the forgotten skill might be the key to salvation. Information was presented about a skill called magic power circulation, which allows magic to flow through the body at any time. Activating it enhances physical abilities and reduces energy consumption when using skills. Additionally, this skill increases the amount of magic released from the same source. The young man focused on channeling a small amount of magical energy, restored through an enhanced spell, throughout his body. He understood that the enhancement applied only to magic, not to physical health. His goal was to distribute the energy to every part of his body and remain conscious. If successful, he would be able to keep breathing even in this exhausted state. The young man, exhausted and covered in sweat, stood there, breathing heavily after his intense effort. At that moment, he felt something change inside him, and the system confirmed he had acquired the skill magic power circulation. His face remained serious as he grasped the significance of what had happened. The observer's gaze, witnessing the result, showed complete astonishment. Lying by the fire, the young man felt relieved to have activated his skill, even if only weakly. However, his joy was short-lived, as he realized that under the current conditions, it was impossible to focus and meditate. The fire kept pressing on him, disrupting his inner balance. A sudden thought made him question the correctness of his actions. Despite the lack of air, the young man decided to direct his magical power in the same way air circulates in the body. He realized he was beginning to feel even the flow of blood and how his nerves were gradually adapting. An inner voice suggested that this was the essence of all his training. Surprised, he understood how much he had previously relied on unconscious processes. The young man sat in a meditative pose before the flame, striving to maintain complete calm and focus. Energy currents swirled around him, gradually settling into a steady flow. His breathing became even, and his expression turned serene, reflecting inner stability. He entered a deep state, allowing him to fully control the circulation of magical energy within his body. A man approached the young man deep in meditation and slowly reached for the sword's hilt. His expression turned focused as he assumed a combat stance, preparing for his next move. Flames flickered at his feet, highlighting the tension of the moment. In the next instant, the sword blade was drawn with a smooth yet decisive motion. A warrior with a sword approached the young man, who was still meditating in front of the flame. Suddenly, the fire flared up more intensely, and the young man's gaze became focused and determined. Meanwhile, a girl stood nearby, head down and fists clenched, as if sensing the tension. In the next moment, a powerful surge swept through the space, and the young man was thrown back, his face showing complete shock. A powerful wave of force swept the figures across the room, leaving behind traces of destruction and distorted energy. Bodies spun through the air, crashing into surfaces, as if caught in a vortex of fury. The girl lowered her head, mentally countering it with something different. The young man, with a determined look on his face, raised his hand to intercept the powerful, dazzling attack. Flames swirled around him, highlighting his awakened strength and inner focus. His gaze remained steady despite the pressure, as if he had discovered something important. In that moment, a phrase echoed. "In hell, demons only laugh," countering fear with confidence. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a destructive wave that crashed against the walls of the training hall. The fighters exchanged blows, each accompanied by flashes of magical energy. Cracks spread across the arena floor, mirroring the tension between the combatants. One of them noted that he could no longer tell how many hours had passed since the exhausting duel began. Under the clear sky, two stood amidst the ruins of a training hall, surrounded by debris and signs of a recent battle. The system recorded the acquisition of the demonization skill, marking the completion of an important stage. One of the warriors silently offered a sword, symbolizing the end of their training. Nearby, on the grass, lay a stone with a face, silently observing the scene. The young man gratefully accepted the sword from his father, promising to take care of it and use it wisely. The weapon was exceptionally strong and meant for real battles that would prepare him for the future. He fastened the sword to his belt, ready for the next stage of his journey. At that moment, he mentally apologized to his mother for his sudden departure, and she warmly smiled, assuring him that everything was fine. The young man eagerly adjusted his cloak and said goodbye to his parents, loudly promising to see them again. A sword hung on his back, and he held a bag of belongings in his hand, ready for a new journey. His mother watched silently, while his father pondered as he looked after his departing son. Doubt crept into his thoughts, as he felt that the young man's true talent might not lie in battles. The girl curiously looked around the temple, remembering that she hadn't been here since preparing for the battle before God. She was amazed that such a majestic temple was located in such a small village. Every time she looked at the building, she realized how much people depend on the gift of talent. All the temples where these abilities awaken always appear impressive and solemn. The man recalled how he used to mock efforts, considering them pointless. He admitted that in his years of traveling, he rarely met people who put in more effort than their natural talent required. Reflecting on the unusual circumstances, he mentioned that it usually takes at least 2 years to achieve demonization. The woman next to him quietly remarked on how sad it is to possess limitless power, hinting at the protagonist's unconventional path. The woman struggled to hold back tears, quietly sobbing and wiping her face, trying to maintain a smile. She kept telling herself everything was fine, repeating it out loud. The man stood beside her, realizing he could no longer see his son, who had set off on his journey. Emotions overwhelmed both parents as they silently bid him farewell in their thoughts. A young man with a sword in hand confidently looked ahead as he left the village. His parents watched him from afar, wondering what he would become. The woman noted that he would now meet new people and gain experience. The man added that perhaps Ravel would one day surpass him. After all, he is their son. A girl was frantically running from a huge monster that was quickly catching up to her. She screamed about her impending doom, unaware that someone was watching from a hill. In the next moment, a young man with a sword dashed into the cart near the girl. He pierced the monster with a precise strike, arriving just in time. The young man, with a determined look, delivered a powerful slash, cutting through the monster with his sword. A burst of energy accompanied his movement, showcasing strength and confidence in his attack. The creature's body was pierced through, and its head began to spin in the air from the forceful blow. The attacker maintained his combat stance, ready for the battle to continue if needed. Onlookers watched in amazement as the guy struck down the monster with a single blow. The girl, shocked by what she saw, decided to leave immediately, citing important matters. The main character tried to stop her, but she quickly disappeared. One of the witnesses looked after her in confusion, realizing the strangeness of the situation. The young man looked tired and covered in blood, which immediately worried the girl, who noticed his condition. She carefully asked if he really planned to continue without cleaning up. The guy admitted that he hadn't seen a single living soul in the past few days, and hadn't even noticed his appearance. After a brief pause, the girl, hesitating slightly, offered to help him clean up the signs of battle. The young man looked at his new clothes with surprise, noting with admiration that it was the first time he wore something like this, and thought he looked really cool. The girl smiled and mentioned that it was one of the best items from their merchant guild, slightly embarrassing him with the word item. She then introduced herself as Rao, a representative of the merchant guild, and expressed her pleasure in meeting him. In response to his hesitation about receiving the clothes, she easily allowed him to take them, reminding him that he had saved her by killing an orc. The girl reminded him that an orc's horn could be sold for a large sum, enough to buy 3 sets of armor like the one the young man was wearing. She added that even if he kept the trophy for himself, he wouldn't be able to sell it without the guild, making it a pointless effort. She explained that monster materials could only be legally sold through the trading guild. Finally, with a smile, she emphasized that she let him take the armor precisely because he defeated the orc. The young man abruptly said goodbye and started to leave, leaving the girl confused. She quickly tried to stop him, calling out and asking him to wait. Then she asked if he was heading toward the hotel in the town of Riasi. After that, she smiled and suggested they go together. As the hero made his way to the labyrinth city of Flyer, he passed through interim settlements like this town with inns. These places provided temporary lodging for travelers and merchants and served as sources of rumors and gossip. At one of the tavern tables, people excitedly discussed a story about a young man who single-handedly defeated an orc. One of them confirmed it, saying that a merchant even brought a huge horn as proof. After hearing about the young hero's feat, the tavern visitors began to gather around him with questions and admiration. One by one, people asked him to reveal the secret of his strength, hoping to pass the knowledge on to their children. Some even offered to learn themselves, openly expressing their excitement. The hero was a bit taken aback by the attention, pondering how to respond. The hero began to describe his daily training routine in detail, leaving the listeners amazed. He explained that first, you need to deplete your mana while simultaneously training your body. After that, he does 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats until exhaustion sets in. Then he practices with a sword, studies books, and repeats the exercises every day. The audience was stunned, overwhelmed by such a rigorous and exhausting regimen. The girl, barely holding back tears, looked at the hero with admiration, realizing what he had done. She explained that the merchants in Resile felt deep gratitude and couldn't express it with words alone. If defending the city cost just 1 gold coin, it's a fair price. The hero, after a moment's thought, agreed to the terms and took on the responsibility, which brought a joyful response from those present. The girl, with a gentle smile, repeated that 1 gold coin was a small price for such protection. The townspeople eagerly asked Ravel to do everything possible for Ryosol's safety. Someone expressed admiration for Rara, acknowledging her contribution. Under the night sky, the city fell silent, entrusting its fate to the new protector. A young man decided to use a book of wisdom to learn methods for dealing with thieves. He discovered that robbers often operate in groups, staging sudden attacks, because they are weak on their own. He noted that this behavior isn't surprising, as many of them are despised for their lack of skills. Trying to understand their feelings, he wondered why the disadvantaged often turn to crime. The young man walked calmly forward, thinking that only the cleanup was left. Suddenly, he sensed danger and quickly turned his head. An enemy lunged at him from the darkness, swinging a sword. He reacted instantly, intercepting the attack with his weapon at close range. The enemies shouted threats, ordering him to die and expressing frustration. One of the attackers reminded him that if the hero held back, he might die. Despite the tense situation, the young man calmly noted that he hadn't killed anyone. He even laughed, showing confidence and control over the situation. A formidable opponent with a fierce expression suddenly charged at the young man, raising his sword menacingly. The hero managed to duck, dodging the blow. Then the attacker looked at the weapon in his hands and recognized something familiar. With surprise, he remarked on the sword, hinting at its special significance. The hero noticed that the opponent had become significantly faster, and his muscles had grown, suggesting monstrous strength. The criminal smirked and confirmed that the hero had uncovered his talent. He admitted he had a gift comparable to the level of the royal guard, a master of the sword. The hero asked why he became a thief despite such a high talent. The criminal, with a crazed smile, confessed that he chose the path of a thief simply because it brings him pleasure. He claimed that, having such power, he cannot resist the temptation to take away things, freedom, and even human lives. For him, happiness lies in taking what others earn through hard work, effort, and honor, while doing nothing himself. The hero, with a cold expression, called the enemy a lowlife, emphasizing his insignificance. The criminal just sneered maliciously in response, anticipating victory and intending to take his opponent's life. However, in the next moment, everything was engulfed in dust and debris, as the hero, standing calmly amidst the destruction, noted that victory was achieved with one simple move. The opponent was surprised to realize that all his attacks were dodged, despite having speed and strength comparable to a royal swordsman. The hero pondered his sudden strength and speculated that his magical power and physical abilities had increased due to body enhancement. He noted that he might have become stronger than before. Despite the enemy's speed, he turned out to be faster and more precise than expected. The hero calmly watched as his opponent lost balance and fell, unable to withstand even the first strike of the series. He was slightly surprised by the quick outcome, not expecting the attack to be so effective. A girl behind him criticized him for being too harsh, advising against using additional strikes. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd loudly protested that no one should lose consciousness from a single hit like that and demanded that the fighter get up. She was clearly impressed by what was happening and expressed her admiration for his strength and the outcome of the fight. The hero curiously asked why the girl was there. She smiled and explained that the merchants were worried that bandits had stolen their valuable goods. She added that if the village owed them a favor, it would make things easier for the guild, as they often passed through Riesel for work. The hero remarked with reproach that they wanted to use him as bait. The girl admitted that she indeed planned to take advantage of the chaos to retrieve what was stolen. She noted that everything worked out even better than she had expected. The girl anxiously noted that, if this item were lost, the merchant guild would suffer significant damage, as its value was extremely high. One of the heroes, carefully examining the debris, unexpectedly spotted the sought-after item and pointed to it with relief. At that moment, everyone's attention focused on the discovery, and the young man, with wide eyes, confirmed that this was exactly what they were looking for. The bandits who had been terrorizing the mayor of Riesel were captured and handed over to the authorities, restoring order. As promised, the hero was rewarded for completing the task with not only a sturdy wagon, but also a gold coin. Pleased with the outcome, he noted that it was time to head to the next destination. However, despite his confidence, he suddenly exclaimed, as if something had unexpectedly surprised or alarmed him. The hero stopped and silently watched as someone disappeared into the bushes, making sounds like "Kyokyu," as if an apology. One of the companions exclaimed that now they had nothing to eat for dinner since all the food was gone. Another, upset, tried to stop the fleeing creature named River. The girl ran up to the hero indignantly, pointing at the little animal and loudly accusing him of negligence, reminding him that it was his pet and he should be watching it. The guy just silently looked away, calmly holding the bowl in his hand. The situation resembled a comical argument over the antics of a restless animal. Earlier, the characters were closely examining a creature lying on the ground with an amulet tied around its neck. One of them noted with surprise that it was a dragon hatchling, adding that he had never seen such creatures before. A girl, with a serious expression, stated that even for her trading guild, such a creature was considered rare. The little dragon appeared calm and trusting, watching the events with interest. Since it would take 100 years for the artifact to be fully effective in battle, it was valuable only as a rare ingredient for royal dishes or as a component of a magical tool. Despite this, its theft caused a wave of concern, and the guild was immediately informed, while one person was already anticipating the glory of being a hero for its return and the chance for a profitable resale. When Ravel, with seriousness and determination, asked if he could buy the artifact, assuming that since it was for sale, he could purchase it, the girl was surprised but replied yes. However, she mentioned the price, 5 white coins equivalent to 500 gold coins, as 1 white equals 100 gold, and this left Ravel truly shocked. When Ravel realized that the item cost 500 gold coins, he quickly calculated that to gather such an amount, he would have to defeat the same group of bandits 500 times. Only then, when they are gone for good, could he afford such a valuable item, if he indeed decided to buy it, despite everything. When Ravel realized he couldn't afford the purchase, an unexpected offer to change the payment method caught him off guard. However, the girl, noticing his reaction, quickly clarified that she meant he should accompany her on a dangerous journey to Vaminia as her bodyguard. His strength and determination had impressed her, and now she was counting on him. The city of Vaminia, a major port and trade hub with numerous guilds and shops, became a necessary stop on the way to the final destination, the labyrinth city of Frapara. Although it was initially just an intermediate stage, the hero didn't mind, as this is where the region's business life is concentrated. This stop might play an important role in their further journey and quest. So all of this, being a bodyguard, traveling to another city, fulfilling requests, and possibly risking his life, is for just 5 white coins, equivalent to 500 gold ones? No wonder the hero is confused, as almost everyone in the tavern turned out to be ordinary merchants, and now he faces a challenge far more difficult than he initially expected. Even though the monsters have become aggressive and the quality of goods is declining, the girl sees a great opportunity. She will buy up the merchants, unsold stock at a low price, and then resell it in Vaminia when demand rises and supplies stop, thereby strengthening her guild's reputation and earning a significant profit, the perfect moment to showcase her business acumen. Even knowing the mission is life-threatening, the hero agrees to the deal almost without hesitation. He admires the logic and foresight of the merchant girl, who, despite the risks, thinks strategically, favoring long-term gains over short-term wins. She unhesitatingly uses others' hardships to her advantage, seeing each defeat as just another opportunity for her own victory. Even if the path to strength involves battling powerful monsters and constant danger, it still leads forward. For the sake of protecting others, the hero is ready not only to fight, but also to shield his comrades, combining courage and responsibility. This makes him not just a fighter, but someone who earns trust and recognition, as confirmed by a friendly handshake with new allies. Even with the apparent trust between new allies, the world's rules impose their conditions. If a monster doesn't have a contract, it can't enter the city, and the guards will stop it without hesitation, unless you're a merchant. Such a small oversight, forgotten at the worst moment, can cost precious time and provoke a strong reaction, as important details sometimes come to mind only when it's too late. In an attempt to find a way out of the situation, the main character, thinking out loud, suggests making a deal with the dragon before arriving in Vaminia. Without this document, he won't be able to get the dragon past the city guards. Although the idea sounds logical, the situation demands an immediate solution, as any mistake or delay could lead to the failure of the carefully planned mission. Despite the surprise of his companions, Ravel decides to move forward and make the deal without hesitation, even if it seems like a crazy step. Sometimes, to achieve a goal and protect loved ones, you have to act on the edge of what's possible, relying not only on logic, but also on inner resolve and faith in your own path. Although the pet pack skill is used for taming monsters and is usually unavailable to those without a talent for monster management, Ravel, with persistence and extraordinary determination, is intent on acquiring it. Even if wisdom doesn't reveal all the information, he believes that strength of spirit and determination can overcome even the system's limitations. Although forming a pet pact requires special conditions, like telepathy, Ravel doesn't give up. He continues to use wisdom to understand all the intricacies of the process, because even if everything seems strange or impossible, he is determined to find a way to overcome any limitations for the sake of his goal. To form a pet pact through telepathy, you need not only the ability to transmit your thoughts using magical power, but also the skill of magical energy circulation. This means transferring your magic into the target's body and initiating its flow within, creating a strong mental bond. Without this bond, telepathic communication and establishing control are simply impossible. After studying the conditions for forming a quote pet pact, the hero realizes that telepathy is likely an innate skill available only to those with the monster control talent. Without the ability to transmit and circulate magical energy within the target's body, achieving the necessary level of synchronization for establishing a mental connection with a monster is impossible, even with theoretical knowledge. Looking back, I realized that as payment for the escort, I received not only a gold coin, but also a sturdy cart with a strong horse, along with a reward for defeating the bandits. All of this came from one risky mission that ended up being far more beneficial than I could have expected from a regular deal. After 4 days of exhausting travel filled with battles and guarding, River, with a relieved and weary smile, finally realized he had been pushed to his limits. Yet, he had no regrets, as it was all for a purpose, for a promise, and for the path he had chosen from the start, even if it turned out to be harder than he expected. Despite feeling tired and overwhelmed by small worries and concerns, River was determined not to let anything, neither unexpected obstacles nor distracting thoughts, slow him down. With only 1 day left before arriving in Vimenia to finalize an important agreement, he understood clearly how crucial and pivotal this moment could be for his future path. Despite his exhausting schedule, which includes daytime escort duties, nighttime telepathy classes, and endless training, River persistently continues with those pointless exercises. Deep down, he firmly believes that protecting the dragon hatchling and reaching the goal of getting to Frapara are more important than any doubts, fatigue, or ridicule from others. River, even though he's not fully aware of why he's in such a hurry, declined the village chief's polite offer. Once he decides and says, "I'll do it," there's no hesitation for him. He follows his chosen path with determination and firmness, without needing any justification, because the promise he makes to himself matters more than any external circumstances. Although the chances of forming a pact with a pet are extremely low without the innate gift of controlling monsters, the hero remains hopeful, and firmly believes that if he puts in enough effort and achieves a breakthrough, he will have a chance to gain the coveted skill. He is ready to go all the way, even if everyone around him thinks it's impossible. To everyone's surprise, the hero shows he can use magic without any spells, which shocks his companion. Such a skill is extremely rare and requires either exceptional talent or a deep intuitive connection with magic. Yet, he casually ponders what to make for dinner, as if this supernatural feat were just an everyday task. A hero who can defeat bandits and cast spells without speaking amazes those around him. Such a combination of combat skills and magic without incantation is rare even among experienced mages. To perform magic this way, one must not only know the theory, but also precisely envision the outcome and control magical power at a level accessible only to true geniuses or the chosen few. Although Ral has traveled extensively and visited many places, this is the first time he encounters magic without incantation. This surprises him, as the hero claims he was merely trying to remember the skill information as best as he could and follow the instructions in the wisdom. This makes him wonder about the true purpose of his ambitions and what he is truly capable of. When River hesitantly asks if people will laugh at him for stating his true goal, those around him are surprised. To them, it's clear that not only is he strong enough to pass the selection, but he also has the potential to join the Academy's elite class, reserved for the truly exceptional. His skills and determination impress even those accustomed to seeing the best. Even though she claims she's not that strong, everyone knows, a girl who can master the most complex magical books in minutes, defeat 100 opponents with a wooden sword without ever having held a weapon before, and shows a unique talent, deserves to be called not just a candidate for the elite academy, but a true ace of the kingdom, born to one day become a hero. Even when doubts arise and it seems impossible to reach my goal, I remember the promise I made to myself, to become stronger than her, not for fame or recognition, but simply to be able to protect her one day. That's why I have no right to stop, no right to give up, until I become the person who can fulfill that promise. To fulfill such a serious promise made with sincerity and determination, the person for whom it is spoken must hold a special place in the heart. It might be a first love, sparked by admiration for her strength, kindness, or perhaps her radiant smile, which became a source of inspiration and a reason to strive for perfection. Until now, I have been directing and channeling magical energy solely along the outer surface of the dragon hatchling, focusing my efforts only on manipulating its exterior. However, it seems the time has come to move beyond this approach and attempt to influence the deeper layers of the creature to achieve real progress and get closer to forming a complete pet pact. Since my magical wave and the dragon hatchling's wave don't resonate with each other, our level of magical compatibility remains low. I need to adjust the frequency of my magical energy. Although every creature has its own unique energy, it can be modified. The closer our waves align, the stronger our connection will be, making it easier to form a complete magical contract. By manipulating magical waves and tuning them to match the target's internal structure, a mage can create a special magical shell around it. This shell not only amplifies the flow of magical energy passing through, but also significantly extends the spell's range. It allows the mage to cover a larger area, affect distant objects, and, with proper concentration, accurately direct powerful spells even in unstable energy conditions. Perhaps, by focusing not just on directly conveying a thought, but on creating a clear mental construct that forms a meaningful telepathic signal containing emotions, intentions, and the message itself, establishing telepathic communication with a being of a different type of magical perception will become much simpler and more effective, especially if supported by inner willpower and precise control of magical energy. Understanding that establishing a stable magical connection with a creature requires more than just transferring energy. It demands maximum resonance of magical waves. He focused intensely, striving to enhance the harmony between their auras. He mentally sought the rhythm where their powers could oscillate as one. But just as he was fully immersed in this, a threat suddenly approached from behind. In deep concentration and nearly reaching the desired resonance of magical waves, he suddenly sensed a threat. Everything changed in an instant. A sharp cry rang out, and an enemy emerged from behind, forcing him to react swiftly. He leaped forward with his sword ready, fending off the attack to protect not only himself but also his companions, including the carriage caught in the attack zone. Seeing the terrifying tree-like monster before him, which he quickly identified as vulnerable to fire, he immediately gave the order to attack. The spell needed to be as effective as possible, and in the midst of chaos and destruction, he knew that any delay could cost lives. His focus was entirely on destroying the enemy as quickly as possible. When it suddenly became clear that a person was trapped inside the monster, the hero didn't hesitate. He quickly responded to his companion's words, fully trusting him, and decisively agreed to take a risky step, knowing that the slightest delay could cost the victim their life. Now everything depended on their coordination and speed. When the dragon swiftly broke through the monster's writhing tentacles, showing incredible agility and determination to rescue the captured person, the hero watching had no doubt. This was truly an exceptional ally, capable not only of fighting but also of saving others. This filled him with genuine admiration and amazement at how seamlessly they began to work together. At the critical moment when all seemed lost, the dragon precisely pointed out the person's location. Without wasting a second, the hero charged through danger, leaping from a height and casting aside all doubt to rescue the girl from the monster's claws, risking his own life. It all happened in a flash, filled with tension, courage, and determination. When the fiery force unleashed its incredible fury on the enemy, tearing the ground and air with a powerful explosion, the girl, filled with awe and fear, watched as the monster's shadow vanished in the blaze. The hero, swiftly descending from the sky with a sword in hand, prepared to deliver the decisive blow. All of this merged into a single moment of grandeur, sacrifice, and undeniable strength. When Rao came to, realizing he was alive thanks to River's intervention, he looked at her gratefully. She, a bit flustered, pointed out that without her spell, he would have died from Torrent's attack or burned in her own fire. However, she said his true gratitude should be directed not at her, but at the dragon, who saved him at the critical moment, risking its own life. River, recalling the time she kept the little dragon in a cage and treated it like a commodity, feels a surge of emotions. Her gaze softens, her voice trembles with inner remorse and gratitude. Overcoming her pride, she finally thanks the little dragon sincerely for saving her, showing her character growth and the strengthened emotional bond with the creature that once seemed to her just a means to an end. The main character proudly realizes that thanks to the accidental yet successful use of telepathy, he has managed to form a pet pact, officially making the little dragon his pet. This moment marks an important turning point in their relationship, from random companions to true partners. The scene is accompanied by the hero's genuine desire to give his new friend a name, a symbol of recognizing him as an individual and part of his team. The dragon joyfully acknowledges the new owner, calling him master, and a strong bond instantly forms between them, surprising everyone with its ease and naturalness. A simple exchange of greetings, filled with sincerity and warmth, highlights the start of their unique union, while those around them are puzzled by how quickly and seemingly effortlessly such an important event occurred. The main character, realizing his mistake, reproaches himself for getting too caught up in other matters and losing sight of Raoul. He decides to be more attentive and cautious in the future to avoid similar errors. On the very night she received the gift, accompanied by a strange dream and a voice she took to be divine, it was foretold that meeting someone with determination would be the key to her success as a trader. Later, after hearing a stranger's story in the dining room, she began to suspect that he was the person mentioned in her prophetic vision. The warrior confidently held his sword and kept honing the skills he had learned through his own training in the dining hall. He made a pact with a dragon hatchling and mastered the technique of spellless magic. His escort abilities were impressive, which greatly surprised the onlookers. Undoubtedly, all these qualities indicated that he possessed a talent called determination. If you believe the words heard from God in a dream, a partnership with this person could lead to a successful career as a merchant. The girl pondered his unpredictable potential, which God suggested was linked to incredible possibilities. River had exhausted all his magical power after the recent battle, highlighting the strength within him. She finally acknowledged that the voice she heard could indeed belong to a deity. In the vast expanse among spherical worlds stood an unusual planet with a tree growing on it. One of the bubbles floated above the surface, as if protecting the world contained within it. A character named River, exhausted and sweaty, kept training with maximum effort. A voice from outside urged him to be even more persistent, insisting that without extra effort, he wouldn't achieve his goal. The situation was becoming critical because Anna's life depended on River's success. If he failed, her death would be inevitable. The servant reported that Kurt had locked himself in the library again, as usual. The hero was surrounded by numerous books, studying magical works. He noted that he had already read a large amount of literature and was becoming increasingly fascinated by it. The young man also acknowledged that he was gaining a better understanding of his approach to learning, attributing this to his innate talent. The man smirked, showing disdain for the knowledge gained in a library. He wondered what could possibly be expected from such a place. He then remarked that trying to achieve a certain result through a library is foolish. According to him, no one is capable of handling such a task. A character with glasses opens a magical book and demonstrates controlled flames. His profile states that he has an exceptional talent for magic. It also mentions that he received a gift called Sage. The mage's name is Kurt, and he is introduced as an exceptional magic user. The hero arrives in a city called Vamenia, known as a trading hub. He walks through bustling streets filled with shops and passers-by. Following a map he was given, he tries to find an inn with his dragon, Q. A girl named Raoul also advised him to visit the merchants' guild and gave him the address of an inn that works with them. The young mage, holding a dragon, marvels at the city's vibrancy and size, comparing it to the province. He is drawn to the bright shop windows and crowded streets, which seem completely new to him. However, the large crowds start to make him feel dizzy. He feels tired and confused until someone asks about his well-being. Navigating the narrow city streets, the traveler with the dragon realizes how difficult it is to find his way among the crowds and intersections. He decides to take a less busy route, hoping to make his journey easier. However, the turn leads him into an alley filled with provocatively dressed women and peculiar characters. The hero is surprised by the scene and begins to doubt if he's heading in the right direction. The traveler keeps moving forward, ignoring the flirtations from the girls standing along the street. They try to catch his attention, offering hugs and joking about his indifference. Nearby, people in robes and elderly folks sit at tables, engrossed in games and conversations. By a place with a bright sign, a girl stands as if welcoming new visitors, pointing out prices and services. The character walks down a narrow street looking around and suddenly notices a man in a black cloak approaching with a sword. The man stops in front of him, loudly saying something to draw attention. At this moment, the hero feels anxious and internally regrets bringing himself and his companion to such a dangerous place. The flying creature nearby also senses the fear and tension of the situation. Two intimidating bandits approach the hero and demand he hand over all his valuables. One of them yells, asking where the guy is from while ordering him to leave his belongings. Cries and attempts from other passers-by to stop the aggressors can be heard, but they don't listen. The young hero warily realizes that the robbers are after his money. The bandits keep threatening the hero, claiming the area is full of criminals and his life could end here. One of them says that if he dies, he won't even have time to say his last words. The atmosphere grows tense, the street is nearly empty, and bystanders watch the scene warily. The hero finds himself in a situation where the risk of losing everything is especially high. The hero wonders if the situation really calls for violence, but decides to act anyway. He delivers a powerful kick to one of the bandits, knocking him back with determination on his face. The opponent doesn't have time to react and is thrown back, clearly shocked by the sudden attack. The second attacker looks stunned, watching his partner get repelled. One of the opponents charges with a shout, but the hero remains calm and observes the situation. The warrior swiftly dodges the attack and counterattacks sharply, striking the enemy. Then he skillfully seizes the weapon, showcasing his training and determination. The warrior confidently shows his hands, noting he hasn't received a single scratch, which should be a sufficient answer for everyone. The crowd begins to mock the defeated, telling them to leave and admit defeat. One of the enemies, in despair, can't accept the situation and threatens not to let it go so easily. People standing nearby are surprised by what's happening as they watch the outcome of the fight. Two attackers charge forward, shouting, unable to hide their rage and frustration from their previous defeat. One of them curses, clearly losing his composure. The character watching them tenses up, ready for the next confrontation. Tension is visible on his face, but he tries to gather his strength. A man wrapped in a cloak approaches a narrow alley and watches the scene with curiosity. He wonders what's happening, noticing the lively reactions of the locals. In the background, cheerful shouts indicate a gathering of people. The stranger stops and looks around, trying to grasp the situation. The boy fights off the attackers with powerful kicks and ultimately wins, not giving his enemies a single chance. He breathes heavily after the fight, while bystanders watch the outcome in amazement. A woman rushes to him with excitement and hugs him, expressing admiration for his actions. Others comment on the situation, noting that despite his age, he handled it excellently. A determined young woman bursts onto the scene with a staff in hand, loudly declaring that there is no excuse for those who oppress the weak, and that it's time to rid the streets of these parasites. While one bystander panics, shouting his innocence and begging to just run away, she confidently prepares to cast a magic spell, showing her readiness to intervene and punish the wrongdoers. The mage casts the Wind Breath spell, unleashing a powerful whirlwind that rapidly sweeps through the narrow street. The hero watches intently, realizing that using such destructive magic in a confined space could lead to catastrophic consequences. Everything around could be destroyed. The character quickly recalls a magical incantation and, focusing, creates a similar spell, syncing with the opponent's magical wave. By precisely replicating the enchantment, he manages to neutralize the enemy's magic, clearing the way for a direct confrontation. However, despite the success, he realizes that he hasn't fully completed the spell. The battle continues. The warrior, seeing no other option, activates binding magic, focusing and clenching his hand in the necessary gesture. Magical energy begins to gather in his palm, forming a spell. The girl with the staff notices what's happening and reacts in fear to the sudden attack. Her expression shows shock when someone calls her name, causing her to freeze. A stranger reproaches the girl for using magic in the city, noting that such behavior is unacceptable. Then she defends her friend, calling her a bit one-sided but fair. A man in glasses joins the conversation, politely introducing himself as Kurt. He calmly states his intention to get acquainted and says he's glad to meet them. The man with glasses notes that the interception spell used is invisible to the naked eye and possesses immense magical power. He acknowledges the strength and talent of the warrior opposing him. After that, he asks for his opponent's name, highlighting his potential. The warrior briefly introduces himself as River. The girl thanks for intercepting Anya's spell, claiming that without it, things could have ended worse. She calls Kurt a bad person, while River tries to defend himself, claiming his innocence. The man dismisses her words and responds indifferently. Then he invites the warrior to his home, expressing a desire to get to know him better. Kurt suggests the hero bring his friend along and go after him. The warrior recalls an agreement with his comrade and expresses doubt. However, the interlocutor insists, adding that the trip will be comfortable. He maintains a confident and friendly demeanor, supporting the initiative. In the room, a girl with a pet asks Kurt in surprise why he is there. The man calmly smiles without giving an immediate answer. The warrior notices their reaction and asks if they know each other. The girl confirms that they do, which creates a tense atmosphere. Kurt arrives at the building in a luxurious, high-class carriage, known for its smooth and steady ride. One character suggests he might be a wealthy man, noting his mode of transport. Another, surprised, asks who he is, realizing they don't know his identity. An attendant observes that the carriage doesn't shake at all, confirming its quality. The characters arrive at a luxurious mansion with a manicured garden and a fountain at the entrance, belonging to the Vaminia family. The girl explains that Kurt is the heir of the Vaminia lineage, which founded this trading city. His status is evident not only from the mansion's appearance, but also from the serving of exquisite drinks and snacks. The atmosphere highlights the wealth and high standard of living of the owner. Inside the mansion, Kurt shows the guests a book that caught his eye with its appearance. He admits he doesn't know if it's genuine, but he's still interested in its content. One of the guests is surprised that he hasn't even bothered to read it. To this, Kurt calmly replies that he doesn't plan to do so yet. The girl makes a sarcastic remark, accusing Kurt of trying to boost his reputation through talent. In response, the hero explains that he can't reach the depths of magic by following ordinary rules. His companion calls merchants deceitful and criticizes him for buying a book from an unknown source. She suggests he try to uncover its secrets himself if he's truly so passionate about magic. One of the characters mentions that Kurt has a power called Sage, which allows him to use advanced magic. A girl wonders why, with such potential, he didn't enroll in an elite academy. One of the companions suggests that Kurt prefers solitude, but quickly starts to backtrack. Finally, someone realizes that Kurt has an innate talent comparable to Anna's abilities. Kurt was planning to enroll in an elite academy as soon as he discovered his talent. However, he turned down this opportunity due to what was called air preparation. This decision surprised his peers, leaving them puzzled. One of them wonders how such a prospect could be missed. The city of Vaminia was considered the main trading hub of the entire Kingdom of Theory. A serious-looking girl explained that the heir must protect the country and fulfill their duties. Amidst the bustling crowd of merchants and children, conversations about the importance of this place for the whole nation could be heard. Someone in the crowd asked if the entire Kingdom of Theory really held that view. The young man admitted that the situation didn't go as he had planned. Despite his efforts to gently decline, things turned out unexpectedly. He realized that his attempts to avoid involvement didn't work as intended. Reluctantly, he accepted what happened and moved on. The group was relaxing on the grass, discussing why the young man was able to pass the test. One of the companions suggested that it wasn't just because of his status as an heir. A girl expressed confidence that there must be other reasons that influenced the outcome. At that moment, a mysterious man in dark glasses mentioned the name River. The girl asked what talent the young man had, and he replied that it was probably the power of a warlock, as he had previously resisted Anya's spell. His companion confirmed that she had noticed this during the fight. She added that a true warlock could defeat 2 adult opponents with a single move. The young man seemed a bit surprised that his actions were being watched so closely. The warrior sat calmly on the couch, looking ahead with a serious expression, and finally revealed what his true gift was. He confidently called his talent determination, without a moment's hesitation. The phrase was firm and without a hint of doubt. The room was silent, emphasizing the importance of his words. A sudden gust of wind blew the hood off the mage's head, revealing his face to the warrior standing opposite. The blond man, smiling broadly, spoke a familiar name, as if summarizing what had been said earlier. The warrior watched in surprise, recalling how someone had previously predicted this moment. He asked who they were talking about, but there was no answer yet. During the conversation, the girl with a serious expression recalled the night she received her talent and heard the words of a deity. She was told that if she entered the elite academy, she would definitely meet someone with a talent called determination. She pondered these words while standing between 2 silhouettes who listened silently. The memory stirred a slight excitement in her, but she continued speaking without looking away. The young woman stood up solemnly and announced that the person with the talent of determination would become her great companion in exploring the depths of magic. The wizard watched seriously, while the others silently awaited her decision. One of those present reminded her that the bearer of this talent was sitting right in front of her. After a brief moment of thought, she confidently declared that she had already made her decision. The character with glasses cheerfully announced his decision to become Rivera's companion, surprising the girl standing nearby. He expressed confidence that together they could explore the depths of magic, even without a precise plan. The hero admitted he didn't know how to find these depths, but was determined to move forward. One group member remarked that working with a sage is much more interesting than going down this path alone. The girl jumped up from the couch and, with excitement in her voice, expressed her desire to join the group, placing her hand on her chest. The guy sitting next to her looked at her in surprise, not expecting this turn of events. Her face showed determination, as if she also wanted to contribute to what was happening. The guy with glasses noticed that although the girl isn't interested in magic, she's willing to do a lot for money because she's a true trader. He reminded her that in their world, you can't live without money, so there's no need to doubt her motives. In response, she asked with surprise why her desire to go to Waminia was being brought up, as she herself admits it's true. Then he directly asked her what profit she could bring if she joined them. Raoul pondered his situation, realizing he couldn't just be a friend. He saw himself more as a partner than a companion. Then he recalled a prophecy from a deity about working with someone who possessed the gift of determination. The prophecy stated that collaborating with such a person would bring him significant wealth. The hero smiled and asked the girl if she was ready to go with him. He was sitting on the couch, speaking to her, and she leaned forward in surprise, clearly moved by his words. In another part of the scene, someone reminded Kurt that, besides magic, it's important to follow ordinary rules. That's why Raoul, as a merchant, is considered a particularly valuable and useful ally. The hero admitted that he was once deceived by this girl, so he decided to better understand how people live. He showed scenes from the past, recalling this. Meanwhile, a small creature named Q expressed a desire to stay close to her. The girl was surprised by its words, and quietly said the companion's name. One of the characters suggested to the girl that she sell the dragon, hinting that it could be traded for almonds. The creature Q admitted that it liked being near her. The girl firmly refused the offer, stating that Q was not a commodity, but an ally and friend. She vowed never to part with him under any circumstances. One of the girls was upset about the decision to choose companions, finding it unacceptable for people of unknown origin to become Kurt's partners. She anxiously asked if he really intended to do so. Another character responded to her outburst with irony, noting the unusualness of such a reaction. In response, Kurt asked in surprise what else she wanted to say. The girl anxiously tried to convince Kurt that others could handle the responsibilities without her. Her conversation partner acknowledged that they indeed could manage, but added that it wouldn't be easy. Another character expressed strong disapproval, believing that as an heir and representative of the academy, Kurt had no right to leave. He emphasized that such behavior was completely unacceptable. Anya was in shock when a magical chain suddenly activated on her body, as if invading her. Her eyes widened in fear, and her hands instinctively reached for the source of the pain. Above her loomed a black hand, radiating powerful magic and controlling the process. The three characters sitting on the couch exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, the girl with glasses worriedly wondered if they could manage without her involvement. Nearby, someone reminded her of a promise she had made, and the frightened girl, as if falling from a height, tried to make sense of the situation. Her face showed confusion and inner conflict before she confirmed her commitment. The girl with a bow on her neck, slightly confused and with a strained smile, assured her companions that she could be trusted. She struggled to find the right words, trying to appear convincing. One of the observers wondered if mental magic was being used on them. Meanwhile, the others calmly watched the scene from the balcony, chatting among themselves. One of the characters pondered mental magic, acknowledging that its nature remains a mystery. He explained that the spell merely awakens subconscious thoughts without altering a person's essence. It was also noted that in everyday life, he doesn't feel the urge to be an heir, so using this magic doesn't disrupt his routine. However, someone nearby questioned whether it is truly safe, and if it might lead to unpredictable consequences. One of the characters pondered the potential consequences of the shift in power between the Lord and the Guild, noting that such changes always led to conflicts, especially regarding taxes and laws. He expressed concern about what would happen if he fell ill and couldn't fulfill his duties. He also concluded that Anya could act as a mediator between the two factions, promoting peace and stability. One of the characters noted that Anya was the only noble who went to the ghetto to see firsthand how people live in such conditions. He emphasized that no one wants to live like that, which is why he decided to study ways to improve people's living standards. Anya's action is seen as a significant expression of her care for ordinary people. One of the characters admitted that he shouldn't have been there from the start. He explained that because of his status as a member of the main family line, and since Anya belongs to a side branch, he is forbidden from breaking the established rules. The other participant in the conversation wondered if Anya's efforts to persuade were then in vain. A mental magic spell was activated over the mansion, enveloping the entire building in a complex magical circle. On command, a spell was triggered to summon everyone involved. The maids enthusiastically reported that they had completed all tasks and preparations. They mentioned that all unread books were neatly gathered and organized. The girls cheerfully announced that everything was ready for the upcoming activities. The room was filled with an atmosphere of order and readiness. One of the characters expressed admiration for Kurt's abilities, wondering how he achieved such a level in such a short time. Kurt easily explained that he simply decided to try a technique he found in one of the books he read. A maid present was surprised to note that he had already mastered mental magic, but Kurt calmly replied that it was just the beginner level. He was also asked to deepen his study of magic. One of the characters anxiously asked what exactly had been done, but didn't get a direct answer. Kurt noted that the person hadn't noticed the changes yet. Meanwhile, the scene reflected on the meaning of, quote, determination, which involves gaining strength, peace of mind, and self-awareness through wisdom. One of the characters watched in amazement as another character walked away, leaving footprints in the snow. He pondered the path taken by those with exceptional talents. These thoughts were accompanied by the belief that true determination leaves no room for turning back. In his view, the journey of genuine abilities proved unexpectedly difficult and irreversible. A character with glasses and a confident smile suggested starting something and addressed the person as River. He asked if River wanted to join him, clearly implying that they had some work or challenge ahead together. The girl with scratches on her face looked at her companion in surprise and asked what the change in her magical structure meant. She addressed him by name, Kurt, expecting an explanation of the changes she had undergone. The guy with glasses calmly explained that River's magic doesn't fit into any known category based on its structure. He added that its characteristics resemble ancient magic mentioned in legends. In his opinion, it might be a type of lost magic. One of the characters, surprised, asked how it was possible to study lost magic since it was inaccessible from anyone or anywhere. Kurt, trying to stay calm, confirmed that he learned everything on his own. The girl with the crown asked for details, while others in the scene started interrupting each other, demanding explanations. The warrior approached her companions and suggested they stop talking and head back. The guy with glasses was sitting on a boulder, one leg crossed over the other, watching the others. The girl with long hair stopped in front of them and raised her hand, urging them to take action. Nearby, a small creature stood calmly, observing the scene. The group set out from Vimenia, choosing a path filled with monsters over safer roads. This decision was part of their training route. They traveled through mountainous areas toward Frapara, marked on the map. Despite the dangers, the journey from Vimenia left a positive impression. A small creature named Q is their cute pet, accompanying them on their journey. During the trip, Ral eagerly shares knowledge about people, objects, and cities, making the journey interesting and educational. The hero enjoys listening to her stories, finding practical value in them. When they weren't fighting monsters, they enthusiastically exchanged opinions and discussed magic. Ral and Kurt regularly argued with each other, which had become a common occurrence in the team. One of the team members wondered if this should be seen as a positive sign. Suddenly, a girl's voice announced that she had found something, capturing the attention of Kurt and River. The carriage arrived in a city called Frapara, known as the City of Labyrinths. Many adventurers gathered here. They flocked to an area known as the Rising Fortress. The city's architecture featured towering spires and deep hollows, creating the atmosphere of an ancient challenge. Now this place has become a destination for the nameless, criminals, and anyone seeking growth, because here you can find forgotten artifacts, despite the risk of dying the very next day. For hundreds of years, the area near the labyrinth has become a gathering place for many adventurers. A short-haired girl finally reached the city she needed, carefully surveying the streets. She remembered her father's words, who claimed that here she could become stronger. Clenching her fists, she mentally prepared for the start of a new phase in her training. One of the companions asked which guild they were planning to apply to. The blonde admitted he didn't trust Rao but respected her merchant instincts, while another group member confidently stated he believed in her. There was a brief pause, and the small creature watching the scene raised its ear in surprise. The girl with long ears enthusiastically invited the heroes to join her guild, assuring them it was a wonderful place. She spread her arms wide and smiled as she talked about their great team. One of the companions calmly remarked that it was nice to know. The others watched her with mild surprise, as she tried to make a good impression. The girl with the ears was surprised by the hero's reaction and asked what was going on. Meanwhile, the main character's companions were discussing the conditions under which a guild could be considered above average. One of them explained that a strong guild should include members who can generate profit. As examples, she mentioned traders and negotiators. The girl with long ears tried to persuade the hero to join her guild, claiming it helps people become stronger. One of the companions agreed with this remark. Meanwhile, sharp criticism came from the window of another building, accusing the heroine of being useless and aimlessly wandering. It was also mentioned that even small guilds aren't interested in such members. The girl with the ears loudly declared that her guild once produced a true swordmaster. Her companions stopped and reacted differently. One didn't understand what she meant, another thought it was a joke, and the third took her words seriously. One of the group members reminded them that the pursuit of strength should be accompanied by knowledge about the world, which their comrade lacked. The girl with long ears insisted that her guild truly produced a swordmaster, and it wasn't an exaggeration. She emphasized that training in their guild doesn't rely on the students' natural abilities. Success is achieved through their system. However, she admitted that the rigorous training had deterred many participants. Meanwhile, another participant explained that the title of swordmaster is awarded only to the best of the best, usually only in a military academy. One of the characters, with a smile and doubt on her face, asked if she could join the guild everyone talked about so much. The other group members exchanged glances, wondering if she could handle the silly training mentioned earlier. As they walked, they got closer to their destination, and the girl with ears exclaimed that they were almost there, suggesting they turn right. Meanwhile, one of the companions doubted the stories, thinking the guild might be small or even fictional. The heroine proudly pointed to the building, declaring it to be her guild called Tempest. The other group members were stunned by what they saw. The building was impressive and luxurious, far exceeding their expectations. The expressions of surprise and shock on their faces highlighted that they had clearly underestimated the scale and status of this guild. The heroes entered the guild as one of them sarcastically commented on the situation, blaming his friend for losing her merchant instincts while trying to hide his disappointment. The long-haired girl couldn't take it anymore and demanded he stop mocking her. Despite the outward silence, their loud arrival was noticed, and a voice from inside cheerfully announced the visitors. This slightly enlivened the quiet building. The heroes entered the guild's main hall and stopped in confusion, noticing the half-empty room. In the center, a solitary figure sat gloomily, showing no signs of activity. Everyone fell silent, struck by the unusual atmosphere and quiet. One of the heroes, with a bewildered look, quietly uttered a sound of surprise, unsure of how to react. An older man grabbed his companion by the shoulder, looked him straight in the eye, and asked directly if he had tried to seduce someone. He seemed irritated and clearly concerned about the companion's behavior. Then he sharply scolded him, stating that such behavior was a waste of youth. His expression and tone emphasized his genuine concern for the young man's future. The girl, upset, accused her father, saying that because of his behavior, their guild wasn't popular. She introduced herself as his 12-year-old daughter, to which one observer noted that they didn't look alike at all. The man, paying little attention to the comments, complained about the weakness of the newcomers, who gave up too quickly and didn't even try to push their limits. The others reacted with skepticism, calling the situation not very promising. The girl was surprised to notice that no one was as persistent as the man named Aiden. Meanwhile, the girl with big ears, standing next to a strong man, called him her father. One of the characters, watching the scene, remarked that it was just a coincidence of names with her father. Another asked if something had happened to River, to which she replied with some confusion that everything was fine. The man unexpectedly snatched the sword from the girl with pointed ears, surprising everyone present. He examined the weapon closely and noticed a symbol of the demonic lantern engraved on the blade. Confirming its authenticity, he concluded it was indeed the very sword. The girl, in a panic, timidly asked him to give it back. Upon hearing the name Lloyd, the girl reacted sharply, showing tension. At the same time, a young man with long hair demanded his sword back, confirming that his name was Lloyd. One of the men, noticing the resemblance, was astonished and exclaimed that the girl looked almost exactly like Lloyd in his youth. This left the onlookers silently questioning, not understanding what was happening. One of the fighters suddenly turned to the young heroine, asking if she was the son of a swordsman named Aiden. This surprised and slightly confused her, but he went on to clarify that he had received a single letter from her. His abrupt shout and loud declaration stunned everyone else, especially the girls, who were bewildered by what was happening. People were stunned to learn that River's father was a true sword master, even though she claimed he was just an instructor at a rural martial arts camp. One character wondered how this could be, while another acknowledged the man's strength, though unable to explain it. River herself seemed confused and embarrassed, unable to offer any explanation. A man with an intimidating appearance and a girl with rabbit ears were surprised as they discussed the identity of the newcomer, realizing he was the son of the legendary swordmaster Aiden. They clearly didn't expect such an important figure to join their guild. The atmosphere changed as soon as they learned about his background. A man who introduced himself as Lloyd asked if the newcomer was familiar with the name of the demonic giant sword, which he himself was once famous for. Then he pointed to the girl standing next to him and said that she was his daughter, named Fiar. The girl stood confidently with her arms crossed, watching the conversation closely. The main character admitted that he knew nothing about his father's gift, which caused slight confusion among the others. One of them mentioned that Aiden was indeed a very strong warrior, possibly even the strongest in Frappar. Meanwhile, others were surprised that the father hadn't shared information about his talent with his son. The atmosphere in the room remained calm, but the conversation was becoming increasingly serious. One of the characters expressed admiration for how Aiden became a master swordsman solely through his willpower. His persistence and determination were the foundation of his achievements, despite lacking the gods' blessing. It is also emphasized that for a warrior like him, status doesn't matter. He simply wanted to help people through his actions. The hero spoke admiringly of his father, noting that he had long given up relying on innate talent and became strong through perseverance. The girl added that the special training his father used would be difficult for anyone lacking determination. Other characters expressed concern, realizing how exhausting such methods could be. Nevertheless, one of them tried to reassure the others, insisting that everything would be fine. The hero thought that having the son of the swordsman Aiden in the guild would draw more attention to it. With a serious expression, the man stated that the requirements for such a member would be higher. He warmly confirmed that the doors of Tempest are always open for the young man. In conclusion, he loudly welcomed the new member, showing his confidence and enthusiasm. The young man, with a polite smile, raised his hand and said he would like to visit other guilds, suggesting they end their conversation there. His statement took the others by surprise. The man and the woman reacted simultaneously with shock. Their faces showed clear surprise and confusion. The young man pondered whether joining small guilds might limit his chances of taking on challenging tasks in Labyrinth City. An enthusiastic man assured him that joining his guild would help him become stronger, calling it the perfect place to fulfill his dreams. A girl behind them quietly remarked that choosing the right guild is a serious matter, not something to joke about. Meanwhile, one of the characters not involved in the conversation sat quietly bored, reminiscing about Rearsil. The young woman angrily yelled at the man, accusing him of ruining an important conversation with a potential guild member. She emphasized how hard she had worked to find new members. Meanwhile, the guy and his friends quietly discussed the situation and decided to leave quickly before they got bitten. The group was shown leaving the building against the backdrop of a typical city street. The company approached the entrance of a new guild called Red Wolf, adorned with statues of a wolf and a boar. The building looked impressive and stood in stark contrast to previous locations. Near the entrance, one of the girls was laughing joyfully, holding a tray of food. The atmosphere around the building seemed more lively and bustling. The characters gathered around a round table inside the guild building to discuss the current situation. One of them mentioned that the Red Wolf Guild has 4 adventurers with an A rank. The conversation focused on the missed opportunity for the Tempest Guild, as they failed to recruit such a valuable member. This highlighted the importance of rank and the strategic significance of choosing a guild. The main characters took notice of the Red Wolf Guild. In the conversation, it's clarified that guild members are ranked from F to S, with F being the lowest level and S being the highest. reserved for those capable of defeating monsters that threaten entire nations. It's also explained that completing missions and battling strong enemies allow adventurers to increase their rank. The Red Wolf Guild includes 3 fighters of rank A and 1 fighter of rank S. A member of the Red Wolf Guild shows his strength by easily knocking back an opponent with a blow. He then fiercely declares that no one should speak to him in that tone, unless they have a higher rank. Finally, he threateningly demands that the person disappear from his sight, giving them a little time to leave. One of the warriors unexpectedly invites the heroes to join his guild. While the others seem confused, the main character feels an unpleasant chill, recalling past encounters with this smug individual. He is certain that this guy will start bragging again. The smug warrior continues to irritate the hero, causing strong annoyance and inner discomfort. The guy with the sword wonders if he should reveal his abilities in this situation. The girl introduces herself as Kurt and describes her gift as a high-level wizard, which elicits a positive reaction. Then the guy briefly states his name and his talent, which is related to determination. The smug warrior mockingly asks where the guy is from and claims he's never heard of his talent. He concludes that the guy is probably mediocre. The hero sighs heavily, noting to himself that this person is boasting again. A boastful guy claimed he was only interested in people with real talents and invited Kurt to join him. The main character, with a grim expression, thought it would be best to just ignore everything this person said. Tension hung in the air, but Kurt remained calm. Kurt, with cold confidence, criticized the idea of judging people solely by their talents, calling it a sad approach. The main character, surprised, asked if abilities don't depend on talent. Kurt calmly explained that no matter how hard the mediocre try, they cannot surpass those with natural talent, even if the latter put in minimal effort. His words were firm and uncompromising. The main character noted that Kurt is overly confident in his abilities, especially when it comes to his fencing talent. In response, Kurt calmly clarified that his skills are sufficient to get into an elite academy for advanced swordsmanship. However, he had already decided not to pursue this path, as he doesn't want to become a soldier or a government official. One of the characters noted that the guild is full of promising members, but questioned whether it's worth joining with such an arrogant attitude. However, a red-haired guy with a smirk said it doesn't matter, as the city attracts many people. He added that he wouldn't turn away even those without a name if they have any talent. One of the characters thoughtfully wondered if it's really true that the weak can never achieve anything, no matter how hard they try. In the next moment, he decisively grabbed his companion's sword, stopping his swift motion with a cold and focused gaze. The girl suddenly called out to another participant, calling him an idiot and expressing her displeasure with his words. She confidently approached and struck the young man, clearly outraged by his behavior, while the others watched in surprise. Nearby, one of the companions asked if River was okay, to which he replied that he was fine. The victim shouted at Karina, accusing her of being annoying, threatening her, and challenging her to show off her famous sword-fighting style. One of the participants loudly calls out to the crowd, drawing attention to the conversation. He agrees with his companion, calling the guild barbaric. The man reminds everyone about the novice tournament in Frappar, which is mandatory regardless of the chosen guild. He also notes that the participation of a sage will make the competition much more interesting. The warrior recalls an insult and suggests settling the dispute at the tournament, addressing his opponent by name. A girl asks why there must be a duel between them, and urges them to stop fighting. One participant explains that an annual tournament for beginners is held in Frappar. The winning guild gets a chance to advance, and the competitions are in the form of combat duels. One of the characters expresses doubt about the guild's abilities, calling it terrible and questioning the skill level of its members. His companion reminds him that in this city, everything is determined by abilities. He also mentions that a guy named River wants to join a major guild with strict requirements. It's noted that an organization called Red Wolf perfectly fits these criteria. The warrior with animal-like ear shows impatience for the upcoming fight with the one who possesses the power of wisdom, mockingly calling the opponent a dog. The girl beside him is surprised by his words, not sharing his enthusiasm, and questions the need for conflict. The pair continues on, entering a guild building called Red Wolf. The atmosphere between them remains tense due to the approaching tournament. A warrior named Ajido recalls that as a child, he was considered mediocre and no one showed interest in him. Now he sits with a piece of food in hand, looking tense, as if lost in thought about the past. His companion mockingly suggests changing the subject and focusing on his stomach. The hero remains serious, not reacting to the attempt to distract him from his memories. Agito swiftly draws his sword, and in an instant holds it to the young man's neck, even though he was standing still. This action surprises everyone, because it was incredibly fast. The girl with cat ears confirms that Agito is indeed strong, and advises caution. She also warns that the other participants have remarkable abilities as well. Agito, with a grim expression, names the opponent he's deeply interested in. Meanwhile, the blonde considers the benefits of winning the tournament and the opportunity to access various missions. He realizes that participating will give him a chance to gain fame and advance his career. After some thought, he wonders which guild he should apply to. After a brief consideration, River makes the final decision to participate in the tournament and confidently announces it. Despite teasing from his companions, he remains serious and focused, clearly showing his determination. Kurt remembers being judged and mocked for his lack of natural talent, with people doubting his ability to endure rigorous training. Yet, despite all the skepticism and ridicule, he looks determinedly at the Tempest Guild building and declares that this is where he wants to apply, a place where strength and discipline prevail. The novice tournament takes place at the Durandal Arena, located in the labyrinthine city of Frapara, attracting spectators and participants from all over. The host, Kana, kicks off the event with vibrant enthusiasm, promising a spectacular show, while Sid from the Red Wolf Guild, an experienced and respected S-rank adventurer, serves as the commentator. The tournament arena is filling up with participants. The host asks about the significance of the competition, but gets a brief answer. The commentator notes that the audience is interested in the duels, not lengthy speeches. He suggests moving straight to the main event to keep the viewers' attention. The judge announces the start of the first round and calls two fighters to the arena. Agito from the Red Wolf Guild is considered the most likely winner of the tournament due to his talent called absolute swordsmanship. His opponent is River from Tempest, a guild that hasn't appeared in the arena for about 10 years. The judge notes that River's talent might be persistence, though this is questionable. The duel between these two participants with contrasting reputations is drawing significant interest from the audience. The crowd reacts to the announcement of Rivera's talent with skepticism and mockery, debating whether persistence can even be considered a talent. One spectator doubts that such a quality is useful in a fight. Someone suggests that Rivera should at least try not to be immediately defeated by the absolute swordsmanship technique. A girl in the back irritably asks everyone to be quiet, clearly showing her annoyance. The host announces that the two participants are ready for the duel, capturing the audience's attention. A fan from the stands asks if Rivera has even the slightest chance of winning, given that his opponent masters the absolute swordsmanship technique. Another spectator urges Rivera not to give his opponent any opportunity and to attack immediately. The room fills with anticipation, and in the final scene, the duel is officially declared to begin. A few weeks before the tournament, the heroes decide to throw a party for further discussions. River takes on the role of chef and prepares dishes using unfamiliar ingredients. The guests are impressed by his culinary skills and note how delicious the food is. Q also enjoys the meal, even while half asleep. One of the characters encounters a monster for the first time and, surprised, asks if Q is a monster. The others explain that it's a dragon hatchling and call it cute. The character shows interest and asks if he can hug it. Receiving approval, he happily reaches out to the little one. One of the girls hugs Q with admiration and calls him adorable. The others watch and conclude that she is a good person. One of the characters doubts whether a single compliment is enough to make such a conclusion. It's explained to him that Q can distinguish between good and bad people, which is why he trusted her. One of the party guests complains about the lack of wine and calls the event boring. A girl points out the need to save money in Tempest. She explains that she's trying to cut all unnecessary expenses, including buying alcohol. The others agree, considering wine a pointless expense. Ral couldn't become an adventurer, but she is useful as a merchant, preventing bankruptcy. She takes an interest in her work, carefully checking lists and records. Lloyd ended his adventuring career due to injured hands. In Tempest, only 3 active adventurers remain: me, Kurt, and Fur. One of the characters talks about her talent, calling it Magic Gunner, which surprises her listeners. She shows off her favorite revolvers, loaded with magical bullets. These bullets allow her to fight from a distance or support her allies. The other characters express interest in her abilities, acknowledging their rarity and usefulness. The girl admits that her revolvers look cheap because she can't afford new ones. One of the characters notes that the weapons look third-rate and unfit for combat. To use such revolvers, special training is needed to control magic, or else they might break. Despite this, the girl is determined to undergo special training to become stronger. One of the participants wonders why the guy wants to become stronger if his training is already tough enough. The hero explains that his motivation is a childhood friend who has the talent of a dragon knight. Despite her abilities, she doesn't want to fight. The hero admires her choice and wants to become stronger for his own goals. Although the girl dreamed of a simple life, she put in every effort to get accepted into the elite academy. The hero recalls how they parted ways, keeping smiles on their faces. These memories remain important and motivating for him. Photos from their shared past confirm the deep bond between them. After enrolling in an elite academy, the girl could be drafted into the army to defend the country. The hero decides that by becoming stronger, he can protect her from having to fight. He aims to shield her from brutal battles as much as possible. This becomes the main reason for his pursuit of strength. The hero shares details about his childhood friend for the first time, sparking interest and envy among the listeners. One participant suggests focusing on strengthening River rather than turning him into a swordmaster. Everyone agrees with the idea and decides to start special training as soon as possible. River enthusiastically confirms his readiness and clenches his fist in determination. In the arena, 2 tournament participants prepare to battle before a crowd of spectators watching from the stands. The warrior with swords acknowledges that meeting River at the Red Wolf Guild taught him a lot. The opponents take their positions, weapons ready, focused on the upcoming duel. The atmosphere is tense, and each fighter shows complete readiness for the decisive fight. River warns the opponent that today's rivals are very strong, so they should be cautious. The blonde notes that the argument about clothing was just a way to hide something and is surprised that the others figured it out. Despite the tense situation, the warrior with ears shows indifference, stating he doesn't care about his reputation. Another participant suggests ending the pointless talk and focusing on the duel. Agito swiftly launches an attack, landing the first blow on his opponent. River identifies his adversary and prepares for battle, promising no mercy in this duel. He emphasizes that he won't hold back, as the arena allows for a fight to the death without any real-life risk. The battle intensifies, with each fighter showing a serious determination. The Frapper Arena is a high-level magical tool where participants engage in battles. Damage taken is never fatal due to the arena's special rules. When a fighter's HP bar reaches 0, they are automatically considered defeated, and the duel ends. This barrier is known as the health bar, which determines the outcome of the match. Thanks to the arena's special features, all combatants can use their full fighting potential without fear or worry. This allows them to give their all without risking their lives. Enthusiastic spectators watch the intense battle unfold in the arena. The opponents continue the fight, holding nothing back in their movements. The audience watches the match with excitement, expressing different opinions about the chances of winning. Some believe the opponent can't handle the high-level technique, while others support Rivera. A girl smiles subtly as she observes the event. The support from the crowd encourages the participant, boosting his confidence. During the duel, the swordsman recalls training with his father in his hometown and how he tried to mimic his technique. He previously used magic to enhance his sword skills, hoping to get into an elite academy. Now he realizes he no longer needs to imitate, as he has developed his own style. These thoughts give him confidence before the next strike. The warrior challenges Agiato, ready to demonstrate the results of his special training. He attacks with determination, focusing all his strength into a strike aimed directly at his opponent. The blade flashes forward, leaving a mark on the opponent's face. His eyes reveal a mix of fury and concentration. The hero walks down the corridor, fists clenched, encouraging himself and his team out loud. He loudly repeats the guild's name, urging them to push harder. Behind him, 2 comrades follow silently, but they are also focused on victory. One of them seems tired but keeps moving forward. During the training session, one of the coaches loudly reminds the participants to stay focused. He announces that there are 50 rounds left until the end of the challenge. One of the warriors quickly responds, confirming his readiness to continue. Nearby, a girl with a cat watches from a bench, not interfering with the events. During training, the coach points out that there aren't many differences between running and fighting. He asks if running 100 laps seems too easy, receiving a puzzled look in response. The merchant asks if he feels focused, and the coach explains that strength requires concentration and caution. At the end of the scene, one of the participants suddenly stomps the ground, showing determination and strength. The warrior from Tempest struggles against the pressure caused by Lloyd's gravity magic. He notes that he couldn't even enchant his body for protection because the pressure was too intense. Despite this, he decides to resist the magic again, focusing and using all his strength. The hero also admits he underestimated his opponent, thinking he could easily disarm him, but realizes the opponent has trained hard. Fear, exhausted from fatigue, stops during her training run and admits she can't go on. Her legs buckle from tiredness, and she breathes heavily while lying on the ground. The warrior urges her to get up and continue training, not allowing her to give up. Fear irritably admits that she hates the special training for its excessive toughness. The young man realizes that if he doesn't change his approach, he'll tire out just like Fear. He decides to use more magic to speed up. He focuses on adapting to the training conditions to avoid dropping out early. The mustached man notices that the student is finally taking his preparation seriously. With a sharp leap, the young man shows his determination to continue running with new speed and attitude. The young man struggles to finish the lap but suddenly collapses onto the track, exhausted. One of the participants sees this and worriedly asks if he's okay. Cracks form in the ground from the impact, indicating his fatigue. The warrior's strength leaves him after an intense and prolonged workout. The young man explains that he can counteract gravity using magic by enhancing it to a certain limit. However, his body wasn't prepared for such a sudden change in conditions, causing him to quickly lose balance. He admits that maintaining concentration is extremely difficult. Despite being able to use magic, he struggles to control it, making the task even more exhausting. Kurt keeps running, showcasing an impressive level of magical control that amazes the other participants. He uses a technique employed by sorcerers to counter Lloyd's gravitational magic. His strategy is to apply magic of equal strength, thereby neutralizing its effect. A young man sitting nearby watches and assesses his companion's abilities. Kurt looks at River doubtfully and expresses his opinion that River isn't strong enough to protect Anna. He suggests a hypothetical situation where Lloyd attacks the girl and questions whether River could do anything. The girl with the ears is upset about being used as an example of a villain again. The participants continue discussing each other's weaknesses and capabilities. River pushes through the training with all his might, feeling intense strain. One observer acknowledges that Lloyd is trying to awaken his fighting spirit, but finds the situation excessive. Kurt notes that the pressure is becoming overwhelming, and questions the purpose of it all. River himself feels the absurdity of the situation and can't understand why he's doing it. Agito is puzzled as to why his strikes keep missing despite all his efforts. He thinks everything is still going according to plan, but there's already a sense of alarm in his mind. The girl is confused about why the attacks aren't hitting the target, and demands an explanation from Sid, who remains silent. The tension is rising, and it feels like the fight is slipping out of control. Agito, a member of the Beastman tribe, shows exceptional skill in both swordsmanship and hunting. This makes his attacks seem flawless and always hit the mark, no matter what his opponent does. Commentators note that Beastmen are natural fighters, and Agito is a prime example of this. River is puzzled that his attacks aren't hitting the target despite his efforts. He just can't land a blow on Agito. Meanwhile, Agito, losing patience with the prolonged fight, angrily demands that River stop dodging and finally start counterattacking. River lands another precise strike, surprising Agito. His combat skills, honed through special training, impress the audience. One spectator admiringly notes how brilliantly he fights. The characters in the image watch Rivera's actions with surprise and interest. One of them notes that the method Rivera uses was originally intended for fighting monsters, but it turns out to be quite effective against Agito as well, since he is comparable to a monster in strength. A character with a sword simultaneously attacks, dodges, and moves, using enhancement magic to increase body flexibility. This allows him to deliver unpredictable strikes while conserving energy. Another observer notes the effectiveness of this technique and its strategic advantage. Viewers admire how the hero uses all his life force, mental focus, and magical energy to master the most complex techniques. His efforts are driven by one reason alone, the determination he calls the source of his progress. Agito keeps taking more damage. Despite Sid's assurances that Rivera didn't stand a chance against a swordmaster with the title Absolute Swordsman, which now casts doubt on all their previous expectations and surprises the onlookers. Realizing how intense and dangerous the battle was, Agito, breathing heavily and relieved to be alive, comes to an important conclusion. Regardless of victory or defeat, the essence of the fight lies not in the threat to life, but in challenging one's limits, demonstrating determination and showing true willpower to the very end. The character, sweating and looking ahead with a serious expression, realizes his opponent's true tactic: to gradually reduce his health points to 0. This is a highly effective strategy against a fighter who is always in a state of maximum concentration. Agito, despite the defeat, reacts with surprise and confusion when asked a provocative question about feeling ashamed of losing. His opponent remains calm and composed, prompting Agito to remark, "You're Agito, right?" Surprised by such restraint in the moment, the opponent's response is simple and direct: "So what? That's silly," emphasizing that for him, losing is not a reason for shame, just part of the journey. Despite the tension and fatigue, River remains focused and determined, which surprises Agito. One observer notes that it's all about concentration. Agito, noticing this, is stunned by his opponent's expression. There's confidence and complete calm in his eyes, even before the next strike. River delivers a crushing blow to his opponent, shocking all the onlookers. At the same time, it becomes clear he used magic to create a fireball in the heat of the duel. The spectators' amazement grows when they realize no one even noticed him casting the spell. Comments around the arena highlight, "If he could use magic, why didn't he do it right away?" and "What a creative way to use magic," admiring his tactical skill and stealthy strategy. When analyzing Rivera's actions, observers conclude that he initially didn't use magic to create the space needed for a powerful attack. This strategy allowed him to deceive the opponent into believing that keeping a distance would be safe. It's a subtle tactical move, demonstrating a high level of thoughtfulness and control in battle. River charges forward with determination, pushing his body enhancement to the limit, while Agito, certain an attack is coming, braces for defense. Internally, he shouts to himself, "He's definitely going to attack. Defend, defend," showing his tension and anticipation of a powerful strike. However, River seems intent on using this predictable reaction to his advantage. The warrior delivers a crushing blow, striking the opponent with immense force. Meanwhile, he reflects on his desire to become stronger and presses the attack. His determination is reinforced by action as he charges into battle, using his honed skills. Spectators watch in awe, noting the fighter's speed and intensity. The swordsman makes a swift dash forward, executing a wide swing with his blade. His attack is accompanied by a powerful wave that spreads across the arena. The spectators watch the moment in tense silence, and one of them remarks with surprise at the fighter's success. The movement is complete, and it's clear that his intended action was executed precisely. The fight ends abruptly, and the spectators freeze in astonishment. One of the onlookers exclaims in disbelief that Agito has been defeated. A girl with curly hair stares at the arena, her eyes wide open in shock. A man with glasses watches the scene calmly, noting the emergence of a new strong fighter. The hero's victory is officially confirmed, and the crowd starts chanting his name. It is announced that the greatest swordsman has been defeated, and the audience eagerly awaits the next duel. The warrior himself stands in the center of the arena, leaning on his sword, breathing heavily after the fight. One of the spectators, exhausted yet joyful, reflects on the complete depletion of magical energy and the feeling of true happiness. In the novice tournament in Frapper, the hero continues to compete, advancing through the stages. In the second round, his opponent is a member of the Sword Crown Guild, skilled in elite swordsmanship. In the next match, he faces an axe warrior named Gold from the Flying Axe Guild. Each new opponent demands the fighter's utmost focus and strength, as evidenced by the tense moments in the arena. After defeating Agito, the master of the ultimate sword art, a fighter named River continues to move forward confidently. He has established himself as a competitor who wins match after match. His successes have captured the audience's attention and strengthened his reputation in the arena. Thus, the fourth round of the tournament begins. River steps into the arena, confidently looking at the gathered crowd. The audience cheers for him, acknowledging his determination and victories in previous rounds. He is noted as the fighter who eliminated the ultimate talent holder in the very first match. Judges and spectators continue to admire his skills and relentless progress. A new challenger enters the arena. bravely facing Rivera. She is introduced as a magical archer named Fur, known for her flawless victories in previous battles. Despite her youth and delicate appearance, she remains focused and confident. Her strength and skill earn the respect of both the audience and tournament participants. Fur confidently steps into the arena, holding 2 pistols and ready for battle. The crowd loudly cheers her on, urging her to defeat River and teach him a lesson. Some spectators react particularly passionately, caught up in the excitement of the new contestant's appearance. River is surprised to see how quickly the audience shifts to support the girl. The fight between the participants begins when Fur decisively raises her guns and aims at her opponent. She realizes that the clash with River won't be easy, despite her advantage in weaponry. She encourages herself and calls River to action. The opponent remains calm and invites her to show what she's capable of. A week before the tournament, Fur was training in a special place, using her revolvers with magic bullets. However, during practice, the weapons couldn't handle the magical load and broke. She examines her broken guns in confusion, not understanding what happened. Observers nearby explain that the magic destroyed the structure of the weapons and wonder if they're doing everything correctly. Fur feels lost after what happened, struggling to stand in the arena and admitting she should have stopped earlier. Her opponent anxiously asks if she's injured. The girl tries to say she's fine, but it's clear she feels uncertain. She admits she had a bad feeling about the situation from the start. One of the girls suggests buying a new pair of weapons, but the other points out that these revolvers were obtained from a dungeon in another country and cost about 100 gold. She adds that finding a blacksmith capable of repairing such powerful weapons will be extremely difficult. The idea of finding a suitable craftsman comes up, but doubts about the possibility of repair still linger. In the end, they wonder what to do in this situation. Fur admits she has no choice but to withdraw from the Frapara newcomer tournament. She explains that as a mage archer, she can't use magic without a weapon, so she would lose immediately after the duel begins. The girls are surprised by her decision and ask River to say something. River thinks it over, but hasn't responded to the situation yet. River suggests making magical guns himself, which surprises the girls. Kurt appears, and one of the girls tells him that something strange is happening with River. Kurt is surprised that River thinks creating magical weapons is easy. He compares it to cooking at home versus going to an expensive restaurant. The hero asked his companion if she had any magical metal, to which she replied that she found it in Rearsil. He offered to buy the material from her, and she didn't refuse the offer. Meanwhile, another participant in the discussion noted that if they could understand the weapon's design, they might be able to carry out the project. However, he pointed out that they didn't have a recipe for creating magical weapons. The guy found a suitable magical skill and decided to use alchemy. He noted that he is currently selecting the right skill and seems to have made his choice. Although he's not sure if it can be used in a duel, he still intends to try. During preparation, he activated magical energy and focused on using the skill. The guy asked the girl what type of firearm she liked the most. She replied that she preferred light models that could be used with both hands simultaneously. After hearing this, he concluded that it would be best to use lightweight materials and reduce the recoil of the weapon. Hearing this, the girl was clearly surprised and struggled to contain her emotions. The hero began explaining the process of making a weapon, starting with forming the barrel, which would serve as the foundation of the design. He noted that the next step would be the sight and suggested starting its formation while simultaneously creating the slide part. The girls watched the process and discussed the possibility of simply observing how he creates and assembles the weapon, mimicking his actions. When one of the onlookers asked what kind of magic this was, the guy clarified that he was using alchemy, not magic. One of the characters, surprised, asked again about alchemy and was told that it is the art of shaping metals into any form. It was noted that, with careful observation, one can see that the workings of magic and alchemy are quite similar. A girl suggested that blacksmiths could also master this if their skill is recognized as talent. She then added that the wise Kurt could learn it if he is diligent enough. The guy barely dodged an explosive reaction while working with alchemy and fearfully commented on the danger of the situation. A wave of energy burst from his hands and a sharp metal object nearly hit him. The blonde man, with a serious expression, mentioned Kurt's name, drawing attention to the event. Then he looked at the guy and said his name, clearly astonished by the outcome. The young man wondered if his difficulty was because his magical power was weaker than the weight of the material he was using. The girl watching expressed doubt about the success of the attempt, suggesting it wouldn't work. However, another participant firmly disagreed and confidently stated that it would work. The blonde silently observed the conversation without joining in. One of the characters admired Rivera's confidence and noted that he always follows through on what he says. The guy admitted he couldn't muster such confidence himself when considering his own abilities. Meanwhile, Lloyd was surprised to learn that Rivera was making firearms and tried to find out what was going on. Observing this, someone concluded that such behavior was only natural for the son of a swordmaster. The girl rushed forward with weapons in both hands, aiming a shot at the enemy. With a powerful swing, she unleashed a series of attacks using both guns. The guy standing opposite watched her closely and prepared to defend himself. Around them, traces of strikes and flashes highlighted the intensity of the battle. The girl planned her strategy and decided to keep her distance to deliver continuous attacks. She moved swiftly around the arena, avoiding close contact with her opponent. In response, the guy activated his enhanced vision ability to track her movements. Then he quickly shifted his position, skillfully gliding across the surface, showing he was ready to counter. River dashed forward at high speed, skillfully dodging all the bullets fired by his opponent. The girl watched him intently, realizing he was using a tactic that had won him many duels before. She understood the urgent need to find a way to counter his swift attacks. Meanwhile, River kept closing the distance, preparing for a decisive move. River managed to get close to his opponent and delivered a powerful blow, knocking the weapon from her hands. The pistols fell to the ground, and the girl was thrown back before she could react. She admitted defeat, laughing and remarking that the fight ended in his favor. Spectators in the stands were surprised and noted that they had expected his victory from the start. River suddenly stopped in the middle of the match and firmly announced he wouldn't continue. The girl was surprised by his decision and didn't understand why he halted the attack despite having a clear advantage. From the arena, someone asked why he stopped the fight when victory seemed certain. Meanwhile, his opponent admitted she was disarmed, her strategy had failed, and she was defeated. River looked at his opponent and stated that she wasn't fighting seriously. He noted that he was familiar with the style of a fighter with magical weapons, but her actions seemed too mediocre to him. He then added that he was sure she could perform much better if she put in more effort. The girl reacted with surprise to his words, not expecting such an assessment. The man reminded the woman that even without weapons, she has basic combat skills, thanks to Lloyd's special training. He noted that he had never seen her use guns, even on the simplest missions. The guy asked the girl if she was afraid of taking everything too seriously. She struggled to hold back tears and admitted she didn't have the same confidence as River. She lowered her head, adding that someone with his determination could never understand her. The girl clutched her hands to her chest, expressing her inner pain and insecurity. River calmly looked at the girl and admitted that he doesn't consider himself a confident person. He noted that things don't always go the way he wants, and that's natural. However, he added that the most important thing is to do your best. He emphasized that he always tries his hardest, even if the outcome is unpredictable. The speaker urged the girl to reconsider her decision carefully and asked if she truly wanted to end things this way. He noted that he probably couldn't change her mind, but reminded her of Lloyd's efforts in her training. He also mentioned that the training was conducted not just for Tempest, but for her as well. Then he asked if she was ready to give it all up by simply giving in. Agito, looking downcast, sat silently until Karina noticed his mood and spoke to him. She remarked that he seemed gloomy, clearly troubled by something important. Without hiding his dark thoughts, he admitted he was contemplating the upcoming duel with River. He appeared focused and cautious, clearly assessing the seriousness of the situation. Karina admitted that in terms of combat strength, Agito had the advantage. However, she noted that he completely lost the fight, regardless of his power. Agito confessed that he managed to recognize his opponent's fighting style, but couldn't fully read his intentions. He clenched his fist, realizing he couldn't figure out what to do next. Karina explained that River knows Agito's fighting style, character, and habits very well, so he can easily overpower him with a little practice. At the same time, she emphasized that Agito himself does not have the same level of understanding of his opponent. Hearing this, the young man angrily hit the table, realizing his situation. One of the heroes watched the scenery, reflecting that this is true determination. Agito clenched his fist and vowed that he would not accept defeat next time. His face showed determination, and his gaze was focused and firm. He acknowledged that he needed to become much stronger to achieve victory. This thought reinforced his resolve to keep training and overcome his weaknesses. Karina noticed that because of differences in innate talents, people usually don't feel regret over a loss. However, in River's case, his determination during the duel became his true strength. She pointed out that this quality could be the foundation for his future growth. The girl with the ears, upon hearing this, pondered and quietly remarked that things aren't actually that straightforward. The girl with a determined look shouted that she hadn't given up yet. Suddenly she lunged forward, despite losing her weapon, eager to continue the fight. River noticed her movement and reacted swiftly, preparing to defend. A burst of energy and the sound of impact echoed across the arena, highlighting the suddenness and strength of her resolve. The girl suddenly sprang into action and charged at her opponent, trying to catch him off guard. River noticed her move and quickly turned to face the attack. During the swift maneuver, she lost her balance and fell to the ground, having spent all her energy. Her body hit the ground heavily, and she lay there, breathing hard from the exertion. Fur opened fire with incredible speed, delivering a series of precise and powerful shots at the enemy. The spectators watched in amazement, unable to believe what was happening. One observer noted that she seemed like a completely different person. A stunned girl in the crowd expressed admiration for her strikes, not expecting such decisiveness from her. Fur kept up the attack, maintaining a tense pace and trying to keep the enemy at a distance. River gripped his sword with both hands, focusing intently as he prepared to counterattack. She watched his every move, trying to maintain the right distance for shooting. Internally, she repeated her strategy: stay at mid-range and deal damage with her weapon. Fur was in a panic when she recognized the move River used to win the first round and realized he was using it again. She gasped in surprise, realizing her mistake, and River smiled, confirming her suspicion. She tried to react but couldn't stop the attack in time. After taking the hit, Fur exclaimed indignantly, accusing River of being unfair. Fur screamed in pain as magical surges enveloped her body, causing her to lose control. One observer anxiously asked what had happened to her. Another explained that her health bar had stopped decreasing, which might indicate a lack of magical energy. This confirmed that the depletion of her magical powers was the cause of her sudden deterioration. River charged forward with his sword, determined to end the duel and claim victory. Fur stood defenseless, unable to move due to complete exhaustion. Observers anxiously remarked that she was in a completely helpless state. Fur suddenly regained her stance and launched a swift attack, holding her weapon in both hands. Observers were surprised to realize she had only pretended to be exhausted and wasn't lacking magical energy. She noted to herself that River predictably rushed forward at the sight of her weakness, just as she had anticipated. With determination in her eyes, she prepared to deliver the decisive blow, declaring it was now her turn to attack. Fur was pleased to note that River was within reach, completely believing her feigned exhaustion. She recalled how she had successfully pretended during special training, practicing this tactic. However, at the crucial moment, her guns failed to fire, leaving her shocked and confused. Hearing a strange sound, she tried to remember where she had heard it before, suspecting a malfunction. Fur, in a panic, tried to shoot, but the weapon failed, leaving her confused and anxious. Suddenly, she realized that River had tampered with the guns, design in advance, altering the magical component through alchemy. The realization shocked her, and she couldn't react to the rapidly unfolding events. Her expression turned to fear as she understood that things were not going according to plan. River charged forward with determination to finish the fight, while Fur stood still, aware of her defeat. Her gaze was dull, and her body trembled from exhaustion and helplessness. With a bitter smile, she acknowledged she had no chance of winning. The spectators in the arena watched the final stage of the match in amazement, holding their breath. Fur declared with determination that she would definitely win next time. Her face was covered in sweat, but her eyes burned with confidence. River replied that he wasn't planning to give up either and looked forward to their next match. Both fighters acknowledged each other as worthy opponents, preparing for their future encounter. The tournament among guild members concluded, and River was officially declared the winner. He shook hands with his opponent, affirming a fair and honorable victory. The crowd cheered his triumph, and a voice from the arena solemnly announced his name. Meanwhile, one observer hidden in the shadows quietly noted that River had put in a lot of effort for Fur, and now a true camaraderie was forming between them. The man with a cold gaze and a slight sigh watched the concluded match. His face remained calm, but there was a hint of mockery in his expression. Internally, he dismissed the event as foolishness. His reaction sharply contrasted with the enthusiasm of the other participants. One of the boys said he found Master Kurt's father's book thrown in the trash. Another boy, sitting with the book in his hands, calmly replied that he had already finished reading it. His friend remarked with surprise that this was no reason to throw the book away. However, the boy explained that he remembered all its contents, so he didn't need it anymore. One of the characters, puzzled, tried to stop Kurt, not understanding why he so easily gave up the book related to his father. Kurt replied that he no longer needed it because he had memorized everything in it. He added that his father lived here even before he was born, and there was no point in giving it extra significance. Then he abruptly cut off the conversation, advising the person to stop saying meaningless things or just leave. Commentators enthusiastically announced the start of the final round of the rookie tournament taking place in Frapar. One of them mentioned that something completely unexpected was ahead. The crowd gathered in the arena, full of tension, watching the events unfold. One spectator expressed surprise at how unpredictable things were turning out. The host announced the entrance of the final round participants, urging the audience to welcome the fighters. One of the participants confidently headed to the arena, showing no doubt or fear. He was about to face a decisive battle, eagerly anticipated by everyone present. The tension was rising, foreshadowing an important and intense fight. The commentators proudly introduced the participants of the final match, eliciting cheers from the crowd. From the Tempest Guild, Kurt, gifted with the talent of wisdom, stepped into the arena. Opposing him was River, endowed with the talent of determination. Both fighters looked ahead confidently, ready to face off in the eagerly anticipated decisive battle. Kurt was slightly surprised to notice that his opponent entered the arena without any weapons. He directly asked if River really hadn't brought anything for the fight. The guy calmly confirmed that he came without any gear, showing no sign of worry. Hearing this, Kurt silently nodded, accepting the situation as it was. River confidently stated that to become the strongest in the world, he must defeat an opponent like the Sage. He added that the path to the top requires constant training and overcoming strong adversaries. The room fell silent in surprise, and Kurt looked at him in astonishment upon hearing these words. The mood in the arena shifted dramatically as it became clear that River was determined. The audience was surprised as they discussed the possibility that River might use magic in this duel. Someone skeptically noted that such an outcome was still possible. Kurt, hearing this, chuckled quietly, as if he already knew where things were headed. River watched him in amazement, not understanding what prompted such a reaction. Kurt, with a mocking smile, admitted that Rivera's words sounded quite impressive. He noted that his opponent had become a real source of interest and entertainment. Folding his arms, Kurt appeared both confident and mocking, as if he saw the situation as a game. His eyes showed anticipation of something unusual from the upcoming match. Kurt confidently suggested to River to show what he was capable of, indicating he was fully ready for the fight. He reached out and activated a powerful spell, summoning a blazing spear. A magical symbol flared beneath his feet, illuminating the arena. The fiery weapon surged forward, marking the start of their decisive duel. Kurt unleashed a powerful stream of fire magic towards River, lighting up the arena with blazing spears. River reacted immediately, dodging the spell with precise and calculated movements. He clenched his fist, gathering energy and focusing on his counterattack. Waves of flame swirled around him, but he remained completely calm, maintaining his balance within the magical vortex. The audience was surprised to see the fiery spears suddenly vanish, and tried to figure out what had happened. One observer suggested that River used wind magic to neutralize the flames released by Kurt. He noted that this technique requires significantly less magical energy compared to water magic. River remained focused, showing precise calculation in his choice of spells. Kurt, with a cold smirk, acknowledged that River had certain abilities but simultaneously called him pathetic. His words were dismissive, highlighting his arrogance and dissatisfaction. River reacted with confusion, not understanding what prompted such a judgment. Kurt went on to mention academies and other people's names but quickly dismissed it all, saying it was unnecessary and irrelevant. River asked again, confused about what exactly Kurt considered unnecessary. Kurt explained that for the sake of magical research, he sacrificed everything he deemed unimportant. He shared that combining his knowledge of modern magic with ancient principles would lead to a deeper understanding of it. His voice was calm and calculated, highlighting his obsession with his goal. River, with a serious expression, asked about the true meaning of strength and the desire to become the strongest. He recalled his friends and loved ones, stating that they are not insignificant. He added that, in fact, it's for their sake that one should become stronger. River's words made Kurt change his expression, first frowning and then looking thoughtfully at his companion. Kurt calmly stated that he had no intention of wasting his time on boring and useless people. He admitted he wasn't sure if River was any different from the rest, but despite this, he expressed his determination to defeat him. River, in turn, firmly declared that he wasn't going to give up. Kurt extended his hand with a magical weapon and suggested they continue the fight, confident that his opponent understood everything. Kurt launched his attack, unleashing powerful magical blasts that exploded at River's feet, forcing him to constantly dodge. River kept moving forward, skillfully leaping over the flashes and avoiding direct hits. With cold confidence, Kurt controlled the pace of the fight, keeping his opponent at bay. The magical energy around him pulsed, highlighting his determination to finish the duel. Kurt activated a new spell, summoning massive ice structures that suddenly rose from the ground. River found himself surrounded on all sides, quickly leaping away to avoid being trapped. With each move, the ice peaks rose higher, threatening to cut off escape routes. Kurt remained calm, controlling the magic with precision and without unnecessary movements. Commentators watched the match in amazement, questioning whether it could even be considered a battle between novices. One admitted that even he would struggle with such a level of magic. Kurt relentlessly cast high-level spells, filling the arena with destructive attacks. River was forced to retreat, dodging powerful blasts that grew more intense by the second. River struggled to stay on his feet, admitting that Kurt's spells were so powerful he could barely withstand their onslaught. He noted to himself that his opponent's magical energy seemed endless, allowing him to attack without tactical limits. Despite this, River had no intention of giving up and refused to consider defeat. His gaze remained determined, fixed on Kurt, whom he was determined to overcome no matter what. River, surprised, asked again if he really thought something was unnecessary. His genuine confusion made Kurt hesitate for a moment. Looking up, Kurt tried to continue his thought, but his words no longer carried the same confidence. River stood in the cozy room, reflecting on his journey and realized that the process of remembering can work unexpectedly, when suddenly everything becomes clear. He understood that he shouldn't abandon learning halfway. This thought became one of the key insights he gained during his journey. In response, Kurt simply said he understood. The young man in the cloak claims that his companion is wasting time trying to master useless magic. He believes it's better to focus on a deep study of sorcery. The warrior with the sword jumps aside, ignoring the criticism. In conclusion, it's noted that weak magic forces the hero to move a lot during battle. A young man with a tense expression watches the battlefield, where explosions flare up. Magical projectiles hit the ground, leaving craters. One of the characters remarks that this is exactly how it should be. The warrior, observing the scene, looks surprised and cautious. A hooded figure observes the battle, noting the absence of any signs of magical energy depletion in the warrior, which surprises him. He concludes that the opponent has overcome this limitation through rigorous training, indicating exceptional perseverance. The thought of such endurance evokes respect and admiration in the observer, and he acknowledges the fighter's strength. The opponent's name, Sage, is spoken with a tone of recognition for his skill. The warrior, with a tense expression, declared that he had no right to lose and must keep fighting to the end. He confidently emphasized that he would surely emerge victorious, no matter the challenges. The opponent, with a cold smile, calmly watched him and gestured with his hand. He allowed the use of any kind of magic without imposing any restrictions. The blond man, with a smug smile, declared that it was his time to shine. He raised his hand high, preparing to activate a powerful magical technique. The space around him suddenly transformed, filled with numerous spheres of various sizes. The warrior watched his opponent closely, standing in the center of the magical field. The blond man activated his magic, and the warrior's body was caught in the center of a powerful energy explosion. He was thrown into the air as a strong surge of power emanated from his opponent's hand. The warrior screamed in pain, trying to resist the destructive force. The explosion kept intensifying, engulfing the entire area around him. After the powerful explosion, the warrior found himself on his knees, breathing heavily and struggling to keep his balance. His body was covered in wounds, and debris from the destroyed arena lay all around. In the distance stood the silhouette of his opponent, calmly observing the aftermath of the attack. The hero gritted his teeth in pain but continued to hold on despite his exhaustion. The girl with the tiara pondered the words of her companion and asked in surprise if it was really that simple. The elderly man next to her expressed doubt, calling the opponent a real beast and questioning his status as a sage. Meanwhile, from the battlefield came the muffled laughter of a wounded warrior trying to stand. Watching this, the girl noted that she had never seen Kurt so desperate before. The opponent, with a cold expression, reminded him that a warrior cannot defeat even someone with unnecessary strength. Kurt, breathing heavily and covered in sweat, lifted his head with effort. He confidently declared that he could still continue the fight despite his condition. His gaze remained steady, showing unwavering determination. The man in glasses calmly explained that he uses a magical artifact based on ancient technology. He pointed out that the item replaces real damage without causing actual harm to the participants. As he explained, the crystals surrounding the arena began to shatter. He added that thanks to this technology, fighters can battle without fearing serious consequences. The man in the cloak raised his hand and said the name River, indicating he heard him. The opponent looked down in astonishment, sensing something was wrong. Beneath the warrior's feet, a large magical circle suddenly lit up, filled with mysterious symbols. He realized with alarm that he was inside a complex magical structure. The warrior fiercely declared that all his movements in the arena were part of a plan to create a magic circle. The man with glasses was surprised to realize he was trapped in a carefully prepared snare. He acknowledged that enhanced magic was used against him, channeled through one of the strongest sage circles. The hero expressed interest in whose power would prove stronger in this confrontation. The warrior cast a spell, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that filled the entire arena. The attack came with a bright flash and a loud noise, making everyone around flinch. Spectators watching the battle recoiled in fear, shielding themselves from the force of the blow. Their faces showed surprise and concern at the unexpected power of the spell. The boy stood by the table with books, carefully studying the texts, eager to understand the content. Each day he spent more time reading and analyzing, immersing himself in learning. Passers-by were amazed by his dedication, watching him absorb new material and return to his studies. Over time, adults, including a young woman and an elderly man, began to approach him, acknowledging his effort and hard work. A person with a covered face admitted feeling like an unnecessary being, easily rejected. He expressed certainty that one day he would be abandoned because he doesn't deserve to be around others. Kurt smiled and noted that his companion was completely focused on magic and considered it his strong suit. He added that he had no intention of abandoning his friend and would never say he didn't need him. The man in the cloak, surprised, acknowledged that Kurt wasn't mocking his persistence. His face showed slight embarrassment at such sincere words. The man with glasses and a slight smile said he now understood Rivera's line of thought. He acknowledged that the words he heard were quite reasonable and worth accepting. His expression softened, reflecting inner agreement. River lay unconscious on the ground, unable to continue the fight after the exhausting clash. A man in a cloak, with a cold expression, acknowledged his defeat. He regretfully noted that it ended unfavorably for his opponent. His gaze remained stern, despite his words of sympathy. The eyes of the man in the cloak widened in surprise when he noticed the attack. River suddenly rose and struck with fire magic, delivering a powerful blow to the opponent. Kurt reminded them that the spell was supposed to last only a few seconds. He questioned whether this magic was truly considered unnecessary, despite its effect. The man explained that magic based on the mental desire to win creates an illusion similar to illusionary magic. He noted that this technique only works for a few seconds, but requires less magical energy. He also admitted that he was easily deceived, due to his own drive to win. Kurt confirmed that he understood the spell's structure and was able to apply it correctly. One of the fighters admitted that the magic used was an illusion, not a hallucination, and wondered what the opponent would have done if it hadn't worked. Kurt smiled and replied that he would have found another way to win. He was officially declared the winner and given the title of the greatest battle mage for defeating the sage. The interlocutor noted that he shouldn't be modest, as he had earned the recognition. The Frapara Rookie Tournament has come to an end, capturing the attention of both spectators and participants. The winner was River, whose determination and remarkable perseverance stood out. He was hailed as the hardest worker, recognized not only for his magic but also for his efforts. With trembling hands, the young man struggled to contain his emotions, hardly believing in his own victory. In the crowd, one of the onlookers began to speak, noting that if it was about the son. An elderly man named Aiden, hearing this, anxiously awaited the rest of the sentence. Beside him stood joyful and amazed companions, closely watching the events unfold. Their faces showed pride and admiration directed at the winner. Aiden, with a tense expression, recalled the goal he had pursued for a long time. He aimed to master the combination of magic and swordsmanship, known as the adamant blade. This technique requires flawless skill to be successfully executed. He admired its power, noting that it can cut through absolutely anything. The observer wondered if River could fully master the legendary technique. He speculated that the young man might not only reach the level of the Holy Sword but even surpass it. Against this backdrop of thought, the scene showed devastated landscapes, as if confirming the power of the battles. Cracks and fissures in the ground indicated the strength of the magic and weapons used. Amidst the forest rocks, a massive creature appeared, hidden within a bony maw with sharp fangs. A crunch echoed from deep within, accompanied by tense movement. In the next moment, one eye of the beast opened, revealing an elongated pupil. The creature awoke, emanating menace and primal power. A girl with long hair was breathing heavily, sitting on the ground surrounded by a sinister shadow with burning eyes. She held her hand to her face, exhausted and shaken by what had happened. Against the backdrop of the ruined forest, her figure seemed lonely and vulnerable. With effort, she whispered an apology to River, admitting her responsibility for what occurred. A young man with a displeased expression stood in front of the building, looking up at the sign. He irritably wondered why he was the one given this task. Then, with slight hesitation, he stepped toward the door and opened it. Inside the bustling guild hall, many people were busy choosing tasks and having discussions. A young beastman with alert ears looked around cautiously, spotting someone familiar. His gaze landed on the quest board, and he exclaimed Adisto's name in surprise. A girl with long hair cheerfully greeted the newcomer and announced the joining of the revamped Tempest Guild. She confidently gestured and asked how he felt about it all. In response to his comment about inaccuracies on the task board, she thanked him for his attention to detail. Her mood remained upbeat and open despite the remarks. After the tournament ended, the guild received numerous requests which frustrated the girl. She explained that her job was to ensure a steady flow of people into the guild. The Beastman admitted he had heard of Tempest but was busy with other matters. The conversation partners noted that the guild had become well known in Frappar and had even acquired its own equipment and goods store. The girl reminded everyone that the guild includes the tournament champion, the finalist, and a participant with rabbit ears who placed fifth. A beastman named Ajito suspiciously looked at Raul, asking what he was up to now. Another character suddenly asked what happened, noticing a change in the conversation partner's behavior. In response to the remark, Raul screamed in pain when someone grabbed his ears and scolded him for his bad behavior. A girl with rabbit ears named Fur returned to the guild after completing a mission. Her appearance made an impression on those around her, especially given her serious expression. One of the guild members recalled that she had previously apologized for her behavior at their first meeting. She confirmed this with a brief and restrained apology. Fur mockingly reminded Agito that he lost his first battle due to his own weakness. She accused him of underestimating his opponent, not knowing their true talent, and fighting unprepared. The girl emphasized that overconfidence and fighting spirit were not enough to win. While she and another participant were pulling him by the ears, a passerby jokingly remarked that he had a beauty in each hand. Agito, with a frightened expression, wondered who would be next. Suddenly, a dark-skinned girl with cat-like features named Karina appeared before him. He was stunned by her sudden appearance and said her name in surprise. Karina looked at him confused and asked what was wrong. One of the men expressed surprise, believing it was impossible to simplify the structure of magic. The second man, with a satisfied smile, remarked that he was glad he came after seeing the work done. A woman with a serious expression suggested starting a small magic class to share knowledge. She advised trying it, showing interest in teaching. One of the speakers expressed doubt, suggesting that a person who never cared for others is unlikely to have changed. Another curiously asked if the man belonged to high society. He calmly replied that he was just a nobleman from a big city. Then he invited them to visit his mansion in the capital. The mustached man admitted he actually doesn't like the nobility. Another man apologized for his bluntness, trying not to offend. The mustached man enthusiastically declared that he's only interested in studying magic. He hugged his companion, laughed loudly, and expressed confidence that they would get along soon. The man with glasses pondered as he observed what was happening around him. He noted that Kurt would meet many people in this world. The girl added that such encounters might be beneficial for him. Despite his inner doubts, a tense but focused expression appeared on the man's face. Karina smirked and mentioned that she was also interested in magic, then skeptically asked what change Agito needed to make in himself. Agito, irritated, suggested that her words sounded like a lecture, though he himself recalled the importance of determination. Karina admitted that she became an A-rank adventurer, relying solely on her talent, but acknowledged that she once thought she had already reached her limit. Karina curiously asked where the hardworking person was, noting his absence. The girl with the tiara smiled and replied that River wasn't taking quests at the moment because he was considering applying for an adventurer rank. One of the people in the conversation asked, puzzled, what he was doing now. Meanwhile, a figure appeared on the stairs, surprising the observer. River continued to train diligently, focusing intently on honing his sword skills. In front of him on the table was an object meant for practicing techniques, surrounded by a faint magical glow. He took a deep breath and gathered his strength, preparing for the next strike. With a fiery gaze and determined movements, he delivered a powerful slash, releasing energy. River struck the fortified block with his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The blade pierced the material, leaving a deep crack but not breaking through completely. The young man cried out, feeling intense pain in his head, as if his skull was about to crack from the strain. Despite the agony, he held onto the sword, showing persistence in his training. River looked at the training block with disappointment, realizing he hadn't even scratched it. He admitted that in his current state his technique wouldn't be effective, and he was still far from his goal. His thoughts were focused on mastering a move that could break through any defense. Clenching his fists, he uttered the name of the legendary technique, Adamant Blade. One of the men held up a shiny stone and asked Rivera what it was. The young man was surprised to recognize it as orichalcum, a rare and extremely durable mineral known for its resistance to damage. The older man explained that his father, Aiden, once managed to cut this stone, showcasing incredible strength. River was told that his combat skills were top-notch. It was noted that by observing the enemy's style and habits, he could identify their weaknesses. Even if his attacks caused little damage, the enemy would still fall under a series of consecutive strikes. However, this statement was followed by a warning, hinting at an existing limitation or flaw. River was asked what he would do if he found himself surrounded by enemies and couldn't identify their weaknesses. The scenario presented involved opponents with a tight defensive formation. Even if there was a chance to inflict damage, breaking through such a defense without a clear strategy would be extremely difficult. The young man silently pondered, realizing the limitations of his current skills in such situations. River was told that to become the strongest in the world, he must master a unique technique capable of bypassing any defense. This technique is a powerful attack that can break through even the toughest barriers. It's called the Adamant Blade, symbolizing absolute penetrating force. The image of a blade slicing through solid material highlighted the destructive potential of this skill. The Adamant Blade technique requires the highest skill in channeling magical energy. Although it can be activated through a state of demonization, the magic density must be reduced. When energy is transferred into an attack, the body seems to harden, but the exact nature of this effect is still unclear to River. He noted that focusing and striking are easier in a forward-leaning stance. River pondered the fact that his father's technique wasn't documented in the Book of Knowledge, and even with his determination, he didn't know where to start. He admitted that during his training, despite hundreds of attempts, he hadn't made any progress. The failed strikes caused pain similar to the depletion of magical energy. Clenching his teeth, he focused and resolved to keep trying until he could master the move. The girl joyfully announced that she submitted the report to the adventurers, League on Rivera's behalf. She enthusiastically shared that he has now been officially ranked. He waited anxiously for the result, unsure of what to expect. One of the characters, surprised, noted Rivera's absence and asked where he was. The camera shifted to show an empty arena with only a small trace left in the center. Meanwhile, Rivera suddenly stood up, looking tense and ready for action. His gaze was focused, and his hand reached for his sword. One of the heroes unleashed a powerful wave of magic in the shape of a crescent, aimed at the enemy. The atmosphere was tense, as if everything around was frozen in anticipation of the next strike. A mysterious figure with long hair and a slight smile uttered the name Rivera, watching the events unfold. A huge worm-like creature with a horn on its head suddenly attacked a group of people, causing panic. A woman with a serious expression loudly ordered two girls named Kahin and Rohin to act immediately. Both girls responded in unison, ready to follow the command. The creature kept advancing, posing a threat to everyone nearby. The silhouettes of fighters and the monsters stood out against the ruined landscape, highlighting the scale of the events. In the next moment, a girl named Anna leaped forward powerfully, ready to strike. Her figure filled the frame and the movement of her leg indicated an attacking technique. A woman standing aside shouted her name, urging her to act. The huge monster was defeated, its body pierced by attacks that released a dark liquid. The group of fighters celebrated their victory, noting that they succeeded thanks to perfect teamwork. One participant enthusiastically praised a girl, calling her the Dragon Knight. They rejoiced in their success and were confident they would earn a high score for this challenge. Anna stopped and anxiously looked toward the forest, feeling a strange unease. One of the girls noticed her wariness and asked what was wrong. The other participants exchanged surprised glances, not understanding what had caused her reaction. One of the girls happily assured that there couldn't be any dangerous monsters in the forest, since the teacher had warned that there were none within the academy's grounds. The second girl added that everything would be fine as long as they didn't leave the designated area. The team was trying to earn as many points as possible for participating in the challenge. Anna, hearing this, remained cautious and quietly said the name Luna, not hiding her doubts. Amidst the dense trees, the shadow of a huge, fearsome creature loomed over the participants of the trial. A few people, unaware of the threat, calmly continued along the path. Anna, spotting the silhouette in the forest thicket, froze with eyes wide in terror. Her intuition was confirmed, and she realized the danger was real. On the book page, there was a creature with a lion's head and red fur, labeled as a, quote, a manticore. The text stated that it is a beast with 3 poisonous stingers in its tail, known for its ferocity. It hunts humans, showing aggressive behavior, earning it the nickname Man-Eater. The creature was considered extremely dangerous due to its deadly traits and habits. 2 teenagers hiding in the bushes discuss the need to quietly retreat. One of them admits to himself that he didn't expect to end up in such a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, it becomes clear that the threat they face has reached the highest danger level. The Adventurers Guild has classified the creature as rank S5, indicating an extreme level of threat. As 3 students calmly walked along the forest path, a threatening creature suddenly appeared above them. A girl noticed the movement and turned around in fear, spotting the approaching danger. The students panicked and started to run, screaming loudly as the beast got closer. At the same time, someone behind them shouted loudly, trying to stop one of the girls named Luna. Manticore charges forward with fury, delivering a crushing blow with its paws. The girl notices the attack too late and can't fully dodge. The impact is so powerful that her body is thrown back, leaving traces of blood in the air. The battle takes a perilous turn, threatening the lives of those involved. Manticore launches a powerful attack on the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. The girls watch in fear, not immediately realizing they need to run for safety. One of the boys panics and shouts for everyone to run immediately, but one girl's legs give way. She can't move, despite the approaching danger. The girl decides to stay and hold off the monster to give the others a chance to escape. Her friends protest, thinking her action is reckless, but she assures them it's okay. She claims she has a purpose, to inform the teachers about what's happening as soon as possible. In this way, she hopes they can save even more people. A desperate guy tries to stop a girl, shouting that she knows exactly who she's dealing with, and demanding she not ignore his words. He's clearly worried about the situation and can't accept her decision. Despite this, she turns around, determined to carry out her plan. She gives one last command, and leaves without looking back. The young man realizes the danger the girl has rushed into and desperately warns her that she might die. Meanwhile, the monster charges forward with terrifying force, leaving no time to think. He grips his sword tightly, focusing on the battle ahead. His gaze turns determined, ready to intervene at any moment. The girl rushes forward, intending to hold back the monster and buy some time for the others. She withstands the creature's blow, showing determination and strength. Her eyes are filled with complete focus, and she doesn't retreat an inch. One of her companions screams in fear, watching the scene unfold. The girl remembers enrolling in the academy with a firm intention to become stronger. Her goal was to feel no shame when next to someone dear to her. At this moment she doubts whether she has achieved the desired result. A determined expression appears on her face, her eyes are full of tears but her gaze is clear. A girl stands in a ruined clearing, clutching her injured arm, surrounded by fallen trees and rocks. She recalls the words about meeting in 3 years at the academy, spoken by a dark-haired young man. A fleeting tear rolls down her cheek, and she lets out a quiet gasp. Nearby in the forest, there is movement, hinting at an approaching threat. A girl with a bloodied face and a tired expression looks ahead with a slight smile. Inside, she realizes she can't keep the promise she made earlier. Her farewell thoughts are directed to a young man named River. In the final scene, she mentally apologizes to him. A young man with a sword steps confidently forward in front of the girl. His face shows determination. He is ready to fight. The girl, kneeling, looks at him with surprise and relief. He assures her there's no need to worry. The girl, in tears, looks at the warrior, unable to believe her eyes. The young man turns away, staring into the distance, offering no explanations. The mechanical opponent watches his arrival in surprise. The hero briefly states that he will explain everything later. The warrior stood with a drawn sword, facing the monster with a fiery mane and massive jaws. The creature snarled, revealing sharp fangs, and emitted a menacing flame. The hero remained calm and confident, never taking his eyes off the enemy. He realized they would first have to deal with this foe.
Revel stands before a girl with his sword raised, tears streaming down her face. He looks straight at her and speaks, surprised by the unexpected meeting. His voice sounds calm but confident. The girl does not move, only tears continue to flow down her cheeks. After all, there was a monster between them, who threatened the girl's life. Revel holds the sword with both hands near his face, remaining calm and focused. His gaze is directed straight at Anna. He speaks of his readiness to protect her until death. The girl, who is the god of this world, stands before Revel without clothes and with her hair down. She calls herself a god and says hello to him. He responds to the greeting with bewilderment. She smiles and remarks that it is impossible to take him by surprise. Revel at this time remembered that Kurt said that he allegedly met with a god, and he was convinced it was true. Revel realizes in his mind that this is indeed a god, as his instincts tell him. He continues to look at her, holding his sword at the ready. The goddess calmly says that there is an important thing she must tell him. Revel does not interrupt her and remains focused. She smirks and tells him that Revel's beloved Anna is now in danger. Revel's face changes instantly upon hearing her words. His expression shows noticeable fear. Thoughts of a possible threat to Anna capture his attention. He remains silent, waiting for further explanations from the goddess, and not knowing what exactly could threaten Anna at this moment. God says that he does not understand how a dangerous monster appeared on the territory of an elite academy. Revel asks in surprise if she does not know, since she is the god of this world. God answers with a slight grin, calling him brave, confirming her status, but explains that the situation is beyond her analysis. She then directly states that she will help Revel save Anna, getting to the point of the conversation and not wasting time on unnecessary explanations. Revel stops her and asks why she wants to help him. The god explains that she will simply teleport him to the monster, and all that will remain for Revel is to defeat it. She then admits that she is interested in him. Revel reacts to her words with surprise, not understanding the reason for such interest. He continues to listen carefully, trying to understand what true motives drive the goddess and why she decided to intervene now. Revel quietly repeats her words about her interest in him, trying to understand the meaning. God replies that this is just his assumption. She explains that she loves the inhabitants of this world, although she must maintain balance. As Revel is about to say something, he is suddenly pushed back by an invisible force. God steps back, and something shaped like a half-moon appears behind her. God tells Revel to try harder and that it is time to go. She adds that they will continue their conversation next time. God then warns him that the monster he will face is different from those he has fought before. At this point, Revel's body begins to gradually dissolve, individual parts becoming blurry and disappearing. Revel teleports completely and immediately, pushing off the ground so that the stones fly apart, rushes towards the monster with a sword in his hands. A huge opponent appears in front of him, towering above the ground. The monster's fur rises up, swaying like flames, creating the impression of a fiery aura. Revel quickly closes the distance, preparing to deliver the first blow, assessing the size and strength of the creature he is about to fight. Even after striking the monster's head with his sword and landing, Revel notices that the enemy has not received any damage. He thinks that the monster has protection against physical damage, and the fight will be too difficult. There is not a single scratch left on the creature's body. Then Revel decides to use another method. Magic power begins to accumulate in his hand. At this time, Anna, watching, thinks that he is going to use magic. Revel directs concentrated magical power from his hand directly at the monster's head. The blow is so powerful that thick dust rises from the point of impact, obscuring the view. Anna and Revel watch the result of the attack carefully, hoping that this magical blow will be effective. Both remain wary, waiting to see if the dust will clear and whether the monster will be defeated or able to continue the fight after such an attack. But through the dust that has been raised, the monster continues to move and charges straight at Revel. Anna screams that the attack is of no use and calls for him to run. Revel snaps back that she should be the one to leave. He adds that he cannot fight such an opponent and protect her at the same time. His voice sounds tense and his sword remains raised, ready for another blow, as the monster quickly closes the distance between them. Anna suddenly begins to rise into the air. It turns out that Q, who has the ability to fly, grabbed her by both hands and lifted her off the ground. He loudly says that he himself does not understand how he ended up here before he had time to realize anything, and promises to take her with him. Revel, surprised, asks why Q is here, but quickly dismisses the question and orders him to immediately take Anna to a safe place. Continuing to prepare for the fight with the monster, the monster suddenly lifts a massive rock from the ground with one hand and throws it straight towards them. Anna watches in shock, fearing a blow as she was being carried in such a way that she was looking down. Revel reacts instantly and delivers a powerful blow with his sword straight towards the flying rock. The force of his blow causes the rock to split into many pieces. Revel thinks that he can only slow down the monster. He realizes that if he activates his magic power, the poison that has already entered his body will likely spread faster. This poison acts almost instantly, and Revel feels his movements become slower. The pain in his arms increases with each swing of his sword. He realizes that his body may soon succumb to the poison completely, but he continues to fight, trying to buy time. Revel, despite his slow movements and the increasing pain from the poison, straightens up and takes a stable fighting stance. His gaze becomes confident, and a powerful aura of determination is felt around him. He loudly declares that he is still able to continue fighting. Even understanding the risks and consequences, Revel is not going to retreat, and is ready to put all his remaining strength into the fight to protect Anna and defeat the monster in front of him. Anna panics and screams to be let go, saying that if she doesn't do something, Revel will get hurt. Q tries to hold her back, but she keeps struggling, and falls face first onto the ground. He eventually apologizes and asks if she's okay, and Anna says she's in pain. Q says it's weird, because they've only just met, but he already feels a connection to her, wondering if she understands him. Anna cries out in frustration that Q can't take her away because they need to save Revel. Q says he has to get her to safety, but she continues to argue. He says he feels like they've known each other for a long time. She insists on helping Revel, saying there's no time to escape. She then asks if they should really leave everything there and just run away, or if they should try to help. Q says that he can't just stand by and watch Revel fight either, but admits that it's all they can do for now. He adds that despite Revel's orders, he is unable to carry them out. Q calls out to Anna, saying that he needs her help and the power of the Dragon Knight. Anna replies that she has no other choice, as this talent was given to her. She then says that together they can act. They decide to fight on Revel's side. Meanwhile, the battle between him and the monster continues. Revel analyzes the situation, realizing that he must block the enemy's attacks and simultaneously improve his physical attacks with magic. He tries to control the expenditure of magical energy so as not to die from exhaustion. Every movement is difficult for him because of the poison, but he continues to hold the defense, carefully watching the actions of the huge and strong enemy. The flow of magic in this place becomes stronger, and Revel feels it. He notices that his arm is paralyzed due to the poison, making it difficult to wield the sword. In his mind, he recalls the words of Lloyd, who once told him about the importance of the technique, unyielding blade. Revel understands that it is at such a critical moment that he must use this knowledge to continue the fight and defeat the monster, despite his weakened body. Revel realizes that his body will become paralyzed and he will die if he allows this feeling to take over completely. He wonders if he can hold back the poison and master the steadfast blade. The idea of pretending to be paralyzed crosses his mind. He remembers using the demonizer and wonders if he should try a similar approach now. The situation seems ironic, but Revel doubts that he has the strength and determination to do so. Damn, Revel mentally asks for a little rest, but the monster continues to attack him without stopping. He thinks that this is the animal instinct of the enemy, which rushes at him every time, not allowing him to recover. Revel understands that he cannot lose so easily. He frantically searches for a way to activate the unyielding blade, but in his head there is only a question of what to do next, so as not to fall right now and continue the fight. Revel begins to noticeably lag behind the monster, barely managing to react to its furious attacks. While the creature roars and rapidly approaches him, he notices something moving at great speed straight towards him from the edge of the battlefield. The monster turns its head and only manages to briefly examine the approaching object, not immediately understanding who or what it is, but feeling that the situation has suddenly changed. A monster with a massive body and wings leaps forward, its mouth open and ready to attack. Its clawed feet point forward, its scaly body tense, and its tail and wings spread. Revel is on the ground in front of it, holding his sword and watching as the huge creature comes at him with force. Rocks and debris fly around from the powerful movement of the monster, ready to strike. The monster extends a clawed hand, forming a bright magical ball that radiates light and energy. In the next moment, it suddenly throws this attack forward, directing it at high speed. The claws and massive paw move rapidly, creating a powerful momentum. The ground around it flies apart from the force of the movement, and it becomes clear that the monster is preparing a devastating magical strike against the monster. Anna finds herself riding a dragon, which is Q. He soars upward and prepares a powerful attack. At that moment, Q releases dragon breath, sending a stream of destructive energy towards the monster. Revel, seeing this, exclaims Q's name. He realizes that this move is a great way to buy time to coordinate and prepare for the next stage of the fight with the huge enemy. The dragon's breath suddenly intensifies, and the white energy ball grows to enormous sizes, filling the space in front of the monster. Anna, on Q's back, loudly calls out to Revel. At this point, he is surprised by what is happening and thinks that this could be teleportation. He also notices that his own magical powers seem to have increased due to Q's presence, feeling an influx of additional energy. Anna tells Revel with a smile on her face that everything is fine and she knows that he is great and strong. She warns that if he fails, he will be completely paralyzed and the monster will be able to kill him. Although they are trying to buy Revel time, it remains unknown whether he will be able to activate the unyielding blade. Anna adds that everything will be fine, trying to support him at this critical moment of the battle. After Anna's words, Revel calms down completely and says with a slight grin that he understands her. At that moment, time seems to freeze. Only the fighting monster and dragon remain before his eyes. Their movements seem to slow down. Revel, however, remains to the side, concentrating and gathering all his remaining strength. He prepares a decisive and crushing blow, intending to use the right moment to change the outcome of the battle. As the monster growls and watches the dragon soar through the air, Revel closes his eyes and concentrates. He reaches for his sword, grips the hilt tightly, and assumes a stable fighting stance. His head hangs down slightly, his breathing becomes even, and his body remains still. He gathers all his magical and physical strength within him, preparing to deliver the next decisive blow at this crucial moment of the battle. As the monster continues to follow the dragon in midair, Revel suddenly opens his eyes. Clutching his outstretched sword, he makes a powerful leap forward. His body rushes straight towards the monster with incredible speed. Swinging his weapon, Revel prepares his strongest attack, using the moment of surprise to strike his opponent and try to end the drawn-out and exhausting battle with one decisive blow. The monster does not have time to react to Revel's rapid movement and freezes in a motionless pose. The next moment, Revel is already behind the huge creature, holding his sword in a fighting stance. His attack is so fast and accurate that the monster does not even notice the moment of impact. While Revel is still in the air after his swift jump, the moment of impact becomes obvious. A scarlet stream of blood gushes from the monster's head. The sword strike was so powerful and precise that the creature's huge head is completely separated from its body. Anna, riding on Q, is amazed by the scene she sees together with him. Both of them witness the stunning and incredibly powerful force of the technique Unyielding Blade. Revel stands with the sword after the crushing blow and confidently says that it is great and strong. Then, recalling Anna's words, he adds that, as she said earlier, Unyielding Blade has finally been mastered. His voice sounds firm, and the power emanating from him confirms these words. What awaits Revel after defeating the Manticore? The question of the reward flashes through his thoughts. Treasures, a letter, or perhaps great wealth. He ponders what secrets and gifts may await him after this difficult battle, and does not know whether this victory will bring long-awaited peace or will be only the beginning of new trials. The goals of an advancing S-rank adventurer begin to take shape. Revel recalls the moment when he approached Eleanor with determination to give him a new mission. His voice was confident and insistent, reflecting a thirst for challenges and a desire for new exploits. Revel plunges his sword into the ground and, looking at his hand, says that after defeating the Manticore, he realized that he was teleported back to his previous location. While he looks around, Anna quickly runs up to him and calls his name. Her voice sounds worried. She runs to Revel, wanting to make sure that he is okay after a hard and exhausting battle. Before Anna can reach Revel, he teleports away again. He finds himself in a different location, lying on the ground, breathing heavily, feeling as if he is still on the battlefield. Lloyd later helps him, and Revel takes a few days off to deal with the effects of the poison. He also remembers that the reward from the newcomers tournament has already been used up. Tired and exhausted, Revel quietly says, "Oh my." Revel notes that his left arm is still paralyzed, but it is only a matter of time before it recovers. He thinks about Anna having to bear a new title. It is later revealed that she was nicknamed the girl who challenged the Manticore to save her friends. Revel himself managed to remove the poison from his body with the help of magic, and soon the effects of the poisoning completely passed, allowing him to return to his normal life and further adventures. The girl introduces herself as Eleanor, the new administrator of Tempest, and says that she would be happy to work with him. Revel agrees and asks if there is anything he can do to help, adding that he is glad to meet Eleanor. She hands him a letter, explaining that it is from the United Federation of Guilds. Revel accepts the message, ready to learn its contents and understand what task or news awaits him next. Revel arrives at the place where he is met by a maid. She bows politely and, opening the door, invites him to come inside. After her words, Revel enters the room and, stopping at the entrance, apologizes. He looks around, preparing for the upcoming meeting and waiting for who will address him first. Suddenly, Revel is attacked from above with a long weapon. He manages to react by jumping back and raising his sword to defend himself. After a short clash, he notices the source of the attack and wonders, what are these, ice statues? Figures made entirely of ice begin to appear before him, each armed with a long spear and ready to continue the attack. Revel notices an ice dragon and a knight made entirely of ice in front of him. He then looks up to see a huge ice knight directly above him. It looms over him, preparing to strike with a powerful blow with its massive fist. Revel instantly assesses the situation, realizing that the attack is coming from several directions at once, and prepares to quickly counter or dodge. Revel is actively fighting with the ice opponents. Some of them are already cut into pieces. Others are still floating in the air, attacking from above, and some of the statues have completely melted from his blows. He continues to repel the attacks, moving between them with precision and speed. In the midst of the fight, the sound of footsteps approaching from the corridor suddenly becomes audible. Someone is walking in his direction, and Ravel tenses for a moment, waiting for who will appear next. A man appears in front of Ravel, whose footsteps interrupt the fight. He stops and says with interest that he has long been eager to meet this diligent boy. The man notes that Ravel is an amazing person, possessing excellent ability to use magic for his age. He adds that the elite academy has missed out on the ideal candidate because his physical strength significantly exceeds the average. After these words, the man introduces himself as Levis, the leader of the United Federation of Guilds, carefully examining Revel. Revel and Louis sit at the table, carefully dividing the dishes with cutlery. Louis looks well-groomed and confident. Revel is surprised, admiring the food served, and says that he has never tasted such delicious food. Louis calmly explains that the secret of the dish is fermentation, which gives the meat an incredible taste. He adds that it is wild boar meat and with a smile calls it delicious, enjoying the meal with Revel. Revel asks in surprise, what exactly is on the plate? Louis explains that the meat is left for 10 to 20 days at a temperature of 30 degrees, and later special mushrooms appear in it, giving the dish softness and juiciness. Revel asks again with disbelief, expressing surprise. Louis calmly replies that there is no need to worry. All the mushrooms are completely removed before cooking, leaving only the rich taste and tender texture of the meat. Louis eats the dish with admiration and, speaking with his mouth full, explains that while freshness is important, he prefers to leave the meat for longer. According to him, this is when the result is even better and the flavor is fully revealed. However, he adds that if the process is not controlled and the formation of harmful bacteria is not prevented, all efforts will be in vain. Louis advises to know this in order to understand the intricacies of preparing such meat. Ravel looks at Louis with distrust and asks if he needs anything from him, assuming that their meeting is not just for the sake of sharing a meal. Louis puts down his utensils, wipes his hands, and calmly replies that the purpose of the meeting is not dinner. He tells Revel important news. He is ready to grant him access to an elite academy, opening the way to new opportunities and recognition of his strength and skill. Louis notes that Revel was able to defeat the great swordsman and the sage, and admits that he considers him more than worthy of admission to the elite academy. He continues by mentioning the victory over the Manticore. Louis explains that he conducted his own investigation and found out that the poison that Ravel spent several days removing from his body belonged to the monster that died at the hands of Anna. Louis admits that he does not know how Ravel managed to teleport to that place, but now understands why the elite academy noticed his abilities. He adds that Anna did not tell the details of what happened, hiding the details of the event, and only a few know the true course of events. Concluding his speech, Louis emphasizes that his goal is to help Ravel enter this institution, considering him a worthy candidate. Louis reveals that there is one condition for receiving an invitation to the elite academy. Ravel, shocked by what he heard, thanks him, admitting that he can't believe he's gotten so close to his goal so soon. Louis specifies that Ravel must reach the rank of S-rank adventurer within 1 year. If he fulfills this condition, he will receive an official invitation to the academy. Revel responds indignantly, reminding Louis that he said he was more than strong enough. Louis calmly confirms his words, but adds that Ravel needs to train more and undertake difficult missions. He explains this with a metaphor, comparing the process to the fermentation of meat. To become truly ready for the academy, Revel must harden himself and gain experience, enduring trials and developing his abilities in the same spirit. Louis continues, saying that this way, Revel will be able to prove the academy wrong about him in a grand way. He wipes his lips after eating and adds with a slight smirk that reaching S-rank usually takes years. However, he adds that the speed of advancement depends on the frequency and number of requests completed, so with enough diligence, Revel will be able to reach the goal faster. Revel, overwhelmed with happiness, begins to gesticulate actively, without even noticing it. He joyfully reminds Louis that he promised him an invitation to an elite academy. Understanding the condition, Revel concludes that he now needs to complete as many assignments as possible to achieve his goal. He thanks Louis for the treat, and enthusiastically says that it is possible. Leaving behind an empty plate, Revel turns to Louis with gratitude, stating that it is time for him to go. Louis laughs and says with a smile that at his age he was just as energetic and determined. After this meeting, Ravel begins to carry out various errands, using the time between training, gradually getting closer to his goal of achieving S rank and being invited to an elite academy. Revel realizes that he needs to work harder to learn new skills. However, he soon reaches his limit and decides to use another advantage. He begins to actively use the skill Item Box, which allows you to place items in your inventory not limited by time and space. Thanks to this ability, Revel can store any object, regardless of its size, which makes it much easier to complete tasks and manage equipment. Mastering the skill was quite difficult, but Revel managed to do it. Now he no longer has to worry about his stamina or pocket capacity while traveling. When Rao saw this, she was very jealous of his new ability. Later, when he heard about it, Revel asked in surprise, confirming the name of the skill. Seriously? Item Box? Realizing how useful it would be in his adventures. Ral is surprised to hear that the Item Box skill is usually only available to high ranks and requires activation through a special inventory. She is amazed that Ravel was able to master it and asks him to tell her how he did it. Revel replies that it was his persistence and diligent training that allowed him to master the skill. Ral, incredulous but also admiring, repeats that he seriously managed to do it. Revel explains that he learned this from fear during one of his training sessions. During an exercise called running, an assistant must concentrate magic in their legs, creating energy that allows them to accelerate their movements to such a speed that it is impossible to see the runner with normal vision. They also tried to restore magical energy during sleep. 1 hour of sleep was equivalent to 8 hours of proper rest. Recently, he and Kurt practiced a method called sleep training, which helps speed up their skill development. In front of a desk piled high with many completed tasks, Revel enthusiastically and with a big smile asks Eleanor for new assignments. His energy and desire to continue working amazes her, and she is shocked by how quickly and diligently he completes tasks without showing signs of fatigue. Eleanor, confused, explains that she knows his zeal, but she can't give assignments only to Revel. He asks again in surprise, to which she replies that there are other performers, including Q. Eleanor throws up her hands, saying that there are no more assignments left. He has completed so many and so quickly that there is simply nothing left to give out. Revel is dumbfounded by this answer. Eleanor tries to explain that it will take a month to be officially accepted and promoted. She adds that Revel is already fully prepared for this promotion, but reminds him of the other members. The girl is indignant that he cannot simply take all the assignments for himself and leave the others without work. She firmly states that this will not work, because there are other adventurers in the guild who also need assignments. Eleanor says that Revel will soon be given a mission to raise his rank if he doesn't fail. She tries to refuse, but he, looking at her with puppy eyes, hesitantly clarifies that he really is working hard. After a short pause, he begs her to give him another mission, addressing her by name. At this moment, the girl responsible for issuing the next mission necessary for his rank increase appears behind Revel. Revel is surprised and says that he thought it would take a whole month, not expecting such a quick reaction from her. She explains that after learning of Revel's readiness for rank increase, she immediately registered the mission, although the process usually takes a long time. The girl explains that the mission required to increase the rank requires a lot of effort, so not all adventurers complete it right away. She specifies that the task is to obtain the Horn of the Mintar, located on the 20th floor of the Frapara dungeon. Revel grabs the girl's hand and joyfully exclaims that this is exactly what Ral expected, begging him to give him the mission. The girl tries to calm him down, saying that she knows about his powers. Revel confidently declares that he will complete the task and raise his rank to A. At this moment, the girl exclaims his name and draws attention to the inscription on the documents, intending to clarify an important detail of the mission. The document states that an adventurer must first form a team of at least 3 people to be promoted to rank A. Revel, after thinking about the condition, notes that the team must be strong enough. He then turns to the girl and asks if she would like to join him in this mission. The girl, a little embarrassed, answered affirmatively, but admitted that she had only gone up to the 5th floor of the dungeon and was going to think about his offer some more. Revel noted that the girl had carried out many errands and had also practiced the running technique. Although she had not trained to the point of complete exhaustion, she had been engaged in independent training. He then asked if he was right. She asked in surprise if he really had never experienced pain from exhaustion, and asked if it didn't make him angry. Revel apologized and explained that he ran every 2 days, trying to achieve better results. She admitted that she actually only trains once a week and asked not to tell her father about it. She explained that she had recently developed a new magic technique and was glad that Revel had agreed to join, thinking that he didn't like taking on assignments. The girl said that she wanted to see the potential of the technique, and her research involved studying special magic. Revel responded that he would be happy to work with her, but they needed to complete their current mission first. Revel approached Q, reminding him of how he helped in the battle with the Manticore, and asked if he could take on a giant form. Q answered negatively, and Revel understood the situation. He thought that it was better for Q to stay away from the battles, although he managed to somehow contact him and teleport. Revel noted that even his magic could not have enlarged Q to such a size. He then told the bespectacled man that Q wanted to join them. Four Eyes noted that no one had ever seen a creature like Quessin. Many dragon lovers would be interested in him, so he suggested that they not leave Quessin at home. He recalled that Ral had spoken of the mechanics, guild who wanted to capture Quay, but thanks to Revel, he was able to fight and save Anna. After a pause, Four Eyes added that both Revel and this dragon seemed too strange. He then agreed to let him go with them. The next day, Revel and 3 of his companions, including Q, set out on the road to advance in the Frapara dungeon. And so the mission begins. Revel stopped in front of the massive gates of the Frapara labyrinth, on which the number 3 was engraved. He looked at them with admiration and thought that he had finally reached this place. His partner reminded him that he needed to register to enter. Revel, slightly distracted, hurried after the others, exclaiming that he was already on his way. 2 new members joined the main group of Revel, the bespectacled man, Q, and another partner, but it seems there is something wrong between them. Revel, noticing familiar faces, said with surprise, "Agito, Karina." Agito, looking at him with a cold expression, thought that he did not want to talk to him, but said out loud, "Have you come here to carry out a mission to increase rank?" Revel replied that he did the same as Agito. He admitted with some regret that this time he was chosen to receive rank A, because he trained alone for a long time and hard for several months. Revel's partners noted with slight mockery that he should get used to it. He doesn't know anything, but he trains hard. They added that he shouldn't say that he came to the mission without preparation. Karina explained that each rank corresponds to certain floors of the dungeon. Rank D is allowed up to the 5th floor, C up to the 15th, B up to the 25th, A up to the 30th, and the floors for S rank are still unknown. Karina explained that the Minotaur is encountered starting from the 4th floor. She added that although the monsters become stronger with each level, on the upper floors you can also encounter bosses that usually live on the lower levels. After numerous encounters with this monster, defeating it became a rank-up mission. Experts decided that only A-rank adventurers could defeat this monster, since its habitats were under the Federation's control. Because of this, many guilds try not to lose B-rank adventurers by sending them to this labyrinth. 2 months had passed since the newcomers' tournament, and now Revel had received permission to participate in the mission. He thought that he should have thought about this decision more carefully, since Eleanor had said that it usually took a month to process the application. However, experienced B-rank adventurers were allowed to register, and that was what Ral had meant when she said that he was allowed to participate in the mission. Revel thought about taking some books with him, but soon decided to focus on the matter at hand. He suggested that the group go ahead and queue up so that others wouldn't enter first. R-rank adventurers aren't allowed to enter special areas. So Karina and Agito entered without queuing, which Revel's companions thought was unfair. The main privilege of guilds is that they can take their own test without registering. As they left, they bid Revel farewell. Revel's group stood in line, preparing to enter the labyrinth, but the safe zone was already completely occupied. The administrator called the next participant. As they approached to register, someone in the line suddenly remembered important things to do. One said that he had not eaten anything and needed a snack. Another noticed that he had left the key in the lock. And a third remembered his wife's birthday and decided to postpone the visit to the labyrinth until tomorrow. As expected of a master, his actions were not reckless. He noted that it was not for nothing that he read the book he took from the guild library, which said, "Adventurers must always be on guard." Revel agreed with this, considering such caution normal. The team headed to the first floor of the labyrinth, preparing to begin the mission. Revel noted that the first 10 floors of the labyrinth did not contain any difficult monsters or hidden traps, so their party would be able to clear them fairly quickly. There were many other adventurers around, also doing their own quests. To speed up the movement, the magic run was used, which significantly increased the party's movement speed. On the 11th floor of the labyrinth, Revel and his team began to move more cautiously. The atmosphere was becoming tense, and the group members noted that they would now have to analyze the weaknesses of their enemies more carefully. Numerous monsters began to appear on their path, and Revel, noticing an unusual movement ahead, cautiously asked what exactly it could be. A crystalline monster suddenly appeared in front of the squad, resembling a huge diamond, with a glowing core shimmering inside. Kurt adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and, with a sharp wave of his hand, released a powerful stream of magic. A cloud of power rushed towards the monster and enveloped it in a shining field. Revel's partners watched what was happening, shouting words of encouragement, expecting Kurt to be able to break through the defense and get to the core of the creature. The crystal monster suddenly glowed brighter and began to emit streams of power outward, strengthened by the magic it had absorbed from Kurt. Kurt recoiled in fear, and his teammates began to shout for him to move away. One of the team members shouted in panic that they would burn alive. Kurt laughed nervously, realizing that his own attack had only helped the enemy, increasing its power. The team gathered themselves, knowing that they would have to act much more carefully next time. The three partners fought together, enduring all the difficulties of the dungeon. Sometimes they had to run away from a massive monster rushing like a train. Due to the uneven ground, they lost their balance more than once, and Q lifted them into the air, helping them escape danger. Along the way, they also repelled attacks from many smaller monsters, acting in concert and supporting each other in battle. Karina and Ajito were acting separately. Ajito was furiously fending off the monsters' attacks, sweating profusely, while Karina stood aside, watching his actions. She calmly said that he was already close to his limit and asked if she should help him. Ajito angrily shouted that he didn't need help. Karina then said that Ajito was much stronger, which made him ask again in surprise, not believing what he heard. Ajito, breathing heavily after the fight, stated that if he continued to train hard, his reaction speed would also improve, and he would be able to achieve victory. Karina calmly replied that he should master other techniques as well, so that he could use different types of weapons. Ajito angrily asked them to stop talking, but Karina only looked at the empty passage ahead. She noted that the place was too deserted, explaining that they were already approaching the special zone. A group of 4 people carefully moved along the corridors of the dungeon, discussing the route. One of the partners noted that it was not worth thinking about the bad, and it was better to trust the map so as not to lose the route. Revel, looking around, still doubted that they were going the right way, because Ajito and Karina had disappeared somewhere. Despite doubts, the team continued moving, and soon reached the 18th floor, preparing to go down further. Revel's third partner, having moved forward a little, entered the unfamiliar room. As soon as she took a few steps inside, a massive door with sharp ends began to descend from above with a loud screeching sound. Revel and the others noticed this and watched in horror, realizing that the trap could at any moment cut off the way back and crush her. Revel once mentioned the use of ancient magic. Kurt asked in surprise if he had studied it, calling it alchemy. Revel confirmed with slight excitement that it was true. He explained that ancient magic was a real miracle that few people were able to use. No one could use alchemy if they did not have a talent for it. Although it was difficult to study, after a few training sessions it began to work. Thanks to this, she remained unharmed. Kurt, observing what was happening, asked why people did not use ancient magic together with modern magic, because it seemed more powerful. He explained that the power of magic is determined by talent, and only those with talent are able to use it. Kurt wondered why other seekers only looked for people with strong talents, ignoring those who worked hard. Revelia thought that learning this magic was only possible with talent, but now he understood that it can be mastered with diligence. Kurt went on to say that it was easier for people to sort magicians by talent, because it was efficient and simple. He wondered if that was really fair, but then admitted his guilt, saying that maybe he shouldn't discuss such things. Kurt pointed out that it was easier for people to find work and use magic when it was related to their God-given abilities, so that's how the world works. Kurt continued to think about how talents were the reason for discrimination. Unlike ancient magic, talents could not be passed on or studied through experiments. He noted how much depended on these God-given abilities. Kurt had never thought about the meaning of talents before meeting Revel, and added that no one wanted to live in the slums, so people would seize any opportunity that involved talent. Kurt suggested that even those who bestow talents might not be able to foresee the consequences of their appearance. He wondered if the purpose of these gifts was to deprive people of the desire to try and work hard, or if there was another reason behind it that no one had yet understood. Suddenly, the ground beneath the group's feet began to crumble, and they lost their balance and fell down. Their fall ended on the 19th floor of the dungeon, where a terrifying sight immediately opened up. The space was teeming with many monsters of different types and sizes. The sounds of growling and stomping surrounded them from all sides, creating the feeling that there was no way out. The girl fell to the ground and screamed in pain. A monster suddenly appeared in front of her, ready to attack. At the same time, other creatures began to approach from different directions. Agito suddenly appeared nearby, instantly cut the nearest monster into 2 parts, and loudly told the girl to concentrate, as there were many opponents around. Agito, having cut down the monster, looked around and laughed, saying that it was the first time he had seen something like this. Karina frowned and explained that the situation was dangerous, as they were right in front of special zones. She added that this place was known as the Monster Domain, where creatures appeared randomly and completely unexpectedly. Agito pointed out that the 20th floor of the dungeon, where the Minotaur lived, was nearby. The teammates discussed the situation in a panic, realizing that they had reached the special zone first. If they delayed, they risked getting stuck between the Minotaur and many monsters. One of them looked at Revel with concern, but he confidently stated that everything was under control. He suggested leaving the Minotaur to the team, and he himself was going to deal with the attacking monsters to clear the way forward. Revel confidently stated that his goal was to buy some time for the others to kill the Minotaur. He emphasized that he had no intention of making senseless sacrifices, and would not allow any of the monsters to break through to the special zone. His comrades hesitated, doubting whether he could hold off such a horde alone, but Revel's determination left no room for argument. Revel realized that there was almost no time left before the end of the mission. He considered whether it was worth the risk, and failing the mission that was supposed to bring a promotion and a chance to be recognized as the head of the Federation. However, the thought that one of his comrades could end up in mortal danger outweighed his personal ambitions. He firmly decided that there could be no casualties, even if he had to find another way to obtain rank. Karina turned around sharply at the sound of the voice, and, clenching her fists, firmly declared that she was staying with them. She couldn't just stand aside and watch as the guild's newcomers fought with determination. Now they had to defeat the Minotaur before the team's strength was completely exhausted. Karina's decision gave confidence to the entire group, ready for the decisive battle. Agito clenched his fists as he looked at his comrade who was talking about defeating the Minotaur as if it was someone's sacrifice. He felt that it sounded like Revel was deliberately giving up his success just so he could get promoted. Despite this, his eyes lit up with determination. He said that he was counting on the 2 of them to defeat the Minotaur as soon as possible. Kurt and the bunny girl exchanged glances and shouted to their partners to survive first and foremost and finish off the Minotaur quickly. Karina, clutching her weapon, said that Revel could only become a great adventurer if he stayed alive. Revel chuckled nervously and, adjusting his grip on the sword, replied that he would try then, knowing that the decisive battle lay ahead. The partners talked, realizing that there were too many monsters, and their comrades would not be able to defeat them all alone. They decided to act faster in order to finish the fight and join Karina and Revel. Having descended to the 20th floor, they cautiously examined the spacious stone platform, knowing that this was where the Minotaur was hiding, and prepared for battle. Suddenly a man crashed into the stone wall with great force, leaving a deep crack. Agito, recognizing the figure, said in shock that it was the special manager of the Guild Federation. The victim raised his head with difficulty and in a hoarse voice ordered everyone to flee immediately. He warned that someone or something had suddenly received a quote-unquote promotion, and the situation had gotten out of control. The manager, breathing heavily, warned that even A-rank adventurers would not be able to defeat this enemy. At this time, Karina and Ravel were fiercely fighting against an incredibly strong monster. Blows and magic thundered throughout the dungeon, flashes of light illuminated the walls, but their attack and magic were terrifyingly strong. While Karina and Ravel were fighting the endless monsters, trying to hold the line of defense, their partners on the 20th floor encountered a huge, incredibly strong creature that no one had ever encountered before. They could not understand how such a monster ended up here, and only a growing sense of danger told them that the situation was out of control and could not be resolved by a simple fight. The man exclaimed joyfully when he met another man. He was surprised how long it had been since he had seen him, and jokingly called him a great priest. Risu asked him to stop in a reserved manner, and said that he only wanted to talk. The first offered drinks, mentioning that there was everything the heart desires, but Risu chose water, explaining that they were forbidden to drink anything else. The man noted that his friend's beliefs had not changed, and said that he wanted to ask about something. The man with the mustache said that it was God who gave people talents. He added that there was an opinion that this same God had once given people talents, turning them into those who possessed extraordinary abilities. At the same time, Karina and Ravel were struggling with the last of their strength against the endless stream of monsters, trying to survive. On the 20th floor, the battle reached its climax. The Minotaur, who possessed colossal strength, swung a huge hammer with sharp ends and struck Agito, sending him flying. Agito's body crashed into the stone wall with force, leaving a dent and clouds of dust. Kurt, who was nearby, witnessed this scene and saw Agito sliding down. Kurt, realizing the danger, activated the Wind Blast spell and attempted to strike the Minotaur. However, the monster unexpectedly reflected the magic, proving that it too possessed spells. Kurt realized with horror that the monster was not only able to defend itself from attacks, but also used their energy to heal its own wounds. The realization of this terrifying truth pierced the team. Unless they came up with a new way to attack, their chances of survival were rapidly fading. Karina jumped up, made a sharp turn in the air, found herself on the neck of one of the monsters, and delivered a strong blow to the head, instantly disabling the enemy. Landing and looking back, she noticed that new monsters continued to appear, one after another. A thought flashed through her head. Bad, the number of monsters is not decreasing at all. Realizing that the fight could drag on and their strength would soon run out, Revel dodged the attack and delivered a powerful blow with his sword through the monster's toothy mouth, cutting it in one motion. He turned sharply to Karina and loudly asked if she was okay. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked where he got such strength from and how he was able to achieve it. Ravel, intercepting the sword and preparing for the next attack, replied that he achieved it through hard work. At this time, Q was lying on the cold ground, his body trembling and his breathing ragged. He screamed as he felt an unknown force penetrating him. In a panic, Q admitted that he was scared and that something abnormal was happening. Revel, noticing his condition, rushed towards him, but Q, screaming for him not to come closer, suddenly jumped up and ran away in fear, hiding in the depths of the labyrinth. Q, having run a considerable distance, looked back over his shoulder, and his gaze seemed as if in the dark, alien and anxious, as if something else had taken up residence in it. Revel froze, unable to understand what was happening to his partner, and felt growing anxiety. At the same time, on the 20th floor, Agito was fiercely fighting the Minotaur. The Minotaur towered over Agito, threateningly raising his huge hammer. The cat girl, noticing the danger, shouted that she would hold off the monster and told Agito to run. In a desperate attempt to distract the enemy, she jumped on the Minotaur, trying to knock him down and give her comrade a chance to escape. Agito's face was clearly tired. One eye was swollen and half closed. Kurt, observing the cat girl, noted her flexibility and explained that, using a magical shell, she had been training with Revel. Agito, with difficulty catching his breath, thought of her as a bunny girl who seemed to float in the air as if she did not obey the laws of gravity. Agito, breathing heavily, shouted that they couldn't even scratch the Minotaur. Kurt, who kept his cool, replied that first they had to deprive the monster of its ability to regenerate, otherwise it would be impossible to win. To do this, Agito would have to distract the monster and become bait. Kurt confidently added that he had a plan that could work if everyone acted precisely and in unison. Kurt snapped his fingers, and flames shot towards Agito, scorching the air. He explained that the monster's regeneration was too much of a hindrance, and perhaps the fire-slash technique would work. Agito screamed in panic, not understanding what Kurt was doing, but Kurt was calm. However, the Minotaur immediately healed its wounds, and it reflected all fire and wind attacks, leaving them no chance to deal critical damage. Kurt, looking intently at the Minotaur, said that he could use ancient magic to create a powerful combination and give it to Agito. He noted the irony that such a selfish man, focused only on magic spells, was now forced to entrust his power to another. Kurt demanded that Agito put all his strength into this blow, hinting at a last chance to win. Karina and Ravel watched in confusion as Q transformed back into a giant dragon. He fought furiously against the hordes of monsters, helping them hold their ground. Both partners couldn't understand what was happening and shouted that they had no idea what had happened to the little dragon. Revel noticed that his current appearance and strength were very different from what they had seen before and wondered what had happened to him. Revel saw Karina, holding a weapon in both hands, jump straight towards Q. She moved quickly and purposefully, as if preparing to strike. Revel watched in confusion and only just began to understand her plan, but it was too late. The action was moving too fast for her to stop. Revel managed to raise his sword in time, stopping Karina's blow. He screamed, begging her to stop, explaining that even though the baby dragon was attacking, it was still not an enemy. Karina stopped, looking at Revel with cold bewilderment, and said that Q was no longer his pet. Revel gripped the hilt of his sword, torn between the desire to protect his dragon friend and the awareness of the threat posed by him. Q suddenly appeared behind the group, mouth open, ready to strike. At that moment, Revel shouted that they were family and that Q was not an enemy. Hearing these words, the dragon suddenly froze, as if something inside him had stopped him. Revel noticed this and realized that Q still remembered their connection, despite his altered state. After Revel screamed, Q stopped abruptly. His huge form began to shimmer and shrink. Little by little, the dragon returned to his usual small form. When the transformation was complete, he lowered his head and quietly said to Revel that he was sorry and asked for forgiveness. Q turned into a girl and, looking at Revel, said that she was sorry. Revel was amazed by this unexpected transformation and froze, not knowing what to answer, stunned by what he saw. But his look spoke for itself. He must avenge him. Q, who had returned to his small form, was lying on the ground, weakened after his transformation. At that moment, the monster that was almost to them was suddenly cut into pieces with one swift swing. Karina, seeing such power, froze in complete shock, not understanding how he could kill the monster with such power. Revel, holding back his rage, shouted for everyone to leave Q alone. He then tore through the monsters with incredible speed, cutting down everyone who got in his way. Karina, who was behind, watched what was happening, amazed at how easily he dealt with the enemies, not allowing anyone to get close to his companion, while Revel continued to fight the hordes of monsters, clearing a path and protecting Q. At the other end of the floor, Agito, surrounded by fiery flames, gathered all his strength. With a furious cry, he rushed forward, rushing straight towards his target, leaving a trail of fire behind him and preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The Minotaur swung his massive weapon furiously, creating a powerful blast of air. Agito, still in mid-air with his blade raised, found himself dangerously close to the blow. The blade of the giant weapon flew past him, barely missing him, and for a moment it seemed that he would not have time to dodge, remaining defenseless in the air. Agito remembered at the last moment what the bunny girl had said about the spinning magic shell that could be used to control magic bullets even from a distance. Using this principle, he redirected the energy into his weapon and hooked it onto the Minotaur's massive sword. Thanks to this improvised fulcrum, Agito was able to pull himself forward, bypass the trajectory of the blow, and, flying past, delivered a powerful blow to the monster's shoulder. Gathering all his strength and using the momentum from the magic shell, Agito appeared behind the Minotaur. With incredible speed, he delivered the decisive blow, cutting through the massive body of the monster. The Minotaur froze for a moment, after which its body split into two parts and crashed to the ground with a roar, marking the team's victory. Filled with rage and pain for Q, Ravel drew his sword and rushed into the thick of the battle with insane speed. Each of his swings left bloody traces behind him. The bodies of the monsters flew apart before they could get close to him. His movements became sharp and merciless, and his eyes were full of anger and determination to protect his family. In a matter of moments, only the mangled remains of his enemies and Ravel's heavy breathing remained around. Ajito, Kurt, and the bunny girl, breathing heavily, finally realized that the Minotaur had been defeated. Their faces showed relief, and for a moment, they allowed themselves the joy of victory after an exhausting battle. At the same time, Karina, who was standing to the side, froze in place, watching the events unfold in shock. Her gaze was glued to the scene where Revel's fury and the events with Q had completely changed the course of the battle, leaving her in deep shock. Karina, still in a daze, looked at Revel, who stood in the center of the field, strewn with the scattered parts of the defeated monsters. Her voice trembled as she quietly called his name. Revel, without raising his head, covered his face with his hand and muttered that he should apologize, as if he felt guilty for what had happened and for losing his partner. Revel, with tears in his eyes, looked at the dying Arya and said heavily that it was all his fault. At this time, Risu thoughtfully spoke about talents, claiming that they weaken people. Even those with powerful gifts end up fixated only on entering an elite academy and fulfilling obligations, forgetting about the true essence of strength and effort. Risu continued to reason, noting that the number of monsters on the main road had noticeably decreased, so people stopped paying attention to physical training, feeling safe. However, at the same time, the number of people with truly strong talents began to decrease, which, in his opinion, reflected the general weakening of society. Risu said that perhaps it was all due to ancient magic, but she was determined to stand her ground. She doubted that the monsters were truly no longer a threat, as there were rumors of a large number of them lurking outside the known zones. Despite this, she stated that she did not intend to continue this useless debate, as nothing could be changed, and she remained true to her beliefs. She said in confusion that everything had been revealed, and wondered who exactly she was talking to. Hearing what was said, Risu felt that if it was true, then the voice that was revealing the truth about talents, which everyone was listening to so attentively, came from this man. The place around remained unchanged, as if time had not touched it. The goddess stood motionless, watching. An unknown voice said that for a being who could only watch from the outside, this seemed strange. Then it asked her if it was enough that she had been able to reach this place. The goddess did not answer, but the voice noted that it was pleasant to see her without her former devastation. The goddess, covering her face with her hand, burst into laughter. She said that it was all because of determination, after which her quiet chuckle grew into a loud, uncontrollable guffaw. Kurt, the bunny girl, and Revel, who was holding little Q, hurried through the corridors of the labyrinth. Their footsteps echoed, their faces were tense after a hard fight. Revel held Q tightly to himself, and was clearly worried about his partner. Rao ran into the room, shouting Q's name loudly, and stopped, breathing heavily from excitement. Her gaze immediately fell on the small body lying on the bed, and tears instantly came to her eyes. Kurt, the bunny girl, and Ravel, who were sitting next to Q, turned around at her appearance. Ral, with trembling hands, whispered through tears that she could not believe what had happened to Q, her voice trembling from helplessness and fear of losing him. Despite the altercation in the room, Q never regained consciousness. Many days had passed since the events in the dungeon, and although the veterinarian assured him that his pet was in good health, the situation did not change. Kurt began to think that everything was happening as he expected, and began to suspect that the cause of this condition could be those mysterious creatures living deep in the dungeon of Fripara. It seemed that the monsters had escaped from the labyrinth that day, although no one had ever seen such a phenomenon before. It turned out to be a tiring ordeal. The casualties among the people were not too great despite the huge number of monsters. At that time, Raoul was busy helping the injured people. An A-rank adventurer named Sheed suddenly appeared nearby and also took part in the help. Everyone thought that Q had contracted rabies after going into the dungeon, and if they hadn't brought him along, he would have gone berserk in the guild. Kurt made fun of someone blushing, which was met with a sharp, "Shut up." At that moment, Eleanor appeared. Despite the anxiety and fatigue, everyone felt relieved. Ral thanked Kurt for his help. Eleanor informed the group about an urgent mission that had no limit on the number of participants. According to her, the city of Rairo, located near the kingdom of Theoria, was completely surrounded by a huge crowd of monsters, posing a serious threat to the locals and the security of the region. The task of the participants is not only to destroy all the attacking monsters, but also to restore order in the city so that its residents can return to normal life. The conversation discusses the appearance of rampaging monsters and the situation in the border town of Rairo, which raises many questions. Agito is visibly agitated and calls out to Karina, trying to understand what is going on. He is dumbfounded by what he saw in the urgent mission and, unable to wait, states his desire to join the mission to help and deal with the threat as soon as possible. Karina asked Agito doubtfully if he could handle the new mission. He confidently replied that he would become an A-rank adventurer if he got the Minotaur horns, believing it to be an easy task. However, this time the situation would be different. Agito looked like he had lost everything, but despite this, he still couldn't calmly look at the face of the person he was thinking about. Agito noticed that even knights and adventurers from the elite academy would want to take on this mission. He told Karina to stop being so serious, because rank-up missions were currently not being conducted due to the ban on entering the dungeon. Now no one could stop them from getting the Minotaur horns. Karina calmly replied that she understood, and Agito noticed that this was indeed the case. The strange child seemed unusual to the observer, and he thought about Arya, and also that Ravel was probably among them, since he was aiming to get into the elite academy. At that moment, someone asked who it was, then loudly called the others, shouting for them to come. An answer was heard and cries of "Run!" and it was Anna. It was revealed that a special dragon had been born in the battle near Raro, protecting her friends and defeating the Manticore. It was Anna, a capable girl. She was called out to and responded in surprise, seeing Captain Isaac. He asked not to be called Captain, explaining that he felt awkward. Anna admitted that she could not deny what she had said, but Isaac clarified that this was her first mission, asking if she was afraid. Anna admitted that someone from the depths of her heart was also here, so she would not retreat. Suddenly she remembered that the meeting of the captains had already begun, and she was asked in surprise what Isaac was doing here. Joyful exclamations were heard that it was wonderful. Someone joked that she was a girl in love. She wished Ravel good luck. Kurt explained that otherwise the request would lose its meaning, and he considered it necessary to fulfill it. The request was to visit his friend after the mission. He remembered that when they first met, he thought, "I want to be like him." Revel noted that this man was a little strange for a nobleman. Revel apologized, explaining that he couldn't predict the future, which turned out to be completely different. Kurt responded that nothing terrible had happened, calling it nonsense, and advised not to dwell on discussing it constantly. They agreed that they were not going to die here and should focus on the task at hand, dealing with the situation in Rairo. The town of Rairo is depicted in ruins after being attacked by monsters. In the center stands a castle with damaged towers and smoke rising from the destroyed parts. The main gate is broken down, and debris and signs of destruction are visible around. Monsters circle in the sky, creating a sense of ongoing threat. The atmosphere is tense. The city looks besieged and almost undefended. The bunny girl clenched her fists and said that she couldn't just stand by and watch while her friends fought. Kurt chuckled and said that she could come back if she was afraid. The girl, visibly nervous, looked at the destruction around her and admitted that it was much more dangerous here than on the 19th floor of the dungeon. She was determined to be ready for battle, since Ravel, Kurt, and Agito would be fighting too. Kurt noted her unexpected bravery. Lewis addressed the crowd, and the crowd immediately recognized him as the head of the Guild Federation, many seeing him for the first time. He explained that the town of Rairo was famous for its beautiful beaches and served as an excellent base during wars with enemies. Lewis noted that the view of the sea from the hills of the town was considered unrivaled, and the king and queen even planned to spend their honeymoon there. Lewis, addressing the adventurers, stated that it was time to show courage and destroy the monsters to collect the reward. He pointed out the destruction caused by the creatures, and emphasized that they must show all their combat experience and skill, so as not to be inferior even to an elite academy. The crowd of adventurers, including Akitha and Karina, rushed forward with battle cries and full confidence in their abilities, rushing forward with fury and full confidence in their abilities, holding their weapons at the ready, determined to show their bravery and skill in battle. When the monsters noticed the advancing crowd, one of the men shouted loudly to the mages to use the time to destroy the enemy's defenses. He warned that there were manticores among the monsters. At that moment, Ravel, noticing the danger, shouted to the boy not to go forward and to go back, but the boy was already rushing towards the battle. Before the crowd could reach the monsters, Ravel destroyed the enemies with incredible speed, cutting their bodies into pieces. The other participants in the battle stopped in shock, realizing that the battle had already ended before their intervention. The crowd watched in amazement as someone exclaimed that an unknown boy had defeated all the manticores single-handedly. The spectacle was so exciting that the adventurers from the guilds rushed to attack, inspired by what they saw. One of them guessed that this fighter was the same age as Anna. She shouted Revel's name and turned to Captain Isaac, who also looked at the scene in surprise. Anna, riding on the dragon, told Captain Isaac that she wanted to fly out first to help Revel, or rather, to start the battle. Isaac approved of her impulse and wished to try. The other fighters asked the captain doubtfully if he was sure that they should not be stopped. He answered calmly that there was nothing to worry about. The battle had already begun, and everyone should prepare for battle. Revel, using magic and physical strength, fought the monsters, cutting them down one by one. However, there were too many enemies, and they began to surround him from all sides. At that moment, he noticed Anna, rapidly approaching on a dragon, heading straight for the battle, ready to intervene and help. The monsters closed a ring around them, but Ravel and Anna confidently stood next to each other, shoulder to shoulder. Ravel clutched his sword, preparing for a new attack, and Anna on the dragon raised her weapon. Their eyes met, and both silently made it clear that they would fight together to the end, not giving in to the onslaught of the enemies. A mysterious black figure, shrouded in flames, hung in the air above the battlefield, watching what was happening from above. The creature's voice sounded ominous and calm. 1,000 years had passed. He admitted that he had been defeated once, but now it would not happen again. The time had come to begin a new magical war. The black figure, floating in the air and engulfed in flames, continued to speak ominously. She confidently declared that this time victory would belong only to her, and her voice sounded unwaveringly determined. The dark figure with the fiery halo uttered Ravel's name with a cold grin, as if anticipating the coming fight. At the same moment, far from the battlefield, Q, lying unconscious on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, as if he sensed danger and realized that his friend was threatened by impending disaster. Revel and Anna stood nearby, ready to attack, while the bunny girl and Kurt fought the advancing monsters, repelling their waves with magic and weapons. Despite the fierce battle, the enemies kept coming. High above the battlefield, a black figure with a fiery glow watched the events with a smug grin, as if enjoying the chaos and anticipating the moment of its attack. And here you can see a mystical symbol surrounded by fiery streams. In the center of the sign, you can see a diamond-shaped element, and on the sides there are eyes watching what is happening. You can feel the powerful magic that is about to start working. Ajito and the rabbit girl noticed a huge monster with several heads ahead. They realized that it was comparable in strength to the Minotaur and had the 5th rank Hydra. Ajito was surprised by the strange appearance of the creature, but did not have time to react. The girl pushed him and jumped to the side, warning him of the danger and shouting at him to be careful. As Agito and the rabbit girl retreated to the side, the Hydra suddenly began to shoot powerful projectiles from its mouths. The monsters around fell dead, losing their heads from these attacks. Agito and his partner watched in shock, realizing how dangerous this enemy was. One of the adventurers, seeing the monsters, weakened defense fields, screamed in rage, calling them bastards. Kurt, seeing the opportunity, calmly suggested that they finish them off quickly. He commanded that the remaining enemies be killed, and at that moment, screams and sighs were heard as the fighters rushed to attack. Kurt, watching what was happening, suddenly remembered a horrifying picture: human bodies that wandered without heads. This memory strengthened his determination. Kurt, gritting his teeth and saying, "Such a bastard," concentrated magical energy in his hand, creating a powerful spell. At that moment, a huge monster with wings burst out of the destroyed house with a roar. Flapping them, it carried away the remains of the walls and raised clouds of dust, heading straight for them. Kay Revel, noticing the flying monster, shouted a loud warning, calling for everyone to duck and take cover. He pointed out the direction and added that he would not be able to strike the creature while it was in the air, which made the attack especially difficult. Anna, riding the dragon, confidently declared that she would keep the flying monster for herself. Revel raised his head and watched their battle in the sky. Seeing how Anna masterfully controlled the dragon and attacked the enemy, he noted with approval and a calm smile that this was exactly what he expected from her. He remembered Q's words about being overwhelmed by a strange energy and wondered what it could be. He began to suspect that the entire legion of monsters was being controlled from the outside. At that moment, he felt a powerful magical flow and realized that the enemy was using auxiliary magic that increased the speed of the monsters. And then, right in front of Revel, that same dark figure appeared out of thin air, radiating ominous energy. Black flames swirled around it and the air became heavier. Revel, holding his sword in his hand, rushed forward towards the dark figure without hesitation. He was sure that this enemy was behind all the chaos and was reminiscent of the great monster war that happened hundreds of years ago. The air around him thickened with magic, and the figure pointed at her as if demonstrating its power. But Revel did not stop and continued his attack. When Revel almost reached the dark figure, it suddenly released a powerful force. Revel was thrown back by a strong wave of magic, and he barely managed to stay on his feet, sliding along the ground. The figure hovered in the air, its silhouette was enveloped in black flames, and it became clear that the enemy possessed enormous magical power. A dark figure appeared behind Revel in an instant, grabbed him by the head, and slammed him into the ground with devastating force. The impact caused the surface to split, forming deep cracks. The earth trembled, and a cloud of dust enveloped the site of the collision. The dark figure, watching Revel's attempts with a smirk, easily dodged the sword strike again and instantly countered, sending Revel flying. However, he managed to get up and, gritting his teeth, activated the magic on his hand, preparing a powerful counterattack. Revel released a powerful stream of magic, and everything around him was illuminated by a bright light, raising clouds of dust. Through them, he noticed the hand of the dark figure, huge, with the index finger and thumb closed, as if it was about to snap or squeeze something invisible, preparing for the next move. The dark figure snapped its fingers, and Revel was thrown to the side by a powerful wave. Before he could fall, long black threads burst out of the air, wrapping around both of his arms. They lifted him into the air, squeezing his grip so tightly that he could not move and completely lost the ability to resist. Revel, breathing with difficulty and hanging in the air, tried to understand how the enemy knew his name. The dark figure calmly continued speaking, mentioning the great magic war that happened 1,000 years ago. He explained that the gods could not allow the human race to lose, so they gave talents to special people. These gifts were so powerful that only with their help could the monsters be defeated. The dark figure, holding Revel in the air, said with a grin that he understood his doubts and was now ready to tell the real story. He added that the place was not suitable for conversation, but there was almost no time left, because the end of the world was already near. The dark figure raised his hand and cast the spell, Growing Dispersion Magic. At that moment, powerful energy began to gather in the air, creating pressure waves around. Anna, who was fighting a monster nearby, sensed this and became wary, noticing that something was wrong and that magic of unusual strength was affecting the battlefield. One of the mages screamed in panic, realizing that he could not cast spells. His magic was completely blocked. He noted with horror that his body had become unbearably heavy, and all the adventurers' combat skills suddenly disappeared. The crowd began to rush about, not understanding what was happening, and tried to stop others from moving forward, warning of imminent death. But it was too late. Some were already falling, losing control and strength, screaming in despair. The mages began to retreat rapidly, realizing that their spells were useless against the approaching monsters. At that moment, the dark figure floating in the air said with a grin that it had waited 1,000 years to finally release all the magic it had accumulated. It raised its hand, and those around it heard the words growing dispersal magic, realizing that this was what had deprived them of all magical abilities. A dark figure with a grim smile said that the talent everyone was talking about was actually his curse. Panic gripped the fighters. One of them screamed in despair to stop circling, but it was too late. The mages were losing control of their spells, and even Anna's dragon began to disobey her. Anna screamed, trying to calm Fell down, but the situation was getting worse. Due to the growing influence of the magic, Anna lost her balance and, flying off the dragon, hung in the air, unable to control her fall. Anna, who had lost control and was about to fall, felt someone catch her. She opened her eyes and saw a huge dragon underneath her queue. The girl, breathing a sigh of relief, said his name. Q, holding her on his back, with a slight smile and heavy breathing, replied that he had managed to catch her. Anna asked in surprise how Q had ended up here and why he was in the form of a dragon. But he didn't have time to answer. At that moment, a huge monster suddenly flew out from the side and hit Q hard, right in the head. The dragon roared loudly in pain and lost his balance in the air. Anna grabbed his back tighter, trying not to fall. The monster with huge wings quickly flew up, and with a powerful kick knocked Q aside. The dragon, unable to hold on, flew down, punching through the air, and Anna, having lost her support, was left hanging in the air. The girl screamed in fear, trying to grab onto something, but there was nothing nearby that could hold her. While Anna was falling, she managed to grab her weapon and, turning in the air, delivered a powerful blow, cutting the winged monster into two parts. His body fell down, and the girl, using the moment, landed again on Q's back. Anna, holding the dragon's scales, exclaimed, asking Q why he was here and what had happened to their master Ravel. The dragon, chuckling slightly, replied that this was exactly what he had expected from the brave Anna. He suggested that they continue their journey together and find Ravel. The girl, still dumbfounded, noticed that Q's memory seemed to have changed after the recent events. Q, looking forward with determination, said that he had something to return to his master. Anna held onto him tighter, and together they soared into the sky, heading towards where the battle was going on, to reach Ravel as quickly as possible. The mages screamed in panic, realizing that their talents had disappeared, and they were no longer able to cast spells. Frightened and disoriented, they tried to understand what was happening, but their spells did not work, causing only chaos and cries of despair on the battlefield. Kurt, observing the chaos and confusion of the magicians, calmly noted that ancient magic still worked, unlike modern magic. He thoughtfully looked at the battlefield and, squeezing his weapon, said that it was time to teach the enemies another lesson, hinting at using old, more reliable combat techniques against attackers. Ajito and the bunny girl hid in a corner, trying to catch their breath. Ajito worriedly asked if she was okay. She replied that she couldn't shoot. Ajito, confused, asked how she did it before. The girl explained that she used her talent, which no longer worked, and because of this, she lost her usual fighting abilities. Ajito shouted that he thought so, and the bunny girl was slightly frightened by his sharp tone. At this time, Q and Anna, high in the air, continued to search for Ravel. Looking down, Q noticed something and, pointing with his finger, told Anna to look carefully there. When Q and Anna noticed Ravel hanging in the air with both his hands tied, Q instantly gathered magical energy, creating a glowing fireball in his mouth. He threw it with all his might straight at the dark creature, hoping to make it let go of Ravel. However, the enemy, as if he had already known about the attack, easily dodged it, barely turning to the side. Q charged straight towards the dark creature, trying to tear Ravel from its grip, while Anna, flying up on the dragon, raised her sword to strike from above. However, Ravel, hanging in the air, shouted a warning. "No, it won't work! Anna, Q, be careful!" He tried his best to stop them, knowing that the attack would only anger the enemy and put his friends in even greater danger. The dark creature swung its arms sharply, and powerful streams of earth rose from both sides, hitting Q and Anna. They were thrown aside, not allowing them to approach the enemy. The creature, watching their attempt, said with a contemptuous smirk, "Use your wisdom and see for yourself, useless worker." Its voice sounded calm, but there was a cold mockery and confidence in its strength. A strong wave from the dark creature again threw Q and Anna even further back, raising clouds of dust. Revel, helplessly falling to his knees, felt the hopelessness of the situation and the weight of his own shackles. At that moment, Q, with difficulty getting up and clenching his fists, shouted, drowning out the roar of the battle, "You are mistaken!" His voice sounded decisive, with anger and readiness to fight to the end. Q raised his head heavily and shouted loudly at the dark creature, stating that this man was the hope of all people and that hard work always paid off. He then added that there was one thing he had to give back to Revel, the memories of their shared past. His words echoed throughout the surrounding area, causing those around him to take notice. Q, pulling himself closer to Revel, touched his head, when a black figure rushed towards them with fury and great speed. The creature screamed that it had been waiting for this moment for 1,000 years, and that Q did not dare to ruin its plan. It almost reached them, but at that moment Q turned back into his small body, resolutely continuing what he had started, despite the approaching danger. But then Revel, with eyes full of tears, intertwined with sadness and rage, turned sharply towards Q. The next second, putting all the accumulated pain and strength into him, he punched him right in the face, as if splashing out all the despair and helplessness that he had been holding back until that moment. From the force of the blow, the ground and the walls around them were covered with cracks. The roar spread across the square. He, unable to withstand such force, quickly flew down and with a deafening roar fell through the ceilings, breaking through floor after floor, until he reached the very bottom of the building, collapsing right in its center, according to Aurar. Revel, without losing time, jumped after Q into the gap that had formed. Landing nearby, he angrily tore his sword from the rubble, holding it so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and with grim determination stepped towards his fallen opponent and put an end to this fight. Revel regained consciousness and found himself in a strange place. Clouds and endless blue sky stretched around him, and the ground under his feet was uneven and unsteady. He opened his eyes, trying to understand where he was, and suddenly heard someone's quiet but distinct voice addressing him with a name. A tall figure with long horns and a fluttering cloak appeared before him. He sternly said that Revel was sleeping again. The young man, now with long hair and in clothes similar to his interlocutor, replied that it was relaxing. The Horned One reminded him of the importance of the mission to observe everything that was happening. Revel reluctantly agreed and promised to be responsible. The silhouette with horns and a cloak stated that the balance of this world was lost and their mission was complete. They observed many worlds, looking for a suitable place to live, but again did not find the ideal. He noted that there was a special kind, where the strong subjugated the weak, making the world far from ideal. There were too many such unbalanced worlds, and their observations constantly led to disappointment, not bringing the expected result. He explained that the inhabitants of this world could only live for decades, but their territories were rapidly expanding. Despite their external similarities, they were very different internally. This species, called humans, used sounds to hunt and developed at an incredible speed. He suggested that Revel complete the mission, emphasizing that within the next century, these creatures would become extinct. Since their world had lost stability and harmony, he explained that deep beneath the surface of the world is a core, the basis of life. It is easy to destroy the world, but observers are only allowed to create new species within the core, and are forbidden to directly interfere with life. After death, the soul enters the core, where memories and accumulated experiences are processed. He called this process reincarnation, which allows the continuation of the existence and development of various life forms, maintaining the established balance. The narrator explained that the monsters had magical powers that allowed them to adapt to any environment, but their true purpose was to destroy other creatures. It had been 1,000 years since they had entrusted this world to the monsters and gone to watch the next one. He concluded the explanation by saying that their mission here was over, and suggested that they return, to which Revel calmly agreed. The narrator continued to explain that the monsters, growing stronger with each reincarnation, eventually began to be used as material by humans. The observers witnessed an incredible scene where humans, evolving rapidly, were able to gain the upper hand over other species. This event left the narrator perplexed and wondering how this was possible. The narrator mentioned that humans called this power magic. Although the Watchers were responsible for the wisdom of the world, the magical energy was only supposed to transport souls to the core. However, humans began to use it differently, mastering forbidden techniques. The horned companion shouted at Ravel, reminding him that humans should not know such methods. He worriedly asked what they should do, since what was happening seemed like a strange and dangerous anomaly. The companion exclaimed that they did not have time to figure out what was happening. He noted that the level of wisdom in this world had increased incredibly. The history of magic, architecture, metallurgy, medicine, language, writing, food, all this knowledge had increased many times over. Wisdom, a special power of observers designed to study data about the world, usually contained information about the ecosystem. However, now it showed knowledge from many areas, which seemed impossible and went beyond the norm. The companion asked in a panic if Ravel understood what was happening, because the level of wisdom of the world was getting out of control. Revel, remaining calm, replied that he was going to take a closer look and figure out the situation personally. The second observer noted with concern that they could not stop the evolution of people, and now it was unknown what such a rapid development of this world and the violation of the established balance would lead to. Revel, despite the prohibition against interference, decided to descend into the human world, to see for himself what was happening. He jumped from the top of the observers and fell straight into the human world. Finding himself on a busy street, he saw a noisy market, where merchants loudly offered their goods. Passers-by hurried about their business, and children ran between the stalls. He was struck by the activity and diversity of life that reigned among the people. Revel watched the street, and suddenly laughter rang out. He froze, amazed by what he saw. Despite the fact that this world was once full of monsters and dangers, now the place literally blossomed. Houses, shops, people, smiles. Everything around seemed incredibly alive and flourishing. He realized that he had witnessed an amazing and unexpected picture of the development of mankind. Revel noticed a creature that looked like Q. Instead of fighting or killing, the monster was happily playing with a little girl, making her laugh. It was a shock to Revel. A monster that by nature should have been destructive was behaving like a kind protector and friend. This moment turned his understanding of the world upside down and what he expected to see here. Revel watched in confusion as the girl defended the creature he thought was a monster. She begged him not to harm it, claiming that they ate, played, and talked together. According to her, although it could be annoying and sometimes hurt, it was definitely not evil. Revel, using his wisdom, tried to imitate their speech and realized that this creature was not at all like the monsters he had known before. The girl stated with determination that she understood all the subtleties and was ready to work hard so the little monster could become part of her family. This meeting with the little girl became a turning point in Ravel's life. He was amazed by her words and for the first time heard from people that even a monster can deserve a place next to them if he tries and works on himself. Revel ate a pie and was surprised to find out that there was sweet jam inside. The girl noticed that it was not romantic at all, because in her opinion it was better to eat the fruit and the bun separately. She happily shared that she and Q really liked this taste. After a short laugh, she asked what he wanted to hear about today, continuing to maintain a light and warm conversation. Ravel said that initially there was a persona who created this world. Over time, hundreds of trillions of worlds were created as she developed a method to endlessly create them. However, there was no true meaning to these actions, and soon the persona felt an emptiness in her soul. For an immortal being, this was a difficult test. Over time, the world she created began to collapse, reflecting her inner state. Revel went on to explain that Persona believed that among the countless worlds, there must be one that would not disappear. To find it, it created the observers. Since the number of worlds was too great, observing each one would take hundreds of years. Therefore, the observers were not required to report everything to Persona. Their job was simply to watch over the worlds and find what would be suitable for preservation. Revel explained that the observers maintain a special balance of life that allows the world to continue to develop thanks to humans. He suggested that perhaps this world is suitable for preservation. His interlocutor doubted that they were wrong in their assessment, since they even had to call magical beasts here to test the stability of the world and its ability to survive. Revel noted that the observers were born to observe and judge, but they kept making mistakes, which called into question the meaning of their existence. Another observer suggested returning in 1,000 years to check the state of the world again. If there were no signs of destruction, they would report to God that the world was stable. He added that even the magical beasts had integrated into the life cycle here, and perhaps their previous verdict of the world being unsuitable was wrong. The observer said that they would no longer be allowed to continue observing the place, but that did not change the fact that they had made the wrong verdict. He emphasized that observers should not be wrong, and there should be no evidence to the contrary. After these words, he disappeared, leaving Revel alone with his thoughts that the decision was wrong, and that peace might have been right. After the conversation, another watcher asked what happened to the monster and whether it was defeated. Revel was told that yes, the Tempest Hunting Guild was able to deal with the threat, but they lost 8 groups of warriors. It turned out that the cause was an enchanted magical beast, which caused great destruction and casualties among the people. It is mentioned in the conversation that among the people there was a man who called himself Revel. His name stands out as significant, having left a mark on the events that happened with the enchanted magical beast and the losses of the Tempest Guild. If people do not obey, the observer has no right to interfere in their lives and becomes part of this world. Revel admits that he has already become a living being, but is still able to use his skills, although much has changed in him. Revel reflects on how he now has a body that can age and die, and his immortality is gone. The girl, learning that everyone was attacked, thanks him for saving her father. She admits with emotion that she has been thinking about this for a long time. Revel calms Arya down, saying that there is no need to worry and that it is his duty to protect this world. He assures her that everything is fine, calling her by name. After this, the battle that went down in history as the Great Magic War begins. From that moment on, he decides to fight alongside the people against the bloodthirsty monsters in order to preserve life and balance in the world. Anna happily tells Revel that everything went well, and that she can feel strong magical currents coming from the hole. She admits that it was fun flying in the sky with Q, and emphasizes that only she is capable of aerial reconnaissance. The girl apologizes for participating in the war, knowing that Revel hates her, but promises that even in the next life, they will fly together again. Q notes that the two are really close. Anna laughingly declared that in her next life she would be born with talent immediately, having received the blessing intended for a dragon rider. She joyfully imagined how easily she would be able to fly on a dragon when this happened. At that moment, a sudden event caught her attention, and she exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Revel asked about the meaning of their existence, reminding them that observers were created only to watch and judge. He turned to Arya, asking why she lived and why she cared about it. Arya calmly replied that she had never thought about it. Revel laughed quietly and said that he was just thinking out loud. He suggested that they move on. Arya, a little surprised, noted that sometimes the simple and correct solution is to simply end the war. Revel firmly stated that he knew who started the war and where this person was. He understood that by going there he was risking his own life, but he was ready to do it for the sake of ending the conflict. The enemy, similar to Revel, watching what was happening, said with a grin that this was exactly what he expected Revel to do. Now he realized that he could do nothing to change the situation. His plans had collapsed, and Revel, despite the danger, was ready to risk his life to end the war. The creature, turning to Revel, asked him in surprise why he had become so weak. It reminded him of the infinite magical power that had been given to Revel, and claimed that even though he had used it to create the strongest magical beasts, he could not have become so weak. With interest, the enemy asked what exactly Revel had planned. After a pause, the creature laughed and added that humanity continued to resist precisely because Revel was strong and able to lead them forward despite the losses. He, with determination in his voice, stated that he chose to steal these efforts in order to help humans grow and become stronger. He said that he would let them fall because humans are creatures that learn from their mistakes. Until then, if the Great Magic War were to happen again, victory or defeat would mean his own death. He added that after 1,000 years, humanity would begin to rely on others for help and forget about their own efforts, losing the power to develop on their own. The conversation between the two observers became heated. One of them, in despair, admitted that they had been wrong and had made a mistake in declaring that enough was enough. He exclaimed that perhaps all that remained was destruction, but added that this would not improve the situation. The observer, created only to observe and judge, suddenly admitted that he felt like a failure. He said that he was not talented, that he was incapable of giving a correct verdict, and his laughter sounded like a bitter admission of his own impotence. Hugh managed to catch Arya when she almost lost her balance and began to fall. He held her tightly, helping her to her feet. The girl looked exhausted, but thanks to Q's support, she was able to hold on and not fall completely. Arya, barely able to stand on her feet, was in a very serious condition. Her face had turned pale, her breathing had become intermittent, her body was shaking from pain and fatigue. She tried to say something, but her voice broke. Q, noticing her weakness, supported her, not letting her fall. Arya weakly whispered his name, trying to make sure that he was nearby, and then, losing strength, she closed her eyes as if she was about to lose consciousness. Arya, barely able to stay conscious, croaked out words, trying to overcome the pain. She begged him not to waste his energy on talking, assuring him that Ravel had to find a way to save them. Q, noticing the seriousness of her condition and the bleeding in her stomach, was forced to admit his recklessness. He hugged her tighter, promising that everything would be fine and that she only needed to be patient for a little while. Arya, barely moving her lips, reminded him that she had already shared many secrets with Ravel. Arya, choking from pain and growing weaker with each passing second, whispered that she trusted Ravel more than anyone else. She smiled weakly, adding that everything would be fine. Her voice trembled, her breathing was ragged. Through a moan, she said that she liked Ravel. After a short pause, she tried to continue, hinting that she wanted to say something else important, but her strength was rapidly leaving her. Arya smiled weakly and, barely moving her lips, apologized. She said that even if she were gone, a part of her would still remain in the world. Revel would have to protect this world again, despite the will of the gods and observers. The girl asked Q that if the world was destined to perish after her death, he should do her one favor: protect this world as he once promised. An old man stood with two boys on a busy street. One of them admitted in a trembling voice that he was very scared. The old man calmed them down and said that after the Great Magic War, people won and received a gift from above. This is how talents appeared, which can be obtained already at the age of 12. The other boy noticed a passerby and invited him to listen to a story, but the old man stopped him, saying that the guy already knew everything. The boy sat to the side and coldly stated that he did not need friends, preferring to study. The girl tried to talk to him, but he snapped that there was no point in discussing something she did not like. The girl said that they had just arrived and asked him to teach her how to make candy. He responded sharply that people considered him a monster and it was better not to mess with him. The girl objected that he had not said such a thing and insistently asked him to tell her everything. The girl introduced herself as Anna and asked the boy's name with interest. He, after a short silence, answered that his name was Revel. Hearing this, Anna happily repeated his name as if remembering it, and smiled, showing that she was glad to meet him. The dark creature watched in rage, feeling the familiar power. It exhaled and said in surprise that this magic was too familiar. With a shudder in its voice, it exclaimed that Ravel had given everything to the dragon: memories, endless days, and the magical power of the god himself. The dark creature, engulfed by a powerful wave of magic, was violently thrown far back. Its body flew through the air, smashing debris around it. People learned to use talents and built temples, trusting the power of faith. 100 years later, the strong seized power, discriminating against the weak. 300 years later, Ryozra lost its power, and those who tried to restore equality were expelled. Few remained neutral. 900 years had passed since Ravel was entrusted with an important mission. All that remained from the past was the thought of survival, and he no longer remembered what he had to do, having lost the meaning of his destiny. The dark creature stopped and shouted that people who had lost their talents and who did not make efforts would never be able to defeat the enchanted, magical beasts. It declared that this was the end of the world and turned to Ravel, calling him a simple man who had only recently regained his power. Long, dark tentacles began to burst out of the ground, trying to grab Ravel. However, he instantly destroyed them with his power and quickly rushed to attack the dark creature. Approaching the enemy, Revel said that it seemed that only he was able to see his mistake. Revel, while dodging the dark creature's attacks, said that it did not understand humans. Lewis pointed out that the elite academy had been overly focused on talent, which now made the royal family look like a laughingstock. He added with a grin that it was pathetic, and wondered if maybe he himself had made mistakes. He then confidently stated that he did not think that humans would lose just because of that. A man suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and Revel, recognizing him, exclaimed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, calling him Levis. The man, sighing heavily, replied that his subordinates could no longer fight, and the royal knights had lost their will to fight, and were standing motionless like statues. He noted the tension of the situation and the fatigue, adding that he never thought that the day would come when the dragon knights would fall from their dragons. He finished by quietly uttering the name Isaac. Revel was surprised and clarified that this was the leader of the adventurers. He asked what he meant and added that he respected them for enduring where even the knights had failed. Revel then noted that the leader was among those who had attacked the labyrinths, and reminded him that compared to their high-level talents, the adventurers were considered almost untalented. Lewis laughed, saying that Revel should take it as he wished, and noted that he had not changed, asking if this was praise or mockery. Lewis shouted to everyone not to lose heart, and pointed out that the Black Dragon Knights should gather. Hearing Sir Levis's name, some were surprised that they were still continuing the mission, despite the slim chances. Lewis reminded that for adventurers, even such difficulties are not a reason to give up, and stressed that they must fight to the end despite the threat of defeat. The monsters burst into the room, filling it with roars and stomps. Among them, a multi-headed beast stood out, moving ahead of the others. At this moment, when the tension reached its peak, one of the many barrels in the middle of another hall suddenly burst into light. A bright glow began to rise up the stairs, illuminating the space. The monsters roamed the streets chaotically, destroying houses and turning over carts. Stones and debris flew in all directions. The streets plunged into chaos. Suddenly, through the raised dust and smoke, silhouettes of people appeared ahead. At first, only their legs were visible, confidently walking towards the monsters, showing no fear of the approaching threat. The crowd of people, seeing their opportunity, shouted in unison, calling for an attack. Their voices echoed through the ruined street. "Take him down! Now! This is our chance! He can't move anymore!" Several fighters rushed forward, weapons at the ready to deliver the finishing blow to the weakened monster, while the rest covered them from behind. At that moment, a bunny girl suddenly jumped down from above. She spun in the air, shouting loudly, "Ah! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Sink or swim, sink or swim, sink or swim!" Her voice echoed across the square, attracting the attention of both humans and monsters. The jump was swift and precise. She aimed straight at the enemy, preparing to strike from above. The bunny girl shouted, "5 layers, magic membrane," creating a powerful protective barrier. At that moment, cries of "Run!" rang out across the square. Ajito, holding the girl in his arms, rushed forward, dragging her away from the monsters and destruction, running through the streets while the barrier held back the enemy's attack. The bunny girl, landing after her jump, turned to her opponent and said defiantly, "Isn't that why you lost the beginners tournament? It's hard for you to use my ultimate power in such a stupid manner." Her words sounded bold and confident, causing surprise in those around her and anger in the enemy. The bunny girl jumped back, shouting loudly that they had to fight with magic as usual. She tried to attack, but the enemy intercepted her movement, causing her to scream. Nearby, one of the warriors cried out about a broken arm. The people around were discussing that this was the only way to defeat the enemy, but his speed was incredible. They noticed that he managed to strike before the magic was activated, having an extraordinary ability to detect magical flows. The girl suddenly stopped and said with surprise that she could use magic. She looked at her hands, not believing what was happening, repeating that it was really true. Whispers were heard among the fighters. Someone said the name Yambin in surprise. The girl exhaled heavily. Then a strange smile appeared on her face, and a quiet, restrained laugh was heard. The narrator understood that the development of magic had not been stopped. He considered the fire magic used against Ajito in the Prepara dungeon to be the pinnacle of his skill and the ultimate power, He never thought of giving magical abilities to others, but in his lonely journey he discovered the ability to pass on the talent for using magic. Now he decided to simulate the power of a god to share magic with his comrades and help them become stronger for future battles and trials. All the participants combined their powers, using the spells Ice Arrow, Flame, Hurricane, and Game Bolt. The magical attacks merged into a single stream, aimed at the enemy. Despite the evil emanating from them, the group acted in unison, determined to end this once and for all. Their combined magic formed a powerful blow that rushed forward, ready to crush the enemy and change the course of the battle in their favor. A man in a long robe stands without a head, radiating a bright light. Nearby, Kurt watches tensely, sweat and anxiety visible on his face. When the headless character slapped, the bridge began to collapse. At that moment, an unknown figure appeared from the resulting rift, creating the feeling that something significant was about to happen. Kurt appeared from the rift. He stood to the side and watched what was happening. His comrades ran in panic, considering the headless man who had appeared to be an enemy, while Kurt remained calm and watched the situation. The girl supported Kurt, warning him to be careful. She noticed that he had become very skinny and looked weak, but he still did not stop talking. Kurt mentioned the Merchant Association, and the girl wondered why the merchant was on the battlefield. She called him a rude man who did not even know how to fight, and asked why he was there since he had lost his talent and lost his magic power. The girl abruptly told Kurt to drink the potion, explaining that it quickly loses quality outside of the inventory. She noted that what was happening was similar to hell, and remembered about learning magic. Then, taking out the item, she showed an extremely pure magic recovery potion. Kurt was surprised that a person who hated magic could learn something. The girl explained that the inventory skill requires mana. The girl noted that her efforts had paid off, and noticed that Kurt's face was looking better. Kurt said that he had drunk all of the potion. She said that she had worked hard and had learned this skill from River. Kurt asked for a sip, but the girl replied that he had run out of mana and asked what to do now. At that moment, something unexpected happened, and she screamed. The dark creature angrily declared that humans should be weaker than before, and screamed, asking why this was not so. It continued that even after its defeat in the Great Magic War, it could not understand why humans remained strong. The creature added that humanity always recovers, and does not succumb to final destruction. The dark being heard the answer that people did not remain weak, because they examined their mistakes and accepted them. They reflected on the past, recognized their weaknesses, and became stronger. No matter how difficult or dangerous the trials were, people overcame them and grew, becoming stronger through their combined efforts. The dark creature asked in surprise why this was happening. Revel replied that it was because the creatures that called themselves humans had a special ability to change and grow despite weakness and defeat. Revel, striking the dark creature with his sword, stated that in this world, it is humans who are the most hard-working creatures, capable of overcoming weakness and becoming stronger. Revel, having cut off one hand of the dark creature, said that he hates people because they grew up making mistakes, but he, on the contrary, loves them precisely for this quality. The dark being stated that Revel would not be able to defeat it, even if he remained in the observer's body. It added that if it took over the observer's body, it would be able to gain power where everyone would follow talent. Revel admitted that he only had a fraction of the observer's power and had no chance of winning, and that his real body had been reincarnated somewhere. Revel said that the dark creature could not achieve its goal even if it became a reincarnation. He entrusted Q's power and was trapped in a cyclical life. When the observer interferes with the human world, he becomes part of that life. Revel explained that he was reincarnated as an ordinary person like his opponent, and the body part that disappeared that day was the observer's power. Revel revealed that he and Kurt had become close friends. Kurt had also been reborn, just like his observer body. Even if he had to turn away from the right path and use his power for purposes other than his own selfishness, Kurt did not want to destroy this world. The creature considered the words about close friendship, noting that it felt strange. After a short pause, it said slowly that it now clearly understood the situation. Everyone around it must hate it. Then, as if realizing something important, it added a quiet, "I see." While his friends desperately fought the attacking monsters, Ravel stood motionless, his eyes closed. His consciousness gradually distanced itself from what was happening, and he again found himself in the depths of his own subconscious, where images of the past and echoes of ancient events began to appear before him. Ravel found himself in a shining space and saw the goddess before him. She softly spoke his name, noting that he had finally remembered everything. The young man replied that he had understood the truth. His talent was not bestowed by observer Kurt, as he had previously thought, but by the goddess herself. The goddess confirmed Ravel's words, explaining that she was the one who had orchestrated all of the events. In order to bring him together with Q, who had the power of the observer, she ordered Lal to meet the boy with the talent Zeal, so that their paths would cross in another form. She also ordered Kurt to help Ravel, guiding him along the way. The goddess calmly answered Ravel, explaining that the reason was in himself. Even as an observer who broke the rules and was stuck in an endless chain of reincarnations, he had a human heart. It was his will, his desire to protect others and move forward without the support of the observer's power, that allowed him to defeat the Manticore and advance further than anyone expected. The goddess continued her story, recalling how she once wanted to erase an inferior observer who showed too much emotion and deviated from the ideal. However, another observer stood up for him, saying that even someone who forgets about his role and adds humor and drama to his actions can still be valuable. Among all the creatures, one amazing one was born, capable of changing the world despite his imperfection. The goddess acknowledged that the world they knew was created because of an imperfect observer. She turned to Ravel, reminding him that it was his actions that had led to this. Although the world was originally supposed to be perfect and predictable, it had become surprisingly interesting and had completely changed her expectations. She thanked Ravel for being able to entertain her and show her a different path to development. The goddess offered Ravel a choice, to become a watcher again or to stay in the world with his friends. She said that his power was fully restored, but if he chose to stay, he would lose it forever. Ravel thought about it, because in the other world he knew no one, and that world no longer needed his power. Here, he already had close friends, and he felt that this world had become his true home. Ravel confidently stated that even without the observer's strength and wisdom, he could become stronger by relying only on his own talent. He added that he had already acquired the unique knowledge he needed thanks to the memories of observer Ravel. Now he had enough of this knowledge to continue on his own path and become stronger on his own. The goddess informed Ravel that even the 5th-rank adventurer Sid could only clear 200 floors of the dungeon, and asked if he was ready to continue. She explained that when Ravel transferred his memories, he received a fragment of Q's magical power. This fragment has the power to revive a demon that only wants to destroy the world. The goddess laughed, noting that the demon's core was hidden on the 1000th floor of the Rappard dungeon, and reminded him that Ravel had shared his memories with her. Ravel confirmed that they could handle it if they worked together. The goddess agreed, and said that she would return to her job as an observer. She then added that she was worried about him, and would therefore give him a partner, explaining that humans were the most diligent and hardworking creatures in the world. Ravel asked again about the partner, surprised. Not much time passed before a familiar figure appeared before Ravel. The voice said that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling him an imperfect observer who would never change. The figure then added that it had brought back a soul that had died near the core, addressing him by name. 2 years passed. The route by which materials for the army were delivered was being discussed in order to speed up the supply process. In the conversation, someone remembered the letter and suddenly mentioned Lalu's name. Then it was reported that Kurt had sent the letter. Lalu was now at the Hero Academy, preparing to negotiate with the king's envoy. Despite the formal nature of the meeting, she remained true to herself, stating that a merchant will always remain a merchant. Lalu confidently said that she would become an incredibly strong merchant who could even rein in the heroes. Bunny Girl stood in front of Hero Academy with Ujito. She noticed that the students were having a hard time because their talents had disappeared. Ugito was surprised to hear this and called it amazing. Kurt, observing the students of the Faculty of Magic, was surprised that they were able to master magic on their own. He noted that many aspired to enroll here despite their lack of talent. Kurt chuckled and compared this place to a gathering of magic lovers that reminded him of himself. He admitted that it was hard to imagine how difficult it was to pass the exam without natural ability. But by working together and making an effort, they could be proud of themselves and accomplish a feat, even surpassing Sid. Students and teachers were discussing a situation when someone noticed the disappearance of a famous hero who had accomplished a feat. There were surprised cries. No one could believe that he was missing. One of the students panicked and declared that without his talent he would not be able to ride a dragon, and the noise and hustle and bustle continued around. Teacher Isaac gathered the students and reminded them that they must become one another's family. He turned to Anna, the Dragon Knight, thanking her for her bravery. The teacher explained that fear of the dragon was natural, as the dragon itself was afraid. He instructed Anna to be slow and careful. Isaac then informed her that Anna would be a key figure in the coming battle with the Empire that possessed mechanical machines, as the Red Dragon Knights had been destroyed and now it was her turn to take the field. Anna thought about how in their world, someone was always trying to become stronger. There were people in their country who were much stronger than everyone else. She remembered that it had been 2 years since the great changes began, and during that time many had made incredible progress, continuing to work hard on their abilities despite the difficulties. The teacher turned and walked away, leaving the students behind. Anna, noticing this movement, stopped and slowly turned her head back to see where he was going and what he was going to do. Revel, riding on Q, rode closer and, leaning forward slightly, said, "Hello, Anna." The girl, seeing him, broke into a joyful smile. Her eyes sparkled, and tears of happiness from the long-awaited meeting appeared on her cheeks. Anna, holding back tears of happiness, quietly reminded him of the promise she had made, saying that she was going to continue loving Revel no matter what, and promised to answer him in 3 years. Revel, looking at her with warmth, confidently said that he also shared her feelings. Revel hugged Anna, and both smiled through tears of happiness. He held her tightly to himself, confessing his love more than ever. Q, sitting on their heads, joyfully jumped, expressing his happiness and sharing this touching moment with them.